شاه به نام پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم. به خون به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما. در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این
کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته؟
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما میخواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان میخواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده
پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده
ملت عزیز ایران، هموطنان شجاعم، شما در 2 هفته گذشته به ویژه در 4 روز اخیر با تظاهرات میلیونی پایه‌های رژیم نامشروع جمهوری اسلامی را به لرزه درآورده اید. اینک با اتکا به پاسخ میلیونی شما به فراخوان‌های روزهای گذشته و با مشروعیت و مقبولیتی که از شما دریافت کرده‌ام، مرحله دیگری از خیزش ملی برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی و بازپسگیری ایران عزیز را اعلام می‌کنم. 1. در داخل ایران علاوه بر تسخیر و حفظ خیابان‌های مرکزی شهرها، تمام نهادها و دستگاه‌هایی که مسئول تبلیغات دروغین رژیم و قطع ارتباطات هستند، اهداف مشروع به حساب می‌آیند. کارکنان دستگاه‌های دولتی و نیروهای مسلح و انتظامی فرصت دارند به مردم بپیوندند و یاور ملت باشند، یا اینکه همدستی با قاتلان ملت را انتخاب کنند و ننگ و نفرین ابدی ملت را برای خود بخرند. 2. در خارج از ایران تمامی سفارتخانه‌ها و کنسولگری‌های ایران متعلق به ملت ایران است و زمان آن رسیده که به جای پرچم ننگین جمهوری اسلامی با پرچم ملی ایران مزین شود. ما در آستانه بازپسگیری ایران عزیز از جمهوری اسلامی هستیم. خامنه‌ای و رژیمش چندین ضربه سنگین از شما خورده‌اند و نباید به آنها مهلت تنفس دوباره بدهیم. رژیم با کمبود جدی نیروی سرکوب روبروست و افزایش تیراندازی به سوی مردم نه از سر اقتدار، بلکه ناشی از کمبود مزدور و ترس از فروپاشی و سقوط سریعتر است. ما اجازه نخواهیم داد که این جانیان خون جوانان ما را بیش از این بر زمین بریزند. ما به آنها فرصت نخواهیم داد. ما به عقب باز نمی‌گردیم. آزادی ایران نزدیک است. خونهای به زمین ریخته شده فرزندان جاویدنام ایران هدایتگر ما به سوی پیروزی است. ما تنها نیستیم. کمک‌های جهانی نیز به زودی میرسد. منتظر پیام‌های بعدی من باشید. ما به زودی ایران عزیز را از جمهوری اسلامی پس خواهیم گرفت و در همه جای ایران جشن آزادی و پیروزی را برپا خواهیم کرد.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls have gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap or waste chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. Read the crown prince, hear his name. Reza Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we wanna see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's where you're hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, the new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلحند. امروز از همه جناح‌های گوناگون
آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی و دولتی برای حفظ رژیمی که سقوط آن آغاز شده روبروی ملت ایران نایستید. با ایستادن در کنار ملت جان خود را حفظ کنید. باشد که به زودی در کنار شما باشم.
اینجا دیگر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی نیست. این صدا و تصویر تلویزیون ملی ایران است. ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو هم شهری، شاه رضا پهلوی، نظام رسیده پرتگاه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه، برگشت شاه به میهن، دوای درد وطن، این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، داره میاد پهلوی، زجه بزن صدایی، راه نجات وطن، پهلوی هموطن، ایران میشه گلستان، شاه که بیاد به ایران، ایران که شاه نداره، حساب کتاب نداره، آخون باید گم بشه، توپ تانک فشفشه، گم شو بیرون اجنبی، داره میاد پهلوی، فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما درسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته، اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب، بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد، در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد، پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش پشت ارتجا تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از فرقانین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردم بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پیش نیاز بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس در ایران زداید نشان بدی بر افروزدان پره ایزدی سپروان کند بزم ناباد را کند بارور از هنر خاک را هنر دانش و رامش و شادیت هماهنگی و صلح و آزادیت چو ایران نباشد من مباد یکی بوم و بر زندگی تر نباد.
Muted.
I always do that. I always do that. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Iran Revolution Live. This is day 19 with your hosts, Goldie Gamari, that's me, and of course, the amazing Armin Navabi from Atheist Republic. How are you doing, Armin?
Optimistic, very optimistic. I'm seeing some really good news that things are happening. So, and I'm also going to make sure that I take your advice, and everyone else in the chat that were telling me that, Armin, be optimistic, be hopeful. And yep, that's what I'm going to do.
You know, I am feeling very optimistic and very hopeful, and it seems like everything is aligning. And again, so first of all, I just want to say, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you watching from wherever you are in the world, on whichever platform. And I noticed some of you are like, why is there 40 minutes of music, intro? Well, I mean, we could, if you guys want, we could just like start our show later and then not play any music. So the only reason we start early is just because we're still preparing the show, and we figured, might as well have like a pre-show there or something so people can just, tune in and get settled in, and then eventually the show starts. So that's why we have the music intro, because we're still working behind the scenes getting ready. So
there's a lot of good conversations that the way you do it, there's a lot of good conversation that starts in the chat before we even show up. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So all right, so we'll keep going with that. But you're right, like there are signs out there, and I think there's a lot of like new videos coming out, and we want to get to them, but there were two really, really important video messages that came out yesterday from His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, and then of course one of them also included Senator Lindsey Graham. Now, remember, for those of you who were with us yesterday, we actually broke the story here on Iran Revolution Live, that His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, he's the leader of the Iranian National Revolution. He was actually spotted in the U.S. Congress yesterday morning. So we knew that he was meeting with Senator Lindsey Graham, but of course we didn't know what was going on or what the topic of the conversation was. And then last night, Senator Lindsey Graham put out a very, very interesting video message. So let's go to that, because Armin, I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen, never in my wildest dreams did I ever thought that I would see something like this. So let's go to this, and you tell me what you think.
And then after we play this, I have some military analysis. Oh, go.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Senator Lindsey Graham here with the Crown Prince.
Look at that smile.
Of Iran. I have followed you, your passion, the way you articulate the hope of your people. It will be up to the people of Iran to pick their next leader. I can't wait till they have a chance to do that. But you are really risen to the occasion. Compelling narrative for the long-suffering people of Iran. And I believe with all my heart that help is on the way.
Senator, thank you so much for all your words of support for my compatriots in the darkest time in our history, but hopefully, as we say in Iran, in Farsi, the end of a dark night is light, and this is probably the first time we are so close to victory. You witnessed the resilience of my compatriots. They are fighting a brave fight, and any solidarity can only help them achieve that goal sooner. I've been committed to this all my life, to serve my nation, and hopefully, as the Senator just said, we hope that the Iranian people will this time have complete freedom and the choice will be theirs. We are here to serve them, to make that choice in freedom, and that's my commitment. And thank you for your support, Senator.
Thank you. And President Trump, thank you for picking the people over the Ayatollah. You're the first one to do that. Thank you for acknowledging that the only way you can make Iran great again is for the protesters to win over the regime. And I believe that day is at hand. And to the American people, it matters to us. This is the largest state sponsor of terrorism on the planet. They have American blood on their hands. And the people protesting in the streets could be our best friends. God bless them.
God bless the United States of America and the American friends, and God bless the Iranian people.
Amen.
Isn't that amazing? And
Yes.
look at this, very, very kind message we got from T4 Arjan. Know that millions of American conservatives love and support the Iranian people. We get that the evil is in the regime and have for some time. Thank you. Thank you. That means so much to us. And we love you guys. So look at this. Just honestly, Armin, like when I see this video message, I get chills.
Yeah.
Right?
We're going to go back to being a major US ally.
We are going to go back to being a major US ally. Yeah, absolutely. So definitely, we can speak about the Iran Prosperity Project and how non-Iranians can support. Absolutely. We will go to that. We had some infographics yesterday, but thankfully, ARMIN, the same X account from His Royal Highness's communications account, they shared the same infographics, but this time in English. So I'll make a note of that.
Nice.
After your military updates, we can go to that as well. So let me just make a note here. IPP graphic. Okay, well, absolutely, we will talk about that. But that's the first message. Okay, so this is the first message that I think is huge, right? Like this is huge. This is huge. So, to me, anyone who says, oh, President Trump is backing down or, whatever, like I don't believe it. And you guys shouldn't believe it either. You guys should not believe that either, because look at the smile. Look at the smile on His Royal Highness's face. He knows something is up. And ARMIN has some theories, like military theories about strategy and stuff, which we will get into. But I want to play one more video message for you guys, because this is the second video message that came out by His Royal Highness, King Reza Pahlavi. And this message was in English, and this message was directed to you. So this message that he put out was not for us Iranians, because when he's addressing us, he speaks in Persian. But last night, for the first time since the Iranian Revolution started, he actually made a video in English, and that video is addressed to all of you. So I'm going to play that video message for you guys. So, this is historic. So here is the King of Iran, okay, the leader of the Iranian National Revolution. He's the one that's going to transition Iran from a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democracy. Look at his message here.
To all of our friends around the world,
that's you.
Under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
Wow.
Perfect.
Wow. So those were the two messages from last night, Armin.
Yeah. This is what you and I have been saying for years, and now our job has become so much easier because we just have to play his message. Yeah. And by the way, this is a complete reflection on everything that was in the IPP plan. Like he basically summarized the foreign policy part of it.
Yeah. Everything that was in the actually, you know what? Why don't I bring up the IPP plan right now? Because that kind of ties into this, and then we can get into the military.
Yeah, but after that,
the military.
Yeah.
Or do you want to do that? Well, we can do that now if you like.
Yeah. Just really quickly, because I honestly think that any moment this might happen, so it will become irrelevant as soon as.
No, quickly then. Like, take your time with it because this is important, and like, I'm not really a military analyst, so I want to learn as well.
Okay. So these are the notes that I picked up from all the other analysis on experts on the Persian side. So I took the notes. I took the notes in Persian, but I didn't got an AI to translate it to English, right?
Mm-hmm.
So bear with me. So one point is, so first of all, there's two segments: UN Security Council and the diplomatic situation, and then the military situation, which suggests that there is an attack coming, right? And also this explains, both of these explains some of the delays. So the justification behind why hasn't anything happened so far, right? So there's a meeting scheduled by the United States. So a UN Security Council meeting is scheduled for 3 p.m. US time, approximately 11 p.m. Iran time, at the request of the US regarding the killing of protesters in Iran. This does suggest that they might need this before they actually carry out the attacks. That's why the US is requesting this. So the US strategy, the US typically uses the UN Security Council to secure political condemnation of the Islamic Republic before launching a military attack.
You're talking about sorry, are you talking about the UN Security Council?
No, the US requested the UN Security Council for a meeting so that they have international condemnation on record before they carry out an attack, right?
So what's really interesting, guys? So what's really interesting about the UN Security Council, okay, is that out of every single UN body or organization that is out there and existing, the UN Security Council is the only one that could legally authorize the use of force or use of military intervention.
Yes.
So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. We're going to be broadcasting that live, by the way. So when the UN Security Council meeting starts, we're going to be broadcasting that live. And yes, you guys are absolutely right. So there's veto power by five states, including Russia and China. So we are going to be monitoring that very, very closely to see if Russia or China vetoes the authorized. Well, first of all, we don't know what motion the United States is taking to the UN Security Council. So we don't know that. So we're going to have to wait for that. But it's also going to be interesting to see how Russia and China respond to that. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, even if they veto, I think they just want the condemnation to be there. So because this is a pattern, this pattern was observed in previous conflicts involving like Israel. And by the way, guys, we know we're not the UN. UN is a joke. UN is useless. Many times we already know that. But because this has been the pattern before, this is a good sign. Okay, regarding of how big of a joke the UN is, right? So it is highly probable that the US aims to get a condemnation of the massacre today at lunch, and then launch an attack shortly thereafter. That's what it seems like. That's what the analysts are saying. Okay, so that's the Security Council situation. So we should look out for that. And then we have the military status. So major news agencies, Reuters, Washington Post, and etc., and world officials, both in Europe and America, are discussing an imminent attack, potentially within 24 hours. And again, I don't want to be 100%, but they are speaking about it. I'm just talking about them. They are speaking about it as if this is imminent. And then we also have U.S. naval movements. The USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier has been ordered from the South China Sea to the region, and the USS Roosevelt's location is unknown, but may also deploy. And then we have current assets: 3 U.S. destroyers and a nuclear submarine equipped with Tomahawk missiles are reportedly in or near the Persian Gulf. High flight activity is reported at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. And Trump has reportedly asked military advisors for decisive and fast options, similar to the strike on Qasem Soleimani, rather than a prolonged ground war. Yeah. Also, this is key. This is key. Okay. So this explains yesterday. Last night there was, the misdirection. A lot of people, including the regime, expected an attack to happen yesterday. Okay. So the regime expected an attack the previous night and executed all emergency protocols, like hiding Khamenei and commanders and stuff like that. This was on purpose. This basically strategic vulnerability. By executing these protocols without an attack occurring, the regime exposed its hideouts and emergency procedures to U.S. and Israeli satellites. and they cannot easily change these protocols now when the attack actually happens. So
Yeah, no, I 100%. I was just waiting for you to finish your explanation. No, I think I'm not a military person, but that makes a lot of sense, because you're absolutely right. Like, by doing what they did, they pretty much exposed the regime's strategy, and now it's too late for the regime to go back, right?
Yep, they can, yeah.
Because
Exactly.
now
So
because the reality is that if and when, well, not if, but like when this attack happens, like there's only like, we only have one shot, right? We only have one shot. And, President Trump, he's a winner. He has a record of winning. So he wants to make sure that in this situation, he also wins. And so we all really have one shot at this. And so, yeah, like I think that's exactly what it is. And so now that the regime has exposed itself, I think, like, military wise and strategy wise, it's going to be easier for the United States to do what they need to do to basically take down one of the most brutal, violent, and dangerous totalitarian dictatorships in the world right now. Right?
Right. Yes, exactly. So, like you said, Goldie, before, even if it doesn't happen when we want it to happen, there's probably a good reason for it behind the scenes, but it seems that it will happen.
Yeah, listen, we're here to provide the Iranian context, and we're here to provide, the Iranian analysis, of course. And based on everything that the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, has said, it's happening, right? Because regardless of what anyone else says, and so this message, what I'm saying right now, this is for all of the Iranians here, right? So to all the Iranians who are watching, regardless of what anyone else says or does, I mean, our leader is His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. He has been working to get to this moment for the last 47 years. He has not yet led us astray. Everything that he has said so far has come to pass and has been accurate, and he has only been truthful, right? So that's why I think we should, just keep calm and trust in the process. And I appreciate that a lot of you, I mean, myself included, Armin included, there is anxiety. Of course, there's anxiety. We know about the mass slaughter. We know about the killings. We know all of that. But what people in occupied Iran have said to us is that there will be time to mourn our victims and our heroes after the revolution, right? After victory. And for now, what they want us to do is they want us to focus on the fight, and they want us to continue keeping an eye on Iran, and they want us to continue letting the world know that despite the propaganda, despite the Islamic dictatorship putting out fake news, the revolution has not died down. In fact, it has gotten even bigger. And now we have some more footage that's come out. Durud bar shama. Durud. So yeah, so we're gonna get to the new footage as well, guys, because
Tal is here.
Oh, hey Tal.
Look, Tal Uran is here.
Oh, should we Tal, do you want to join us and we can replay it? We actually thought the interview was really good. Tal, come join our live stream.
Yeah, it was good.
We'll
the guy challenged him. Yeah, they embarrassed him. Yeah, Tal, join us.
Here, let me send Tal the link, and then I'll find the interview.
Did you guys see the interview with Brit? Yeah.
A lot of people are asking about it. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing to replay it, because the first time around when we played it, it was live, so I couldn't pause it, right? But this time around, I'll see. I'm sure it's been uploaded by now. Let me find, where's Tal here? All right. Let's see.
I could send him a link too if you want.
Oh, I just sent it to him.
Okay.
So I said, come join us for a watch party. All right. While he's doing that, so while he's doing that, let me find the video. And then Armin, here's the Iran Prosperity Project in English this time.
Nice.
So do you want to go over this? Because
Perfect.
we had some people asking about
Yep.
this too.
Okay, so so I think the other slide is first, no?
We can start
The
with this
other
one,
slide.
and then we can go to the
Right. Yeah, so the evil dark castle, obviously. Oh, Tal is here. Should we bring him up? Yay!
Hey!
How are you?
Hey.
Hi, beautiful people.
Hello, Tal.
Hi,
Oh, you're
my
walking
God.
around.
Guys, I just want to let you know, last night I was at a rally for Iran. You two are famous in Israel. People love the two of you. Your names didn't stop coming up. Israel is in love with you. You guys are like superstars here.
Oh.
We were actually live streaming your live stream a little bit.
I saw. Thank you guys so much for promoting it in the middle. That was awesome.
How are you doing?
We're good. I'm standing actually, like tomorrow there's going to be another rally right here on the Tayelet in Tel Aviv early in the morning. They want to gather more people to show solidarity with Iran. And other than that, we're on high alert. The bomb shelters are starting to open up. We're preparing for a potential ballistic missile attack like last time. But everyone's in high spirits. Everyone I spoke to has said they are willing to sit in bomb shelters for an undesignated amount of time so that Iran can be free. It's amazing. Everyone's on the same page.
That means so much.
Can you tell them that we will never forget this support? Like, and we hope that one day we could repay the favor at some point when we become free. Just tell them that we will never forget that you stood by our side.
They are so, I mean, I think like the last 2-3 weeks, this kind of coalition of Iranians and Jews and other ethnic minorities in the Middle East, we've done such a good job relaying the information from what's going on inside of Iran that it's been undeniable for just like the average people. What inspired me so much last night, I saw like a lot of non-Persian Jewish people and like a lot of non-Persian Israelis that were in the crowd, that I was like, why are you here if you're not Persian? Like, what's your reason for being here? And many were just like, no, the Iranians are my brother. They're my brothers, my sisters. I want to see them be free. And like I told you guys before, both of you guys know this, but I'll repeat it again. My grandma personally was saved before the Islamic Revolution by Iran. It's something that I'll never forget. My grandma will never forget it. Like, we as a family, we stand with you guys 110%. We don't forget those kinds of things that people do for us. So we're willing and excited and hopeful to see Iran be free really soon.
Thank you. That's really kind. And yeah, a lot of people don't know about the fact that in the 50s, when Iraqi Jews were being persecuted by the Muslims, many Iraqi Jews actually fled to Iran, and that was under the Shah, right? And that's the same Shah that all the communists and Islamists accuse of being a dictator, right? And yet, there you go. So, but we all know the truth, and we can't wait until.
I was speaking to a woman last night who came here in 56 or 52, and she came in with a whole family of Iraqi Jews that Iran saved. And back then, it wasn't like they were escaping Iran. They were actually just doing Aliyah because Iran had no problem at the time of the Shah. It was awesome. So, yeah, we're very, very, very appreciative of that.
Tal, this is also like really optimistic, not just for Iranian people, but also for Israel, because with the fall of the Islamic Republic, like your main enemy and the funder and supporter of everybody who means you harm is out, and Iran is going to become not only we're going to get rid of the Islamic Republic, but we're also going to have a government that is going to be working with Israel, intelligence, military operations, fighting your enemies along your side. So this is really good news for Israel as well.
It's amazing for the whole region. It's like, I remember we spoke about this, Armin, on your show a couple months back. The powerhouse that will come to the Middle East of a coalition of Iran and Israel working together, and hopefully other nations that want to be a part of that, of that allegiance. It's going to destabilize the Middle East in a sense of creating a new hierarchy. The Arab Islamist supremacists that now rule this region, that have oppressed all of us, are no longer going to be in control. And you're going to see this new regional power of the ethnic indigenous people to their lands taking control of their countries and ruling it back again. And that's what we're looking for. That's what And that's the biggest middle finger to all these people who want to. They're the ones who are silent to what's going on right now. They were silent about Masha Amini. They keep wanting to push this message of everyone, all the Iranian people doing this are all Zionists and paid by Israel. It's the biggest BS I've ever seen in my life. It drives me crazy seeing the way they've been speaking about it this week.
You're gonna come to Tehran, meet with Goldie and I after all of this?
Of course. I've gotten invitations to Shiraz, the Rash, the Tehran now. I'm like, I got to do a full tour of the country when we're open.
Can't wait to have you.
I'm so excited.
Can't wait to have you. So we were actually going to watch, the Brett Baer interview because a lot of people have been asking for our thoughts on that. And we were wondering if you wanted to join us, but it seems like you're walking around. So I don't know how much time.
Beautiful sunset, by the way. Look at that. Look how beautiful Israel is.
It's the calm before the storm, as we say. I'm gonna go because I have to go, but I wanted to ping it. I'm gonna be listening to you guys because I'm exercising, but I wanted to hear you guys react to it because I just watched a little bit of it and I was getting really pissed off. I was like, this is some BS, and I need Goldie's energy, the way that you owned that guy on Piers Morgan the other day. You don't understand. Everybody was talking about that yesterday, by the way. Everybody's, do you see Goldie on Piers Morgan? I was like, I love this woman. It's amazing. So I want to see that energy now, but I want to leave you guys, okay?
Well, I'll just tell you really quickly before you go. So initially when we heard about it, we got really pissed off because we're like, what is going on? But then when the news anchor was talking about it before the interview, they were basically talking about how like he's just a liar and it's all nonsense. So that interview, I think, because it was very different from other interviews, I think that interview was essentially one of the ways to lay the foundation for why there should be regime change and why America's going to attack the Islamic Republic. That's what I think it was. I think it was a hit piece on the Islamic regime.
I'm hoping and praying that you're right.
Also tell more evidence for when we arrest these people, and in court we're going to have these videos showing them as demonstration for them justifying the mass execution of Iranian people. So let them speak more so that we have more evidence piles up against them.
I'm all down with them speaking as long as we have Goldie catching them at the end and telling them she's going to personally arrest them. I'm all down for
it. Well, Goldie will do more than arresting if she had the opportunity.
Yeah, true. as she should.
Listen, I'm going to be the one having to hold other Iranians back. I'm going to be the one that has to hold everyone back and be like, no, we got to go through like a court of justice. But
there you go.
This is the one time I'll say we're in the Middle East. I don't know if we need to do the process. We can expedite a little bit.
But so that guy that I confronted, the Islamist jihadi that I confronted, he's basically the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship, right? He's in the upper echelons. He's like the Joseph Goebbels of the Nazis. So yeah. All right, we'll let you go, but thanks so much for joining us, Tal.
Love you guys so much. Wishing you the best. We'll do.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. See you.
All right. Okay, so let's go to here we go. I found the Fox News interview. So let me add this.
Joining me is Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you for the time. I'd like to start about the situation on the ground. There are reports, sir, that anywhere from 2,500 to more than 12,000 protesters in various cities have been killed by the regime. How many people have been killed?
Well, thank you, Beth, for having me.
Can I just say, like, that smirk on his face, I just want to, like, punch that smirk off his evil face.
Why do they all have that? The most evil people. Why do they smile when they're lying about people killing their own people?
So evil.
It's like they're trying to frustrate us.
Yeah.
Demonstrations started on 28 December. Yes, for
I'll be right back. I'm
economic
just going to get a
shortcomings,
coffee.
and for 10 days it was peaceful,
Okay.
and the government engaged with the protesters and with their leaders and tried to solve their problems. Yes, for 10 days it was peaceful, legal demonstrations and protests for economic shortcomings. But after that 10 days, for 3 days, we had completely different story. A terrorist operation, when terrorist elements led from outside, entered these, protests and started to shoot, police forces, police officers, and security forces. And there were terrorist cells. They came in. They used Daesh-style terrorist, operations. They got police officers, burned them alive. They beheaded them, and they started shooting at police officers and also to the people. So as a result, for 3 days, we had, in fact, fighting against terrorists and not with the protesters. It was completely a different story. The reason I have to explain,
calling millions of people terrorists.
Why they started to shoot at people, for one reason, they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Why? Because President Trump has said that if there are killings, he would intervene. And they wanted to drag him into this conflict. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. They wanted to drag the President of the United States in this conflict. So they started to increase the number of deaths by killing ordinary people, by killing police officers, by starting a kind of, fighting inside the different cities.
Mr. Foreign Minister, you're saying that these killings, these deaths are at the hands of foreign elements inside your country, not by the Iranian regime. That's not what we're being told when we get people to talk to us on the ground. The internet has been shut off, but occasionally turns back on. And we do hear from people on the ground who tell us various stories. Witnesses spoke of seeing snipers positioned on rooftops in downtown Tehran, firing into crowds of peaceful protests, turning abruptly into scenes of carnage, panic as bullets pierced through people's heads and torsos, sending bodies toppling to the ground, and an emergency room treating 19 gunshot patients in a single hour. The regime is on a killing spree, said one protester, and we've seen the video of body bags stacking up. You're saying that all of this is because you're not in control of your country and foreign elements are killing people inside your country?
No, I'm telling you that it was a fighting between our security forces and terrorist elements who had a plan to create a big...
So this is the thing. This is the thing. While, like, guys, this is why, like, this was a hit piece. This was a hit piece on the Islamic dictatorship, right? Because while the foreign affairs minister is saying all of these lies, Fox News is showing, the carnage. Of course, we haven't shown this, but I mean, this is not even the worst. This video is not even the worst of the, videos we've seen with hundreds, if not thousands of murdered Iranians in body bags. So when the foreign affairs minister is referring to the terrorists, Fox News turns to this, right? Because they want people to see that, like, it's these are regular people, right? And that regular unarmed people. And then there's also one more thing that I want to share with you, because this is really important. So now that the internet is back up, people are able to share images. Okay, so look at this, right? These are, do you see, like that's basically Hamas and Hezbollah, okay? So these are the foreign proxy terrorist groups that the Islamic regime has brought in to murder Iranians. But what they do is, like this basically looks like October 7, right? No, the internet's not back up. People are still able to, like, sometimes share some things through Starlink. No. Internet is still down. It's Starlink. So there's currently like a fight between Elon Musk's Starlink and the CCP Starlink jammers. Okay, but this is how they twist the narrative. Okay, so that that foreign affairs minister The reason that he's talking about like the foreign terrorist groups is because what he wants to do is when, these images come out, right? When these images come out, he's going to try and say, oh, well, these are the foreign terrorist groups that are killing the Iranian police. And you want me to zoom in? There you go. That's about as much as I can zoom in. But there you go. Right? So this is just one example. There's so many of these, right? But yeah, there you go. That's in Iran. So there are absolutely foreign terrorist proxies in occupied Iran, but they're on the side of the Islamic regime, and the Iranian people are unarmed.
I have a video version of that if you want to see.
Yeah.
Oh,
share
really?
the video version, and then we'll go back to the interview. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, here.
Or actually, you know what? I think I have it myself on my page here.
Sorry.
That's fine. Okay, you pull it up. That's fine. I'll get the other one ready.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see if this is muted. Look at that.
You see them?
They're sending them. These are what they're sending to attack the people. Look. Wait, there should be audio here. Oh yeah. Let's go.
Do you see that?
It just keeps going. Like they're going to war.
They're going to war. They're going to war with the Iranian people, right? Like they're literally importing Muslim terrorists, and the Muslim terrorists are just patrolling the streets like that, right? It's literally it's basically the same thing as October 7, except it's been every day, right? So October 7, but every day.
And there's no army coming to the there's no, like, the people don't have any army right there right now to protect. That's such a good comparison. It's October 7th, but every day, and you don't have anybody immediately coming and stopping it.
Actually, so Dr. Eli David, I met him in Israel, great guy. He actually shared something. Let me share this with you. So look at this. So he said October 7, Israel, okay? And then this is January 11, Iran, right? So this is October 7 in Israel, January 11 in occupied Iran.
Yeah.
So, they've been Octobering 7 Iranians for 47 years, right? They've been October 7ing us for 47 years, except they're occupying us. So we have there's no one there who's been able to rescue us because we're occupied by the terrorists.
Yeah, for Israelis, when October 7 happened, the IDF showed up within hours at some point, but for us, there's nobody. And also, guys, the ambulances that you saw in the video, that's for their people. That's not for the civilians that they're shooting at. The ambulances are just for themselves.
Oh, got an email. Hi, Goldie, sent an email to you yesterday. It's subjected. You changed how a U.S. veteran sees Iran. I hope you find some time to read it today. Just know this man was crying with you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Really, really means a lot to us. It really does. But this is what. So when we say that Iran is occupied, right, by an Islamic dictatorship, this is what we're talking about. This is what they've been doing to us for 47 years. They just drive around and they shoot and kill. So, all right.
Goldie, you're right. But this time it has never been this bad. Do you agree?
Never been this bad.
This bad, yeah.
This is the worst it has ever been. So there have been a lot of mass slaughters by the Islamic dictatorship in the last 47 years. But the slaughter that's currently happening right now, it is the worst in the history of the Islamic Republic. So this is the worst in the 47 years, and the numbers are in the tens of thousands, I would say. But again, that's not really what we're going to focus on. The only reason I brought it up now is because Arakchi is lying, and of course, this is what Fox News is showing. But we're going to focus on the positive.
If they're honest, why wouldn't you just turn on the internet so that people could see what's happening? Like, obviously you're lying because you're hiding stuff.
Exactly.
A number of killings in order to provoke President Trump to enter into this conflict and start a new war against Iran. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. The footages that you mentioned have not been seen in Iran. I have to tell you that a misinformation campaign is going on at the same time.
And you're suggesting that it's Israel and Mossad acting like Iranian forces, shooting the Iranian people to make casualties to spur on the action of President Trump. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't believe that, Mr. Foreign Minister.
No, Mossad has already confessed that.
They may be on the ground, sir, but as far as them killing hundreds and hundreds of people to make it look like you did, it does not appear in the video that we get out that this is a full level of calm.
Like, isn't that, like, that's just next level sick? So basically, the Islamic regime, right? They're basically saying that that Mossad is the one. Mossad is murdering innocent Iranians in order to get President Trump to attack the Islamic Republic. Like, how sick is that? How messed up is that?
Right. So yeah, exactly. Like he's trying to. There are the Mossad agents that are there. First of all, they are Iranian heroes that are working for Mossad, and they are few in number compared to the millions of people who are in the streets. Like, are they all Mossad? I mean, I like to consider all of them to be Mossad. Like, okay, but they're not. Okay, they're not. Okay, but like just because there's a few Mossad agents who are Iranian heroes working for Mossad in Iran. How could you just dismiss the millions and millions of people who are in the streets? And I don't know. It's so obviously a lie. I don't even think it's worth saying that it's a lie because it's obvious. But yeah, there you go.
But you know what? The reason I have to point it out is because we have like these, jihadis in the West who are putting out this like conspiracy theory that the revolution is it was started by Mossad and this is Israel, right? So this is why I'm pointing it out, because all of those people in like America or like wherever, and they're claiming that this is like an Israeli Zionist plot. They are literally spouting Islamic regime propaganda, right? So all those people who are attacking the Iranian national revolution and claiming this is a Zionist plot, they're linked somehow to the Islamic Republic, right?
Yeah. So like think how insane this is. What Mossad said is that we're going to support you, and he's going to translate that into they admitted that they're killing thousands of innocent civilians. How did you get from a post by Mossad saying we are here and we will support you to thousands of Iranian people dying to be just like a false flag attempt by Mossad? Yeah. That's the opposite. But that's the opposite of what Mossad said. Mossad didn't say. Mossad admitted. Mossad said they will support the Iranian people, not kill the Iranian people. Anyways, I guess.
Yeah. No, that is a good
Look
point.
like you did. It does not appear in the video that we get out that this is a full level of calm. It appears that protests continue in a number of different cities. The exiled Iranian crown prince, talking to people on the ground, said this.
About 12,000 plus.
12,000 plus.
That's what we get so far. It might be more, but that's the minimum number.
Can I just say something? I love the fact that Fox News, that what Brett Baer did is he forced Arakchi to watch this video of His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, because there is no one that the Islamic regime is more afraid of than His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, because they know that he is going to get rid of them and he's going to free Iran. So I just wanted big shout out, big kudos to Fox News for doing that, because that was incredible. That was incredible.
Yeah. That was perfect.
Thank you. We'd love for you to visit when Iran is free. Oh my gosh, you guys are going to have so much fun.
That we know so far have been
killed by the regime. This is not arrested. This is killed.
We are talking about using military weapons, AK-47s, armored trucks to shoot to kill unarmed protesters. Their bodies are being picked up by bulldozers, and they charge each family for the bullet to be able to just retrieve the remains. It's abhors what's happening.
You're denying that that's happening, or you're saying it's Israel and Mossad?
Well, we are on the ground in Iran. Those, claims are baseless. There is no proof of that. The number of deaths, although they tried hard to increase the number of deaths, are only hundreds. The exact figure would be announced very soon, perhaps tonight, by our authorities.
So you're saying it's less than 1,000 people?
No, hundreds of people. I certainly, deny the numbers and figures they have said. It is an exaggeration. It is a misinformation campaign only to find excuses to do another aggression against Iran. I can tell you that now it is 4 days that everything is calm. There is no demonstration, there is no unrest, nothing in Iran for the past 4 days. Yes, there has been millions of people today for funerals, and 2 days ago,
can I say something to this?
Rally in support of the government and of the system.
Just remember, guys, when they say like, oh, this is baseless, other people are lying, and we actually have the correct information, we know what the data is. These comes from the same authorities that said that Israel cannot do anything, that they won the 12-day war, that they shut down multiple F-35s of Israel, that they actually managed to completely decimate Tel Aviv, and Tel Aviv is like Gaza now because of what they did in the 12-day war. Like, they have a history of lies over lies, lies after lies after lies. They during the 12-day war, they told us that they have actually captured 2 Israeli pilots, and they have them as prisoners. And what happened to these people calling other people baseless and lying is such hypocrisy. The reason why it's so annoying to listen to them and even respond to them is because we have seen how they constantly lie. Like, they lie to the point that we Iranians, when these people say in the middle of the noon, if they tell us it's day, we actually go check outside because maybe it's night, because that's how bad their credibility is. They always lie, and anybody taking them seriously, like, we don't, like, on the Iranian side at least, we don't even bother responding to their lies, because it's just assumed that they always lie.
Yeah.
So people are on the streets, but in support of the Islamic Republic.
Wow,
so
that's not what we hear when we hear people on the ground.
I can refer you to the tweets and sayings and interviews by Israeli officials, American officials, who have claimed themselves that Mossad agents are inside Iran, in the Iranian streets, in Tehran streets. Just look at the X, account of Mossad in Persia, who said that their agents are in Iran and they are doing their job.
Okay, I can't push back about where Mossad agents are or not. I can say, if anybody is taunting President Trump, it is the supreme leader who took to X and posted this, saying for days now, calling President Trump a tyrant who will be overthrown.
This is so good. Like,
if you're
calling
saying
him out,
the Israeli outside forces inside your country are doing this, why would the supreme leader himself take to X and taunt the president of the United States?
Well, we were in the middle of a war started against us, and the rhetorics are quite normal in any war. We have many kind of threats by President Trump, by other American officials, by Europeans who are talking about Iranian,
Sorry, did you want me to stop
saying
that?
like, oh, no, he's just saying, oh, what Khamenei said is normal because we're in war. It's not normal for such a pathetically weak regime to claim that they could go and topple Trump, topple the leader of the most powerful country in the world. No, that is not normal wartime rhetoric.
I agree.
Things in Iran. So we consider these 3 days, 8 January to 10, which we faced with a vast terrorism operation as the continuation of 12-day war that were imposed on us by Israelis and Americans. So the 13th day of war was 8th January. That was the continuation of the war. So we were in the middle of the war. And now, after 3 days of terrorist operation, now there is a calm. We are in full control. And let's, hope that wisdom would prevail and we don't go for a high level of tension, which could be disastrous for everybody.
Are you moving forward with hangings of some of the protesters, or at least one of the protesters?
No, I haven't heard about that, and there is no any hanging today or tomorrow or whatever.
Complete lie.
He said, I haven't heard about it, but then he says there's no hanging tomorrow. Then you've heard about it. Then you've heard about it. Then how could if you haven't heard about it, then how could you claim that you know there's no hanging? That's a contradiction. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Listen, I just want to share something really quickly. Senator Lindsey Graham posted this a couple hours ago. And he says, all the headlines like these are examples of reporting that are beyond inaccurate. The circumstances around the necessary decisive action to be taken against the evil Iranian regime have nothing to do with President Trump's will or determination. Nothing could be further from the truth. Quite the opposite. Stay tuned. So he's talking about a headline like this. So Trump informed Iran he does not intend to attack, asked Tehran to exercise restraint. Envoy. Trump gets cold feet on Iran. So what Senator Lindsey Graham is saying is that all of these sorts of headlines are inaccurate and no one should believe them. So,
yeah,
which is basically what we have.
And he's the closest to Trump. So
exactly
right now.
So and that's basically what we have been saying as well is don't believe the rumors because there's going to be a lot of fake news, a lot of propaganda. Guys, the Islamic regime spends upwards of $1 billion per year on propaganda. They actually have a lot of Western and American journalists on their payroll. So they're going to be putting out a lot of this sort of fake news, which is, again, like we're going to ignore it, right? Because we don't care. Honestly, the media is irrelevant. The only people who are, who can give us like real news is President Trump, Netanyahu and his administration, President Trump and his administration, and of course, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, right? So, I mean, that's where we get our news and our sources from, which is why, like, when it comes to anyone else, whether it's the media or a commentator or whatever, it's completely irrelevant. Like, it's just it's irrelevant to what's actually going on. So that's why we go to the source here. There you go. Yeah, you make a very good point, right? Trump did not say help is on the way to then leave the Iranians to defend. Exactly. Absolutely. Exactly. Absolutely. You're 100% correct on that. All right.
That's too much of a commitment to then let go.
Exactly. Trust in Trump. Trust in President Trump.
That's Friday. I can tell you, I'm confident about that. There is no plan for hanging at all.
He's lying.
Okay, well, you've heard the president's talk, President Trump, and you've heard his concern about crossing this red line, and you've heard him shut off communications with you because he's seen what he's seen and heard what he's heard on the ground. In fact, he was asked about this possible hanging and what the death he's seeing.
If they hang him, you're going to see some things that I don't know what where you come from and what your thought process is, but you'll perhaps be very happy.
Can I just say something?
We will take.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting. So here's the thing they might do. They might delay the hanging, thinking that they could just make all of this go away while killing thousands of people in the streets, right? So the hanging would be like tens or hundreds of people. And they're like, oh, look. So they're trying to cut the internet, find all the satellite dishes, cut off Starlink and everything, and just kill people in the streets and try to make sure that information doesn't get out there and kill them in the thousands. But then go also say like, okay, actually stop the hangings until this is over and then hang them later. So even if they do stop the hanging, they're still killing Iranian people in the thousands in the streets. That is just a way for them to try to, maybe stop Trump from attacking if they stop the hangings. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tess, that's one thing. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
How do you read the president's comments over the past few days?
Well, first of all, hanging is out of the question, as I said. This is another piece of misinformation campaign.
Whoa.
That they have started to provoke President Trump and to drag him into this this question. And
you know what? There's a very special place in hell for this person, right? The fact that he's saying that the hanging is a misinformation campaign.
Yeah.
Totally messed up.
The best hell for this person is in the hands of Iranian people, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Which could have disastrous consequences. And on your first point that you mentioned, that he cut any communication with Iran, this is not the first time. You remember that we were negotiating in June when they decided to attack us. We were in the middle of negotiations. We had 5 rounds of negotiations between me and Steve Witkoff, and we had already fixed the 6th round for 15 June when in 2 days before that, they attacked us.
Because you came on this show and you said you were never going to reduce legitimate enrichment. You were never going to drop it down. You also talked about continuing a ballistic missile program. Is that continuing today? That's why the president said he was moving forward on the nuclear program that was expanding.
No, both enrichment and our defense capabilities are our legitimate rights. No, as a full and committed member of NPT, we have every right to do enrichment for peaceful purposes. And you cannot tell another country that you shouldn't exercise your right, otherwise you will be attacked.
Yeah, but Mr. Foreign Minister, we talked about this months ago. Are you open to direct talks with the Trump administration to try to find a solution that could de-escalate heightened regional tension after all that's happened?
Iran is still insisting on its peaceful nuclear program, including enrichment. But our position has not changed. We are still, committed not to go for nuclear weapons, but we are not ready to give up our legitimate right for peaceful use of nuclear technology, including enrichment.
Legitimate, peaceful purposes.
See, this is the part I really like. The part here where Brett calls him out, because there is nothing legitimate or peaceful about the Islamic regime's nuclear program. Like, they're literally building nuclear facilities in underground like bunkers, like in underground in mountains, right? Like if this was legitimate and peaceful, they wouldn't be building like secret nuclear facilities under mountains across the country.
And if it was peaceful, there's no point to enrich to 60%. All forms of peaceful use of nuclear, facilities, enrichment of uranium requires you to enrich to just under 4%. There is no purpose to get to 60% unless you're trying to get so close to 90% when you need to go to nuclear weapon. There's absolutely no other reason for you to go all the way to 60%.
Exactly. And I'm glad our viewers also get it, right? Because you don't bury peaceful enrichment under a mountain. Yeah, exactly, right? It's they just lie. Like, it's just such bold-faced lying here, right? And I don't even know, are they, and this is like the messed up part, like they're so stupid that they think like that this propaganda is actually going to work, right?
Minister, we talked about this months ago. Are you open to direct talks with the Trump administration to try to find a solution that could de-escalate heightened regional tension after all that's happened?
Iran is still insisting on its peaceful nuclear program, including enrichment. But our position has not changed. We are still, committed not to go for nuclear weapons, but we are not ready to give up our legitimate right for peaceful use of nuclear technology, including enrichment.
Legitimate, peaceful purposes. Legitimate, peaceful purposes for a nuclear program usually are not buried a mile down deep. And that is
Please,
where
President
the
Trump-
concern was.
President Trump proved to be against diplomacy when he attacked us in June, and when now he decided to cut any communication. So if there is any real interest to engage into, to promote understanding and to understand what's going on really on the ground, he has to pay attention to the realities and not to the misinformation provided to him by those who want to drag him into another war.
Again, I go back to the Supreme Leader, who does not sound like he's anxious to sit down and talks with President Trump as a country, as he's taunting him, calling him a tyrant who will be overthrown. How do you do that and think that President Trump is going to take that as, oh yes, I should get to the table?
No, come on. We have engaged into negotiation with the U.S. several times with the permission of the Supreme Leader. Why you say that?
Well, just posted. He posted it.
Let me tell you.
Unless you're telling me that the Ayatollah is not posting this.
Tell me, please wait.
Please
You
wait.
know, we negotiated with the United States several times, and all of them turned into a very negative experience. In 2015, we negotiated for 2.5 years. We concluded a deal, and the United States decided to withdraw with no reason.
I just want to point something out, guys. I just want to say, like, I promise you, like, we Iranians, we're actually smart, intelligent, well-spoken people. These people who are part of the Islamic dictatorship, like, they sound like, uneducated, inbred savages, because they literally are. Like he's such an embarrassment. He's such an embarrassment to us. Like, we don't even consider him Iranian, right? Like, he's like, please wait, right? Like, with his, like, terrible accent. So
just go compare to how our foreign minister spoke English during the Shah time.
Yeah.
Compared to these people,
right?
Actually, there was a side-by-side video of our foreign minister then and now, and it's like embarrassing.
It's night and day
right now.
Night and day.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
So, guys, like, please do not think that, like, we Iranians were like that. These are just, like, the most idiotic, stupid people who are, like, occupying us, right?
Yeah. And also his name. So by the way, talking about occupation, his name is literally like from Iraq. Like his last name is basically like he's from Iraq. But
so he's not even Iranian; he's Iraqi.
Into negotiation with the United States, which means in fact, when United States talk about negotiation, it means they want dictation and not negotiation. So we have no good experience. This is a fact. Please understand.
Mr. Foreign Minister, on all of those points, the U.S. would say they came away from those talks saying that you were not pledging to do what you said you would do, and that every time they walked away from the table, they believed you were throwing it out the window as far as enrichment and solutions for that, as far as ballistic missiles, solutions for that, and as far as your role in funding terrorists around the region. Now, I don't want to belabor this point, but the Supreme Leader posted, Mr. Foreign Minister, on X numerous times about a taunting for President Trump. He's 86 years old. We have not heard from him.
I love this. See, this is why I really, really enjoyed the Fox News interview, because they're literally calling him out. So like look at all these posts. So let me just read some of these for you. So this is the first one. That ranting American sits there talking about the Iranian nation, spewing a combination of slander and promises, false promises, deception, right? And then he says, the U.S. president has said that if the Iranian government does such and such, I'll take the side of the rioters. The rioters have put their hopes in him. If he's so capable, he should manage his own country. The Iranian people will not tolerate the hirelings of foreign powers. Last night in Tehran and some other cities, a bunch of people bent on destruction came and destroyed buildings that belong to their own country in order to please the president of the U.S. and make him happy. Our enemies don't know Iran. In the past, the U.S. failed due to their flawed planning. Today, too, their flawed scheming will cause them to fail. So, like, this is like all the taunting, right? So I'm so glad that that Fox News put this all up, because they're literally calling him out, right?
Embarrassing him, yeah.
Yeah.
Is the Supreme Leader doing well in Iran? Will we hear from the Supreme Leader in this case?
No, he is doing well, and he is, in full control of the country, and people are supporting him, as everybody saw today in the funeral of those who were killed by terrorists, and 2 days ago in rally of Tehran and other cities.
Mr. Foreign Minister, by all accounts, on the outside and on the inside, when we can get it, the Iranian economy is in a free fall. That is what started a lot of these protests, despite you saying that this was started from the outside and from Israel and Mossad. Our reporting is that it was started by frustrated people with the economic situation and frustrated for years of oppression from the regime.
For 10 days, it was peaceful and it was tolerated by the government. But after that, we had 3 days of terrorism operation.
You said that, but now you're saying it's entirely peaceful.
Now, no, it is calm. There is no demonstration. There is no protest. It is for
I have
4
new videos.
days that everything is, calm.
He says there's no protest.
So
I have
when
new
you tell-
videos right
if
now.
You have a message, if you have a message for President Trump, who obviously is and has talked about and is considering some kind of action to help the protesters on the ground. If you have a message for him, what is the message?
My message is: do not repeat the same mistake that you did in June. If you try a failed experience, you will get the same result. In June, you destroyed the facilities, the machines, but the technology cannot be bombed, and the determination also cannot be bombed. Now, Iran proved to be ready for negotiation, for diplomacy. We have proved that in the past 20 years, in 2015, in 2025, every time. But it was the US who always escaped from diplomacy, who cut the diplomacy and opted for war. My message is, between war and diplomacy is a better way, although we don't have any positive experience from the United States, but still, diplomacy is much better than war. But it is up to the US president to decide.
Mr. Foreign Minister, your proxies have largely been destroyed. Your nuclear program, it's called by the president, obliterated. You say the technology is still there. Your ballistic missile program is arguably on its way back, and it's being threatened to be attacked again by both Israel and the US. If you were to offer concessions to get back to the table, to talk, what would those concessions look like today?
The concessions is exactly as we did in 2015 in the JCPOA. We can make sure and build confidence about the peaceful nature of our nuclear program to make sure that it is peaceful and would remain peaceful forever. And in return, we expect that the sanctions are lifted. Ballistic missiles is our means of defense and the most reliable means of defense, and it is not negotiable. Why we should negotiate on our ballistic missiles when we need them for our security and for our defense? Proxies, I think it's a wrong, it's a mistake to call them proxies. We don't have proxies in the region.
Liar.
You've been funding them.
Yeah, CC called them out. He says you've been funding them.
Who are fighting with occupation, who are fighting for their rights, and we only support them. We only support them. They are not doing any job for us.
Yeah, they are.
Fighting, fighting for their own,
Then if they're not doing any jobs for you, why would you give them money? Like, oh, we're just being charitable. Like there are another proxies. We're funding them. We're supporting them, and they're just doing their own thing, and it has nothing to do with any of our interests. Sure, you're just feeling generous with the resources of our nation. You're just feeling generous, and they could do whatever they want, and you would just give them money anyways. Okay, buddy, whatever.
Fox News. Well, the Fox News anchor, he called him out on this.
Causes, and we support their cause.
And then I have some breaking news.
Well, Mr. Foreign Minister, we appreciate the time. There are a lot of people concerned and want you to say that the Iranian regime's killing of protesters will stop.
I think you have to find the elements who made these killings outside.
Oh, Armin, this is old footage. Look at this. Look at this.
Yep. Oh,
is that Nasrallah? No, wait, that's Khomeini.
That's Khamenei. Sure, Magbar. I don't know if this is also.
No, I don't know. This could be new. I thought that was Nasrallah.
Elements who made these killings outside of
There's
Iran.
Soleimani.
And there are many.
Oh,
I think it's new because
that's
you know,
new.
evidences to
because
that.
Fox checks
We can
it.
show you. So it is
Yeah, this was
all
new.
a kind of Israeli plot, which is now failed. And I hope that President Trump would not build on that failed attempt by Israelis.
And will the Ayatollah, will we hear from him? Besides the tweets taunting the president?
Well, I think I have already answered that.
Wow.
Okay. Mr. Foreign Minister, we appreciate the time. Thank you, sir.
Look at that smirk. I have some good news. Breaking news. Look at
What?
this, Armin. So, 12 Swedish parliament members have jointly expressed their support for the national revolution of Iran and Prince Reza Pahlavi.
And Prince Reza Pahlavi. And Prince Reza Pahlavi from Europe?
Well, just Sweden. So, yay, Sweden! Go, Sweden!
What?
Let's read it. So, January 15, 2026. Statement on the ongoing uprising in Iran and the right of the Iranian people to a national democratic alternative. The Iranian people are once again engaged in sustained nationwide resistance against the Islamic Republic of Iran, a regime that for more than 4 decades has relied on systematic repression, ideological coercion, and violence to maintain power. This uprising is not an isolated episode, but the continuation of a long struggle for national sovereignty and democratic self-determination. Since the murder of Mahsa Jina Amini in September 2022, Iranian citizens from all regions have demonstrated extraordinary courage in confronting a state apparatus that employs arbitrary detention, torture, executions, and mass surveillance to suppress peaceful dissent. The persistence of these protests, despite brutal crackdowns, reflects a profound and irreversible rupture between the Iranian population and the ruling regime. This is important, Armin. Profound and irreversible rupture. So they're basically setting the stage. They're saying that we do not recognize the Islamic dictatorship as a legitimate government, and instead we recognize the King Reza Pahlavi. Anyways, central to this movement is the visible reemergence of national symbols and unifying figures that transcend factionalism. The widespread invocation of Iran's pre-revolutionary national identity, that's the Lion Sun flag, and the public support expressed for Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi reflect a popular demand for continuity, legitimacy, and unity, rather than ideological experimentation or externally imposed alternative. These expressions should be understood not as nostalgia, but as a rejection of the Islamic Republic's claim to represent Iran's history, culture, or future. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has articulated a clear commitment to a peaceful transition, national reconciliation, territorial integrity, secular governance, and the principle that the Iranian people alone must determine their system of government through a free and democratic process. His role as a unifying figure, without seeking power by force or faction, stands in contrast to the fragmentation and coercion that have defined Iran's political landscape since 1979. We therefore affirm the legitimacy of the Iranian people's uprising against totalitarian rule, the right of Iranians to rally behind a nationally unifying figure, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, whose position has emerged through popular support rather than factional appointment. The responsibility of democratic governments to support the Iranian people through diplomatic pressure, targeted sanctions against regime institutions, and the protection of activists, the need to reject false equivalence between a brutal theocratic state, the Islamic Republic, and a population demanding freedom, the Iranian people. The responsibility of the international community is to support, by all appropriate means, the Iranian people's struggle for democracy and self-determination. This requires attentiveness to the voices expressed across Iran's streets, including the leader whose name is repeatedly invoked by the protesters themselves.
Wow.
And then here are, oh look, we have an Iranian, Nima Gholam Alipur. Look at that.
Amazing.
And an Iranian Swedish politician leading the charge. Good for him. So we have Nima Gholam Alipur, Mats Arkham, Rasmus Geertz, Daniel Persson, Ludwig Aspling, Bjorn Soder. Guys, to all the Swedes, I'm sorry if I can't pronounce the names properly. Richard Jomshof, Arine Karapet, Eric Helsborn, Staffan Eklof, Annalie Sjoberg, and Eric Palmqvist. Look at that. That is incredible.
Can I say something about this?
Yeah, go for it.
Listen, for the past couple of years, when we were supporting Prince Reza Pahlavi, you have no idea how excited we would get on the Persian side if there was an article in a Western news outlet just mentioning his name. Like the idea, like, would one day a politician meet with him? Oh my God, so-and-so politician might meet with him. Like, we would look for those moments, and we would, like, this was just 1 year ago. If Reuters mentioned Prince Reza Pahlavi, we would lose our minds on the Persian side. Like, oh my God, they mentioned Prince Reza Pahlavi. This is what we were dreaming of. Like we were hoping to the point where one day one politician, we were waiting for one politician one day to recognize that and officially recognize that he's a representative of the Iranian people. Never in my life did I assume that we're going to be reading from Europe. Like we basically, the Iranian people we considered Europe to be like, okay, we like, no way, like Israel or United States. That's what we were hoping for one day. Like when Gila Gamliel from Israel was like supporting Prince Reza Pahlavi, we didn't know how to react to that because we were so happy. And now even Europe, even a European country is recognizing Prince Reza Pahlavi. This is, I don't know how to express how big of a dream come true this is.
Right,
let's all be Swedish for the day. Yeah, exactly, Susanna.
I feel like I now need to like order something from IKEA. Like I need to go to IKEA and like order meatballs or something.
Meatballs, yes.
Yeah, Swedish meatballs. Okay.
Thank you, Sweden.
You know what? I actually visited Sweden a couple summers ago.
Nice.
Beautiful country and beautiful people. Swedish people are some of the most amazing people I've ever met. I have like a very, very like I'll share like a short funny memory of Sweden, because again, like guys, some of the Swedish words, some of the letters I cannot pronounce, right? Because I just
some of them I can't pronounce any of them.
well, the letters, right? So I remember like my sister and I, we were in like a subway in the metro, and I had like a Swedish language book, and we were trying to like translate some of the words and like read them into English, and like we don't know how to pronounce it, so we're trying our best to pronounce. And then there was like this old Swedish couple that was just like a few seats away, and they were looking at us, and then they started laughing, and then they were like laughing and then they were like, oh, are you guys you're traveling? I'm like, yeah, we're from Canada. So then they helped us. I forget now the pronunciations again, but yeah, Sweden's fantastic. Yeah, let's be Swedish for the day.
Yeah. This is huge. This is basically no going back. This is why we know there's no going back. When you have leaders of other countries officially recognizing Prince Reza Pahlavi, that means they're done with the Islamic Republic, because this is a huge red line that these countries have crossed. This is why they never met with him. This is why they met with this is why the leaders of these countries met with reformers rather than Prince Reza Pahlavi, because meeting with Prince Reza Pahlavi meant that they are done with officially recognizing the Islamic Republic. This is the biggest red line that these countries have crossed, and that means there's no going back. The Islamic Republic has lost all legitimacy among these countries, and Prince Reza Pahlavi is now the official representative of the Iranian people.
And you know what? Someone made a very good point. Sweden is also a constitutional monarchy.
Yes, look at those crowns. Look at those crowns at the top right of the letter.
So,
yeah, there we go. And a democracy, by the way, guys, like, oh, Iranian people don't want a king. They want democracy. Well, Sweden is a democracy, and they have a king. So
yeah. Well,
by the way,
that's yeah.
Go ahead. No, go
No,
ahead.
you say.
No. That's the point Goldie always makes. She always has like you have the best way of describing it. I never thought about it. You have a Canadian flag and an American flag, and that's the best explanation of the referendum because guys, so after this is what the plan is. After the Islamic Republic has fallen, we're going to have a referendum for whether or not we want Iran to be a republic or a constitutional monarchy. And a constitutional monarchy, like kind of like usually Goldie has her flag up like a republic like America, or a constitutional monarchy, and then she raises her Canadian flag up. And both of these countries are democracies. But like Jenk or like Chunky Yogurt goes on like, oh, Iranian people don't want a king. Who wants a dictator? Well, Canada has a king, UK has a king, Sweden has a king, Denmark has a king. They're democracies.
Look at this update from Senator Lindsey Graham. He just posted this 20 minutes ago. So guys, one of the rumors that have been going around, and again, like we're not here to deal with rumors or talk about rumors, but one of the rumors is, how apparently some Arab countries have convinced President Donald Trump to give the regime a chance, right? And these rumors, it's literally coming from Saudi officials. So for some reason, certain government officials in certain Arab countries are putting out this rumor that they've convinced President Trump not to attack. Okay. So that's been going around. That rumor was there yesterday, the day before. We ignored it. And there's a reason. There's a reason that we ignore rumors, because guys, like I said, there's going to be so much rumor, so much propaganda, so much fake news. And, this channel is not about, fake news or propaganda. We only go to the sources, and that's where we get our info from. So Senator Lindsey Graham just responded to this news article by Al Arabiya English. And he says, all the headlines suggesting that our so-called Arab allies have intervened on behalf of Iran to avoid decisive military action by President Trump are beyond disturbing. The Ayatollah's regime has American blood on its hands. They are slaughtering people in the streets, right? So he's acknowledging that even as of right now, the Islamic regime is still slaughtering people in the streets. If it is accurate that the Arab response is action is not necessary against Iran, given this current outrageous slaughter of innocent people, then there will be a dramatic rethinking on my part regarding the nature of the alliances now and in the future.
Wow. Yes. This is, by the way, Goldie, this confirms that what I said yesterday, that the Islamic Republic tries to hold these countries hostage as a way to try to get them to pressure Trump to back down, because these countries are worried that if Trump attacks the Islamic Republic, the Islamic Republic will attack them in retaliation. So they're very, very scared. So the Islamic Republic has effectively, by threatening these countries, have turned them into lobbies of Islamic Republic in Washington. That's what's happening. But hopefully it has no effect.
Let me just answer this. So I have someone checking my inbox, and if it is important or urgent, they'll forward it to me. But thank you. I have someone, my assistant's monitoring my inbox. So if it's anything urgent, they'll tell me. But again, like we focus on what's publicly available. All right. So there you
Can
go.
Can I show a funny video in response to what Arakshi was saying regarding the nuclear weapons being peaceful?
Sure.
Just to...
Oh, I know what you're.
Okay, so remember, guys, Arakshi said, hold on, let me actually stop the screen share because I didn't share the audio. Arakshi said that the Islamic Republic's nuclear enrichment of uranium is only for peaceful reasons. So let's actually, we have footage
one of my
of
favorite
somebody
movies,
making
by the way.
Yeah, we have footage of somebody making a similar claim. So let's watch this.
People of Wadaya, I come before you today to tell you that the world shall kneel before our great nation. We are 2 months away from enriching weapons-grade uranium to be used for peaceful purposes. It will be used only for medical research and clean energy. It will, and will certainly never be used to attack oh boy.
That's it.
That's my favorite part. Guys, it is such a good movie. It is such a good movie. You have to go see it. The movie I give it a rating of like Aladdin out of Aladdin. If you guys have seen it, you know what I mean. I give it a rating of Aladdin out of Aladdin. So
good.
So good. Okay, so 2CTV is going live in about 14 minutes. Did you want to play your YNET interview, and then we can go to 2CTV, or what would you like to do?
Do we have enough time for the YNET's interview? Let me actually check.
We might not. We might not, because I know you want to explain a little bit what you were talking about. So maybe instead, what we can do is, because people were asking about the Iran Prosperity Project. So why don't we go over that? Because you know, now you have a bit more time. So because people want to know about the Iran Prosperity Project. And guys, so this is the plan that King Reza Pahlavi has in place to transition Iran from a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democratic society. And so these graphics were actually okay, let me see, what is this?
Oh,
I appreciate that, but I'm not interested. Like that's not my focus right now. I'm dealing with the MEK separately online, but I do appreciate that. But I'm not getting involved in any groups or anything like that right now. My priority and my focus is Iran Revolution Live. But thank you for that. Okay, so so this is the document that's publicly available online on the Iran Prosperity Project, and His Royal Highness, the King of Iran, he put these infographics on his communications website. So Armin's going to go through this now and explain it to you. There's 2 infographics here.
Right. All right. So at the top we see, my audio is on, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the top we see an evil castle with dark clouds and thunders. That's the Islamic Republic. Okay, and it's the old regime, which is ideological, confrontational, and isolated. Right. So this is what we're going to move away from. And you see that shining city, the beautiful modern futuristic looking shining city. That's what we're moving towards, and that's our new vision, which is this is basically, guys, this is the transitional foreign policy framework from ideology to pragmatism. This is basically the reason why from the IPP plan they put this segment out, because this is for you, right? The IPP is very, very long and there's a lot of details, but most of it is for us Iranian people regarding how the transition period is going to be for us Iranian people. But they put the foreign policy part out because they want you to see what's in it for you, like why Iranian people winning this revolution, you're benefiting. Okay, so the foreign policy of Iran in the future, this is how it will affect you. And it has 5 pillars. So non-intervention and sovereignty. So we're going to not intervene in the countries in the region and respect their sovereignty. No more, as like, for example, as the Islamic Republic has been intervening in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Syria, in Gaza, in the West Bank. They bombed Pakistan even, which is insane, in many African countries. So we're going to stop doing that. No intervention and respecting other countries' sovereignty. So everybody should welcome that. So that's 1. 2, nuclear transparency and IAEA cooperation. This is the main thing that America cares about, Trump cares about, and the rest of the world should care about. I don't know why they don't, because we know that the only reason the Islamic Republic is enriching uranium is because it doesn't have enough deterring capability, especially now, but all its proxies gone, and it needs enrichment of uranium to show some deterrence. And a nuclear Islamic Republic is horrible for the whole world. I mean, you're still stuck with North Korea and you don't know how to deal with that right now. Imagine if, but North Korea, at least they're not trying to dominate the world. Imagine an Islamic government that its goal is to eventually dominate the whole planet, goes nuclear. So you don't have to deal with that anymore, which is nice. I like the 3rd pillar because it has the flag of Iran, United States, and Israel there, which shows the priorities of our future government, the transitional government, and the priorities of Prince Reza Pahlavi when it comes to relations, right? So it says the 3rd pillar is normalized relations, and it has US and Israel in parentheses because those are our priorities. Isn't that great, guys? The countries that are the main enemies of the Islamic Republic are also the countries that are a priority for relations for our future government. And then but it doesn't limit, it's not limited to US and Israel. That's the 4th pillar. We want balanced global relations with every country out there. We're going to try, unless they mess with us, going to be trying to have good relationship with everybody, especially countries in the region. And then the 5th pillar, economic diplomacy and investment. So a lot of our foreign policy strategy is going to be about trade and investment coming into Iran, investment going from Iran to other countries, and economic cooperation, which is a pragmatic way of looking at international relationships.
Okay. And then the next graphic. There you go.
Yes. So this gives us a timetable, the timetable for the first 100 days. Guys, please remember, this is not the foreign policy of the government that eventually gets elected by the Iranian people. This is for the transition period, right? Because we need to go through a transition period before we get to a stable situation where we could finally have a referendum to eventually go through the steps where we have a government elected by the people. But every revolution, you cannot have you cannot have elections on day 1. Every successful revolution has to go through a transition period, and this is the foreign policy section of that transition period, and this is the timetable, the first 100 days. So you can see that there's 3 segments of when it comes to the timetable of our foreign policy. Segment 1 is week 1, and then segment 2 is month 1, and then segment 3 is month 2 and 3. So week 1, we meant to Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham just posted this like 20 seconds ago. Right.
Wow.
There are a lot of headlines out there that are.
So he says, if you want to know, like literally 55 seconds ago, he says, if you want to know what I think about recent developments in Iran, watch this clip.
There are a lot of headlines out there that in my view, not accurate. President Trump's resolve is not the question. The question is, when we do an operation like this, should it be bigger or smaller? I'm in the camp of bigger. Time will tell. I'm hopeful and optimistic that the regime days are numbered. There are a lot of
He's hopeful and optimistic that the regime days are numbered.
Okay. Okay. And he must know things that he says that. What do you guys think in the chat?
Let's play it again. It's only like 30 seconds long.
There are a lot of headlines out there that are, in my view, not accurate. President Trump's resolve is not the question. The question is, when we do an operation like this, should it be bigger or smaller? I'm in the camp of bigger. Time will tell. I'm hopeful and optimistic that the regime days are numbered. There are a lot of headlines.
He knows. He knows. He knows. And remember when I told you there's two types of attack? One that it only attacks on bases and helps the Iranian people, and the other one that includes hitting the bases, but also some politicians to go for full regime change. That's the discussion I think that is happening right now. To go just to do certain things to basically make the Iranian people remove the obstacle from the path of Iranians doing the revolution, or are they also going to go remove the heads of the government? Those are the two types of attacks we might be looking at. And it seems like that's what they're deciding. What do you think, Goldie?
Yeah. I mean, they're obviously keeping the regime confused, right? Because,
yes.
You know, it's definitely a confusion tactic here. They just don't want the regime to know what's going on. So I think this is great.
Yeah.
I think this is definitely a step in the right direction. 100%. All right, that's just what I want to share. I thought you might appreciate if I shared that.
Oh my God, yeah, for sure.
I'll let you know if anything else comes up.
Yeah, please do. All right, so like I said, this is the timetable. So the good thing about the timetable is that it also shows you the priorities. It also shows like what is the main concern for the transitional government led by Prince Reza Pahlavi. What are, when it comes to our relationship with the rest of the world, the things that are in the first rectangle are probably more important to us than the things in the third one, right? So this is telling where their minds are, where the minds of Prince Reza Pahlavi and his team is when it comes to our relationship with the world, right? So think about this. When it says week 1, that is basically the first few days after the fall of the Islamic Republic. Like, imagine how important that is. The Islamic Republic has fallen. There are so many things that you need to get right, especially stability and security, because everything, like if you don't get that, then everything is going to go chaotic, right? That's the highest priority you have. So if you are putting something in week 1, given that it takes your mind away from other things, it means that it's a high priority for Prince Reza Pahlavi and his team. So let's look at what they want to do on week 1 after the Islamic Republic falls. So it says announce change to powers. So basically showing to the world powers that things are not the same anymore. We have a completely new agenda when it comes to our foreign policy. 2, recognize Israel. This is what I have been showing ever since the IPP came out on my English live streams, like for months now. People ask me like, Armin, how supportive is Prince Reza Pahlavi of Israel? How supportive is it going to be? Are you kidding? Like, maybe you're exaggerating because you're such a big fan of Israel. No, I wasn't exaggerating, because I went on page 47 of the IPP, of the emergency plan of emergency transitional plan for the IPP, and I showed them that on week 1, now we have an infographic which makes our job much easier. On week 1, they want to recognize the state of Israel. By the way, this is the reason why Israel is because that the Islamic Republic doesn't recognize the state of Israel. So we need to officially announce to the world that we recognize the state of Israel. Imagine how big of a deal that is for the prince if they're putting that on week 1. And then 3 commit to IAEA. So that is for America. That is the highest priority for America. Commit to IAEA because Trump really cares about that. Recognize Israel as for Israel, and also announce change to powers. That's basically a general to everyone. And then we have for month 1 formal engagement. Okay, so for month the priorities in the first month in the transition period of the transitional government is start formal talks with the US, EU, and our neighbors, and then begin sanctions negotiations. So guys, once the regime changes, it doesn't work. The sanctions don't get automatically removed. Like you might think like they should get automatically removed, right? Because that was the previous regime. This is the new regime. It does under international law, it doesn't work like that. You actually have to go remove them. So month 1 priority is to go and start the negotiations to remove the sanctions, right? And then third thing for month 1 is open diplomatic channels, right? Because the embassies have the communication between their foreign minister, our foreign minister, ambassadors, all have been disconnected because previously it was all the Islamic Republic. So we need to rebuild those channels with the rest of the world. And then for month 2 and 3, the initial agreements need to start being drafted and signed and everything. So draft MOUs and security pact, launch regional initiatives, and sign first agreements with, again, in parentheses, US and Israel. You could always see US and Israel is always our priority, and then long-term strategic goals. So these were what we read on the right side is the first 100 days. On the left, you can see the long-term strategic goals that we have for our foreign policy is peace through strength, which is a copy of President Trump's foreign policy, and then in parentheses, deterrence, and then strategic US and regional partnerships, Israel normal. So short term, we want to recognize Israel. Long term, we want to start normalization, Israel normalization, regional cooperation. So recognizing the state of Israel is not good enough. We want to have regional cooperation with Israel. Okay, and then multilateral regional frameworks. And this is the most beautiful part. Okay, let's end it on this one. And ideological foreign policy. So we're going to have a pragmatic foreign policy rather than an ideological foreign policy, which is
what Armin. 2C
Yep,
TV started.
Let's do that.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the United States of America has changed its strategy. It appears to be that we are seeing a change of tactics. And of course, a lot of people have become self-appointed experts in geopolitics and military around the world over the last 12 hours or so, probably a bit more than that. It's been a dramatic few hours. People inside Iran continue their uprising, they're gathering to continue the fight back against the Islamic occupation forces. We have the latest videos coming from Iran. We're going to talk about what happened last night after the Iranian airspace was closed. More US troops and warships are now moving towards Iran as we speak. But let's talk about what's actually happened and what we know and what people think that they know, but they actually don't know. And then we're going to show you guys the videos from Iran. All right. First things first, the airspace closed in Iran. The US fighter jets took off. Then we had the Islamic Republic fighter jets taking off. The Israelis activated everything, their defense system and their shelters, warning everybody. Non-essential personnel and many other foreign nationals evacuated from the Middle East, especially in Iran. And then nothing happened. So what appears to be was that their plan was cancelled last minute. Now, as I said, there are a lot of self-appointed experts who don't know anything. The only people who know is President Trump and Team Trump. Now, there are different scenarios. Let's go through them. Number one, speculations about the pressure coming from the Arab countries. Now, the Arab countries have already been putting pressure on the president over the last few days. They've also done it previously, 6 months ago, but you don't really change it last minute. You could just not do it. Second scenario, that this was actually planned. The attack was not going to happen yesterday, and this was to basically test the waters. Again, there is no evidence for that either, but it could be true. Now, there are people who are going around saying President Trump has lost, or the other people saying President Trump is the best, he's won. Neither is true, because it hasn't finished. There are only two scenarios. Either President Trump will shake the hands of the Islamic leaders in Iran, that's one ending, or he will destroy them. The war is ongoing. Now, the third scenario that, apparently the US troops got scared last minute. And the president got scared last minute. Well, more troops and warships are still moving towards the Middle East. Number four, the fourth scenario, which is hilarious, Al Jazeera, the very credible mainstream media outlet, right, claimed that Islamic Republic officials told them that the Americans actually sent a message saying, we don't want to attack you. Of course, the White House, the reaction was, what the F? So that's that one. The fifth scenario, which a lot of people are leaning towards, is also that there was going to be an attack anyway, but there was a change of strategy because President Trump wants a swift and decisive result, not a random, let's just start a war sort of scenario. And that requires the US to be more prepared. Now, but if that's the case, was it the last minute change actually, or was it that it was already decided a few days ago, but they decided to do this anyway? Which goes back to the scenario that those who said, oh yeah, this was planned. Again, we have no evidence that this was planned. What we do know is that the result of what happened last night was absolutely genius. The outcome inevitably was absolutely genius because the Islamic Republic exposed all their protocols, their defense protocols, and their maneuvers and their movements, everything that happened. And there is not enough time for the Islamic Republic to change their defense tactics if there is going to be an actual move in the next few days or week or so. The White House continued to be silent on this. They haven't said anything. That's why obviously a lot of people think that they know, but you don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows this was planned on purpose. Nobody knows that President Trump got scared at the end. That's not true. But the Team Trump are doubling down their support for the Iranians, saying that the help is still coming. We're not going to give you any details. Just wait. We're going to go to that and Lindsey Graham, his response. But first things first, a couple of days on the streets, and even today, the gatherings continue, the fight continues. The Islamic Republic continue to obviously shoot at people, but the Iranians are not giving up. This is a police station in the capital in Tehran that was taken over.
اینجا میدون کاج فرماندهی منگین نیروی انتظامی آتیش گرفته. ای جونم به غیرتتون.
They're still not giving up, regardless of everything that has happened, because they know there is no turning back. A lot of people have been worried that just like 2022, 2019, 2017, people get scared and they go home. People are scared, of course. A lot of people have lost their loved ones, but they know they can't just give up. They can't concede defeat. There is no way. Even in Mashhad, the second largest city, the fight continues. Now, we do have the latest video from one individual from the security forces in the Islamic Republic who has now attacked the leadership and is exposed the truth behind what is happening to individual police officers and security forces and those who are out there doing a crackdown. I'm going to show you that video because he's not too happy. They're not giving them enough money, while of course the IRGC leadership are enjoying everything that they have. But firstly, Team Trump and even Lindsey Graham responded to these type of headlines over the last couple of hours. Trump informed Iran that he does not intend to attack, asked Tehran to exercise restraint. Now, this obviously came from Al Jazeera, saying that the Islamic Republic officials through Pakistan claimed this. The White House said, what on earth are you talking about? Team Trump also said, well, that nobody talked to anybody. At the same time, even Lindsey Graham, who's obviously closely working with the president on the issue of Iran, said all the headlines like these are examples of reporting that are beyond inaccurate. The circumstances around the necessary, decisive action to be taken against the evil Iranian regime have nothing to do with President Trump's will or determination. Nothing could be further from the truth, quite the opposite. Stay tuned. Now, again, the warships and more US troops are still on their way towards the Middle East, a big chunk coming from South China Sea. That's still going to take a few days. If you're going to have theoretically a what they call a swift or decisive action against the Islamic Republic, so that it basically it lasts about, to exaggerate, 2 hours or perhaps 2 days, then you're going to have to obviously accelerate the plan. But if we just entertain all the theories, right, just for the sake of the argument, because all these people who think they know but they don't know, don't listen to any of them. Both sides. Side number one, that is, oh, President Trump basically betrayed everyone. And the other side, oh, President Trump is a saint. He's actually already winning. Ignore everybody. On the issue of the Arabs putting pressure on President Trump, as I said, that's not really anything new. They've done that before. They did that during the 12-day war, and President Trump just ignored them anyway. On the issue of, also, you don't really change the last minute. You just don't do it. Or what you do, what President Trump could have done, actually, to not come across as a coward, for example, but actually wanted to be a coward, he would have done what we call a symbolic one-off strike, right? He could have just hit a couple of ballistic missile sites, and then he would have said, we did it. I'm not a coward. No, the Arabs didn't put pressure on me. We did something. Oh, well, now I tried my best, right? On the issue of this was planned, well, it appears to be that the outcome of what happened last night was brilliant because the Islamic Republic was exposed, their defense protocols. But there is no evidence that this was orchestrated on purpose. It's likely, but there's no evidence. On the issue of the fact that, but also you don't really send a message to the Iranian regime that we don't want to attack you because they always leak. That's just a stupid thing to do, and the Americans are not that stupid. But on the other hand, the only thing that still makes more sense is that the Americans, they've had a lot of conversations between Pentagon and the White House over the last week. What sort of attack? Where are the targets? How long will the attack be? And everything else, right? Do we want to be there towards the end when the regime changes? Are we going to get the blame for regime change? Or do we want to go and hit them enough to then come out, then let the regime change happen anyway? There's so many questions around this. Nobody knows. We don't know. We're not in the room. But if there was a change of strategy in terms of, well, we need more people, we need more troops, we need this, we need that, then it's likely that they would say, well, let's scare them. Let's pretend that we're attacking, but we're not going to attack while we basically stall. And also we'll just see their reaction anyway. But again, there is absolutely no evidence to also suggest that is true. The Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi continues his fight back. He's been addressing the Iranian people on the streets. He's been addressing the Iranian diaspora outside of the country. But the latest video announcement is brilliant because he's now pitching to the world. He's pitching the new Iran as a product to the rest of the world to reassure the world, the international community, don't worry. Regime change happens, Iran will be fine and you will be fine. And I am their leader. There are also rumors about the support for the Crown Prince on the ground as well. Let's quickly go to him and see what he had to say.
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
Now, it's spot on. That's a good pitch. That's a very good pitch to reassure the international community of what Iran you should expect. And of course, as things stand, that is still the case because the Islamic Republic are not winning. And there's still an emergency situation, as I've been showing you as the videos of the latest videos. People are not giving up the fight on the streets. But of course, there's a lot of propaganda because of the internet shutdown that, oh, it's over. Everyone's gone home. Everyone's scared. That's not true. And you can see. But the latest actually also we have is that the Foreign Ministry of Canada have also confirmed that one Canadian national has been killed by the Islamic occupation forces in Iran. And obviously, we are waiting for the Canadian reaction on this in terms of the government. There is also the update that the Red Crescent worker has been killed, where 5 others have been injured. That's one of the staff members with the Red Crescent. His name was Amir Ali Latifi. He was killed in Gilan, and many others, 5 more at least, humanitarian workers are seriously injured. It is according to the International Red Cross. But again, the fight back is continuing, which is fascinating to see. And I think we just got another update from the Crown Prince, in fact. We just received another one. Yeah, it's just the Crown Prince doubling down, saying that a free Iran would be forming the Cyrus Accords, of course, bringing the Arab nations and the Israelis together, adding to the Abraham Accords that we already basically have during the process of it. But the security forces and police officers and IRGC Basij unit members are also getting fed up. The numbers are now low, as you've been seeing on the streets. Another one has come out. His silence. He's made a video with English subtitles saying that we, as in the security forces personnel, we are starving while the Islamic leaders are having a feast. Basically, they're enjoying their life. So this Islamic Republic officer says that he earns $185 a month. 185. That's 24 million to month. It's nothing really. It's not even enough, he says, for transport. Let's go to him and see what he had to say.
این جانب ساتوان سوم مصطفی لقمانی افسر پلیس مملکت جمهوری به ظاهر اسلامی الان چند دقیقه هست پیامک واردی حقوق آذر ماه هم دریافت کردم. مبلغ دریافتی حقوق بنده با 3 فرزند که هر 3 فرزندم محصل هستن شده مبلغش 23 میلیون و 900 و خورده ای. و بنده مستاجر هستم، ساکن شهرستان مینا استان هرمزگان هستم و محل کار بندر عباس. باید هر روز این مسیر رو طی بکنم، برم بیام هر سری رفت و برگشتم 500 تا 600 هزار تومان باید کرایه بدم. و اکنون تقاضا دارم از ملت شیپرور یک کلیه‌ای دارم، کلیه هم سالمه، میخوام کلیه رو بفروشم. هر کی خریداره به این شماره کارت که الان میکنم خدمت آقای خامنه‌ای، آقایون مسئولین، آقایونی که دارین حکومت میکنین و از حکومت لذت میبرید، صبر نیروهای مسلح، صبر پرسنل، صبر همکاری ما یه اندازه‌ای داره. از تمام همکارا بالاخره مشکل دارن و همه یا فوش میدن یا بد و بیرا میگن، نفرین میکنن، هزار کار دیگه میکنن. ولی خب میترسن مثلا مثل من کلیپی منتشر بکنن. ولی من چیزی برای از دست دادن ندارم و این کلیپ رو منتشر میکنم. انشالله برسه به دست آقای خامنه‌ای مقام عضو.
It's insane, isn't it? He's literally selling his kidney. Now, you're telling me these guys are going to be able to survive another few weeks of this? So many of them have already defected anyway. So many of them are not following the orders. They had to bring in the Arabs from countries like Iraq to go and shoot people on the ground because they don't have enough personnel who are actually Iranian. They are also shattered, they're tired, but people obviously on the ground who are out there on the streets, they can basically take a break because there's a bigger crowd out there on the streets. They can go for a nap. The other one will go out, sit down for a bit. But the security forces, they have to always be on standby with their guns and everything else because they also get attacked, right? Rightly so. They can't sustain this. And even the Arab militias, they're not many of them anyway. They're only in a few hundreds. But the uprising continues. Today was another funeral in Abdanan. Ali Reza Saidi and a huge crowd continued their protests. Death to Khamenei, they chant. This is in Abdanan. Huge crowd. They're not going anywhere. Crazy. Death to the supreme leader. The revolution in Iran continues. They're not giving up. Brilliant. This is the year of blood. Khamenei will be toppled. They can't stop this crowd. They can shoot with a few of them. It's impossible to stop the crowd as long as they stay out. Crazy stuff. But the pressure from the White House on the IRGC also continues. The message from the administration is we're still, of course, supporting the Iranian people. You have also said, confirmed that senior Islamic officials are sending millions and billions of money overseas, and the rats, according to the American government, the rats are abandoning ship. And according to the US, the regime is falling anyway, and it's simply about the last push, and the Americans are going after the money, and things will happen soon.
Rob, the other thing, as Treasury, who carries out the sanctions, we can see is we are now seeing the rats fleeing the ship, because we can see millions, tens of millions of dollars being wired out of the country, snuck out of the country by the Iranian leadership. So they are abandoning ship, and we are seeing it come into banks and financial institutions all over the world. And what we do at Treasury is we follow the money, whether it is through the typical banking system or through digital assets. We are going to trace these assets, and they will not be able to keep.
Yeah, so much has already been transferred overseas. The massacre of the Iranian people, of course, is also continuing by the Islamic occupation forces and primarily their Arab proxies who are on the ground. We do have another voice message from Iran that I can show you with English subtitles about the state of situation right now for the people. Let's go.
حتی فکرش هم نمیکنه، حتی تو تصورات خودش هم نمیبینه که امروز تو ایران چه اتفاقی داره میفته. هزار نفر آدم کشته شدن، دوستا، رفیقا، تمام عزیزان ما کشته شدن تو ایران. فقط صدای ما باشید، بهتره صدای ما دنیا بشنوه. اگر تو چند روز آینده اتفاقی نیفته، همه ایران قتل عام میشن. همه ایران قتل عام میشن. به خدا نمیخوام اغراق کنم، ولی واقعا وضعیت وحشتناک و خفقانه. فقط باید از بیرون کمک بشه. اینجا هیچ اتفاقی نمیده، با دست خالی هیچی نمیشه. باید از بیرون کمک بشه. نام وحشتناکی رخ داده، به چشم دیدیم تو خیابونامون، در خونه هامون آدم بوده در خونه کشته، دختر 17 ساله، 18 ساله، 16 ساله در خونه کشته شده. نمیتونم الان واقعا اسم بگم، چون واقعا امروز اگر مثلا تلفن من شنود بشه یا هر اتفاقی بیفته، ما آمارا رو دارن جمع میکنن، برگشتیم به 100 سال قبل. ما آمارا دارن جمع، اینترنت قطع، وضعیت وحشتناک و واقعا غیر قابل توصیفی توی ایران. اگر صدای منو میتونید پخش کنید تو شبکه‌های تو واقعا پخش کنید، واقعا داره جنایت جنگی، جنایت علیه قول گفتنی بشریت تو ایران اتفاق میفته. میگن 12,000 نفر، نمیدونم 10,000 نفر، بیزن شوخی در برابر چیزهایی که ما به چشم نمیشه اصلا گفت که چه جنایتی دارن تو ایران میکنن. همتون رو دوست دارم.
Yeah, of course, these are horrifying stories that are coming out of Iran. And the difficulty right now is, as you know, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and the others have said that the US can't use their airspace. Well, that's why the warships are on their way from Asia to the Middle East. So that is going to be changing the game regardless of whatever happens in the next few days. Now I've got the hiccups. That's fun. Now, there's some reactions here. Is it true that only 20% want the Crown Prince? No, because there's no official survey. And millions of people who are currently out on the streets, they all only chant one name, which is the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. carrier and not until 5 days. Will momentum get lost? No, but because it doesn't matter. It's not even about, at this point, the people on the streets. It's not about them fully staying out, because in most places, like most of Tehran, you still have martial law. But it's different to the uprising failing. Previously, in any country, but even in Iran, when the uprising fails, people get scared, they get killed, they get arrested, they go home. They concede defeat for the time being. And then the regime will celebrate and they'll go back to normal. Right now, that is not happening. Even at times in certain parts of the capital, when basically you have the army everywhere, the IRGC military, and people can't really gather in big groups. Obviously, across the country, they are still out in big groups, massive crowds. There's an emergency situation. Things have not gone back to normal. The regime can't celebrate. That's why they're still transferring the wealth of the nation overseas. That's why they're still sending their families abroad. That's why the internet is still shut down. So even if everybody basically stays at home, the regime knows it's not over, because if they basically remove the troops and the security forces from the streets, people are going to come out again. So this is now an ongoing battle, and it's only, what is it, day 18? Is it day 18, day 17? A regime like this, in average, it should take about a year to bring it down. At least 6 months, not 2-3 weeks. And already we've seen huge progress in 3 weeks. So it's never going to be that easy anyway, but the regime can't go back to normal. Trump should have said, help us, help is on its way. Eventually, then people wouldn't be so upset. So I saw the executions postponed until tomorrow. That's the thing. So they said yesterday they're not going to do it. Yes, day 19. I just realized day 19. Yesterday they're not going to do it. Today they're not going to do it, but they postponed the executions till tomorrow, Friday, which they're literally poking the bear right now. The regime, they want to do public execution tomorrow. If they do that, they're just effing around for absolutely no reason. All they need to do is just delay it. You can torture your prisoners. You know, that's what they do. They're used to that. You got the prisoners. You got all the people you kidnap. Just keep them alive, but torture them. Don't do public executions. You just give him more ammunition to your so-called enemy. It's crazy stuff. They think they're showing strength. It's just stupidity. The keyboard military experts make love. I know everybody is a military expert. It's brilliant. It's so funny. I blame the Arabs for the delay because they did not cooperate. Pull all U.S. military forces from all Arab countries permanently. You can't, because the Chinese and the others will take control, bring them home. That's the problem. You can't really bring them home. It will be chaos, the Middle East, without the Americans there. But it doesn't matter about the Arabs. People think this is like some sort of basic movie where, oh, well, if the Arabs said something, President Trump is going to basically back down. So as I said, the warships are coming anyway. That's going to take a few days to get there. That way you can prevent using anyone's airspace. You can go straight to Iran. But President Trump doesn't back down last minute just because Saudi Arabia said something. He would have canceled it a week ago. He would have canceled it 2 days ago, 3 days ago. But there was also never a confirmation that the attack will happen yesterday, for example. Speculations was, oh, this is going to happen, it's going to happen. But the president is not going to tell you when he's going to attack. That would be a stupid thing to do. It's just a weird thing. Now, Brian says, so how many more have to die while Trump gets his S together? People in Iran, how long can they keep up the revolution? Please help them soon. Because it's geopolitics is not based on emotions. It's not really about how many people die. That's an emotional thing that civilians think about. That's a human emotion. Oh, well, I'm sad that some other person just got killed. Oh, 2 people killed, that's okay. But 4 people, that's too much, right? But when it comes to geopolitics, you can't think that way. You have to stay focused. And we still don't know what the White House is thinking. Nobody knows what the White House is thinking. They might have completely now changed their mind. They might now love the Islamic Republic, right? They might love it. Or they might still hate it. But they can't just make decisions based on people's emotions. That's not really how it works. Especially after the last few interventions. Chaos. Watch Trump invade Iran, drop water instead. And why is so Trump so hesitant to attack? We don't have the intel.
Okay, so I think we're just he's just going through the super chats right now. So I think that the update is over. Armin's going to be back soon because he's doing an interview right now. And I'm actually doing an interview with Newsmax in about an hour. I'm trying to figure out if the interview is going to be live streamed somewhere, because if it is live streamed, then what I'll do is I'll see if I can like get Armin to live stream my interview, so that while I'm gone, you guys, I have 2 interviews today with Newsmax. So all right. I want to go to some news while we're waiting, okay? So here we go. Don't worry, guys. Armin will be back. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I can if it's being broadcast live. I'll let you guys know. I'm doing Newsmax. Today I'm just doing 2 with Newsmax. I was supposed to do OAN, but I had to cancel it because I wasn't feeling too well. But yeah, Armin's in an interview right now. So there we go. See, guys, like we are the news. And if you stick with Iran Revolution Live, you'll get the news before the mainstream media. So there you go. Okay, so let's go to some breaking news. Let's check out Iran International English. So security forces have stepped up their presence and activity across several parts of Tehran, a resident said in a message sent to Iran International. The resident said security forces are patrolling neighborhoods on motorcycles and pickup trucks with their faces covered, firing shots into the air, shining lasers into homes, and verbally abusing residents. According to the resident, security agents are also raiding people's homes and confiscating satellite TV equipment, including satellite dishes and receivers. So the reason that they're confiscating satellite TV equipment is because one of the ways that the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, I have no idea if Armin's interview is being broadcast live. He didn't give me any info, so I don't know anything about that. But the reason that the IRGC they confiscate satellite equipment is because it's one of the ways that His Royal Highness communicates with people in occupied Iran. The resident added that security forces entered his sister's home in her absence and took away her satellite TV receiver. So there you go. Look at all these Islamic regime thugs, right? Look at all these Islamic regime thugs. U.S. Treasury said it sanctioned Iran's top security chief, Ali Larijani, for coordinating the Islamic Republic's response to nationwide protests on behalf of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, and for publicly calling on security forces to use force to repress peaceful demonstrators. United States has imposed new Iran-related sanctions, according to U.S. Treasury Department's website. Yep, there we go. Canada has said on Thursday that one of its citizens has died in Iran at the hands of Iranian authorities. I mean, died is not the right word, right? It should be murdered, according to a statement by the country's foreign minister. Oh, look, this is Iranians in Germany. Yeah, let me fix this here. Sorry. I'm just getting the Newsmax live stream link. Sorry, guys. Okay, I think I actually have the Newsmax link. All right, so let me play this. Let me play this for you guys, and then we'll check out the Newsmax link, and we'll see if it works. Okay. There you go. So there's that. And let me play you something else here that I wanted to share with you guys.
What is this?
Welcome back. Oh, these were just people in Germany. But so guys, this is demonstrations, okay? So this is a funeral. And what's happening at the funeral is a lot of angry Iranians have gone out, and the funeral has turned into a demonstration against the regime in and of itself. So guys, the revolution is still happening. And here they're chanting Magbar Khomeini.
Death to Khomeini.
So the reason that people are cheering and clapping here is because what they're saying is that we are honoring our heroes, and they're cheering and clapping in order to like keep morale up, because they know that these videos are making it to the outside world. So what they're so the message that they're giving to all of you is that, you know, don't cry for us right now. We're in the middle of a war. We're in the middle of a revolution, and right now we're winning. You know, we're very close to victory, and so we're honoring our heroes, but we're going to mourn for them after. So that's why they're clapping. Armin, so a lot of people are asking me to like send the emojis that I have to you guys. I've already sent all the emojis to Armin, so
I can't find them.
I sent them to you in WhatsApp. I sent them all to you in WhatsApp.
Can you email them instead? Sorry. But it's okay.
I just sent them all to you in WhatsApp. You have them all there.
Okay. I will
check your WhatsApp. It's all there. I sent them to you twice now.
Oh, you did? I'm not seeing it. What the hell?
Check your WhatsApp. It's all there. Here.
Weird.
I will.
Is it actually? Thank you. Great, guys. Goldie wants, guys, on the Atheist Republic channel, Goldie has your back. She's like, why is Armin not adding the emojis for you guys? See, she's supporting you guys.
Wait, did I not send them? Let's see.
Because it's not going through.
I sent them all.
Did you send them now? Because I'm not seeing anything.
No, I sent them a while ago. Here.
Maybe you're seeing it from your end, but not from my
No,
end.
there you go. I sent them to you a few days ago.
Oh, okay.
I just sent you a message. Do you see that?
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did not. I'm so sorry. I thought that's something else. Okay.
No, I sent you everything, so you have it all.
Okay, great.
All right, guys. Armin has all the stuff there.
Wow, thank you. Okay.
Those are all the emojis that I've pretty much been using.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to these. These are beautiful.
Yeah, I know. I made them myself.
You made them yourself? Oh.
Yeah. My emojis. So
That's so cute.
Okay, so there's that.
They're low.
Oh, look
They're. Oh
Wait,
yeah. They're
I want to
this.
share this.
Yeah. Go. Show
I want
this.
to share this video, yeah, because this is as well, guy. Because a lot of people are asking, you know, what's going on? Have things died down? Absolutely not. So this video is recent. Look at this. Right? So there's still a lot happening.
Aren't they the bravest of people?
They really are. Super brave.
They're basically stepping on exactly where last night people were dying.
And look,
That's what
this
they're
is new footage. So this is from last night, guys. This shows increased security presence as forces continue to crack down on Iranians. So look at all those like security forces, like military. Right? So it's literally just like terrorists getting everywhere. You see that?
The price that they have paid is too high for them to go back home.
Yeah. So there's another one. Here's people in Berlin. Iranians in Berlin supporting Iranians inside the country. Look at this.
Trump! Support Iran! President Trump! Support Iran! President Trump!
So they're saying President Trump support Iran.
President Trump! Support Iran! President Trump! Support Iran! President Trump! Support Iran!
So there's that one. And that was the message from the king. This is Budapest, guys. So this is Budapest. Like, so literally Iranians like all around the world, right? All around the world, doesn't matter where we are. Everyone everywhere is rising up, right? So wait, what did I do that for? Let me fix this again. Here we go. This one. No. This one. Oh no, wait. This one. All right. So even in Budapest. So here we go.
How they gonna get there? Revolution! How they gonna get there? Revolution! Jihad alternative. Jihad alternative. Donald Trump, stop your name. Donald Trump, because your name. Donald Trump, it stands for freedom. It stands for right. It stands for freedom.
So there's that. Oh, this is an interesting post by Newt Gingrich. So he says, let's be clear, when the Iranian dictatorship says it will not hang anyone else, it is just plain lying. The Iranian dictatorship can only survive by terrifying its own people, and killing protesters is a key part of that terror campaign. They may substitute shooting for hanging, but as long as they are in power, they are going to be killing people. Furthermore, they have well over 10,000 demonstrators who are now in prison. Any advisors suggesting to President Trump that Iranian dictatorship promises have any meaning should be ashamed of themselves. Either the tyrants go or the protesters will continue to be killed. So it's nice to see that a lot of Americans are coming on board here. Okay, so here's new video. So here's new video, guys. This was posted less than 2 hours ago. Okay, so for everyone who's saying that the demonstrations are not happening and the revolution has died out, guys, those are just trolls. Okay, they're trolls and they're trying to just bring morale down. But here you go. Like this is literally Iranians just like a few hours ago. Watch this. And they're chanting, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. You see, like everyone's peaceful, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's peaceful. Like there's no like violence. There's no like calls for like Allahu Akbar. There's no like jihad, right? It's just Iranians are going to the streets and they're saying what they want. They're saying this is a final battle. Pahlavi will return, and they're getting slaughtered for it. They're getting slaughtered for this by the Muslim terrorists who have occupied the country. So let's see what else we got here. Yeah, so these images are going viral because this looks a lot like October 7, right? So these are the foreign terrorist proxy militias that have come in, generally from like Iraq or like Hamas, like Palestine, Gaza, Lebanon, like Hezbollah, Syria, right? Coming in. And we already showed that. Tajamo. So these are some university students in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I saw that. This is good. So it's not as big as the university students coming for Gaza and Palestine, but it's still, we'll take it. We'll take that.
The internet is still down, by the way. Like literally, the internet is down. So the only way that we even know what's going on in occupied Iran is because of Elon Musk and Starlink, right? So if Starlink hadn't been smuggled into the country, we would have no idea what's going on, because this is actually really, really scary. Really scary. But this is a tactic. This is a tactic from the Islamic dictatorship. They shut off the internet, and then they've been putting like signal jammers, and they've also going in and they're locating the Starlink devices and confiscating the Starlink devices, because they want the outside world to think that the protests have died down. But if anything, the protests are increasing. Like, guys, we're in the middle of a revolution. We're in the middle of a revolution, and this is the end, right? This is the end. And Iranian people have said it's now or never, and we're not going to give up until Iran is free. And that's why the internet is still shut off, because the Islamic Republic does not want you guys, the outside world, to know the truth about what's happening inside of the country. So again, just because we're not seeing as much footage, it doesn't mean that it's nothing's happening there.
In fact, the less connection we have, the more killing is taking place.
But also the more demonstrations and riots and revolution, because it's not just about the killing, it's about the Islamic Republic doesn't want the world to know that Iranians are still out there demonstrating and protesting, right?
Right.
Let's see. Okay.
By the way, guys, I added the emojis if you want to use them. Thank you, Goldie.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Finally. So did you want to go to your interview now?
Oh, okay.
Because I know you want to talk about that. I have a live interview on Newsmax in about 30 minutes. So I'm trying to find the live stream, and then maybe what you could do is when I'm gone, you could actually live stream that so that our viewers can watch my interview, and then I'll just come back.
Okay,
So
sounds
I'm
good.
trying to find the live stream, but in the meantime, you
Yeah,
let's go to
I'll
your
show that.
interview. Yeah.
And how long you will be gone?
I don't know. I think like 15, 20 minutes maybe.
Okay, sounds good. I could do
But
this.
I mean, you'll be
That's
live
exactly.
streaming it, I guess. So
Yeah.
okay.
So let's just remove this one. This one, show this one, right? I
Well,
have
you
two.
mentioned that you wanted to go over your interview from yesterday. Is this the one you were talking about?
Yeah, because the last I didn't show the last part by mistake the first time I showed it. Yeah,
Yep,
so I'll
so-
just do this one. Okay, sounds good. Oh, Goldie, they look so beautiful when people are using it. Oh my god, it's so pretty. I love them. People are using it in the chat. Thank you. You're muted.
You're very welcome. I hope you enjoy.
Yeah, we're enjoying people linking it. Thank you, Goldie. Okay, guys, our chat became so much prettier because of Goldie now. Well, so Tora is saying, what is that? That's the Derafshe Kavyani, which is the symbol for the Sassanid Empire. The symbol for the Sassanid Empire. The the one. Okay, let me actually show them. Show them so you guys know what we're doing. Okay, so this one, guys, use it on Goldie's chat as well. I'll just show you two, and then we could do Persian symbolism on one day. Once the revolution is over, we could do Persian symbolism, right? So I'll just tell you what these two are. Okay, so if you use this symbol in the chat, this is the Shahbaz. It's a bird. This is the symbol for the Achaemenid Empire, which we call Hachameneshi. Hachameneshi. Okay, this is basically the empire that Cyrus the Great was a king of. So Cyrus the Great was part of the Achaemenid Empire. So this symbol is Shahbaz, which is a bird. Okay, and the other symbol that you guys are using is this one, Derafshe Kavyani. This is the symbol for the Sassanid dynasty and the Sassanid Empire. So the Sassanid Empire or Sasanian Empire and the Achaemenid Empire, which is this one, are the two favorite empires by Iranians. So this is much better. The Achaemenid one is a lot older. The Sassanid Empire, which is this one, is the one that we had before the Islamic invasion. Anyways, let's go here. By the way, a lot of Iranians use this symbol more than this one because the Sassanid Empire was the one fighting against the Islamic takeover, the Arab takeover. So this is not just a Persian symbol. It's also in the modern times, it has turned into a decolonization symbol as well. So it's a symbol that represents fighting against, Arabization and Islamic takeover. So this symbol represents that as well. That's why when you saw, we were showing you guys the videos of some people in Iran, threats, putting signs on the houses of government officials to threaten them, to let them know that they're watching. This is the symbol that they were putting on their houses. Anyways, sorry, I have to start this or else we're not going to be able to go through it. Oh yeah, we're saying we love the emojis. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys loving it. Sorry it took so long. Goldie made me do it. See, Goldie loves you guys too. She doesn't just look after her chat, but also you guys. Oh, what happened here? Go back. There we go. Anyways, let's play this. Sorry, talking too much.
איתנו ליאור בן ארי, כתבתנו ענייני העולם הערבי, וכאמור ארמין נוואבי, פעיל איראני, גולה איראני.
All right, guys, I'm going to skip the Hebrew part. Apologize to Israelis in the chat. but there are many people here that don't understand Hebrew, so we're going to skip that, okay?
Back to you. When was the last time you managed to spoke with your family in Iran? Are you able to stay updated on their situation there?
Well, I haven't been in touch with my family and the network of Iranians that I have in Iran for ever since they cut the internet. I just want to tell you right now that they're washing the bloods of Iranians off the streets right now, and they're getting for another wave of slaughter of Iranian people for tonight. The regime is going all out. It's a mass slaughter, guys. It's a bloodbath, and I just want to tell you, like, it's a nightmare. Every night they're using weapons that are meant for war, and they're shooting them directly into the people. The people are still coming out every night in millions, and the regime knows that this is the end, so they're using everything they can against the people. It's a bloodbath. It's a nightmare. I haven't been I really need to tell you guys this, okay? I have a show that I stream to Iranians every day. So my audience is mostly Iranians, okay? And I have been telling them for years, with great success, that Israel is our ally, and all my audience believes in that, and Iranians believe in that. And this is why when we were still connected with Iranians, I was getting videos from inside the protest, people chanting Am Israel Chai. We came out, Iranian people came out in the streets
in Iran, I mean, right?
Yes, in Iran, in Iran, we had signs of people saying, "Thank you, Bibi, Am Israel Chai, thank you, Trump." The Iranian people have become more and more Israeli, especially after the 12-day war. We were so thankful for Israel taking out IRGC leaders, but please understand that the most important reason why you're seeing so many people in the streets are because of the command of Prince Reza Pahlavi, but also because the Iranian people believed that Trump and Netanyahu has their back. Okay, so the Iranian people, unlike most other countries in the Middle East, every other country in the Middle East, became more and more pro-Israeli after October 7th. When the world was turning against Israel, the Iranian people were becoming more and more pro-Israeli. We are the most pro-Israeli nation on the planet after Israel, and we just need your help right now, because we need your help immediately, because in the next couple of hours, the Iranian people are going to go back into the streets, and I can't tell you how bad the situation is. People are dying in numbers that is unbelievable. We're talking tens of thousands. We have at least 12,000 in just 2 nights. And they're killing them in darkness, and you're not seeing the mass numbers yet, but it has been reported by Iran International has been in touch with people from the IRGC, from the Basij, who are people who are horrified about what's happening. So they're trying to send out the information because they're trying to refuse command. It's a nightmare. And Bibi Netanyahu promised us that when we do this, he had a video message, and I remember when he put that video message out there, we were celebrating. The Iran, Bibi Netanyahu's messages to Iranian people goes viral in Iran. They are so popular and they love him. But he promised us that when this happened, he will be by our side, that we will help us. And the last messages that I was getting from Iran before they cut the internet and all the landlines were telling, these were the messages that I was getting. They were telling me, "Where is Bibi, Armin? You told us he will be here. Where is he? So please help us out right now." Yeah.
So Armin, why did you choose to share your story with the Israeli media at this moment? What are your expectations from the Israeli government, from Benjamin Netanyahu?
Guys, I think I give a really good answer here, in my own opinion. I think when you're talking about assistance, you have to always talk about mutual benefits. It's not charity. Every country is responsible for their own citizens. You also have to communicate what you would get out of it. It's not like just come help us because we need help. It's also come help us because we help you. There needs to be mutual interest. There needs to be mutual benefit. So I think this was I think this was the answer I give here. It's a very good answer, and it's also important for other people to give similar answers when they're asking for assistance. So watch this. Okay, so first of all, I understand that every nation has to prioritize themselves. Okay, so no, your government, obviously their priority is Israeli interests and your safety and your security. Our expectation is to just continue doing what you do best, which is protect Israelis. And the best way to protect Israelis is right now to help the Iranian people take out your main enemy. All the problems that you're facing has been financed and has been backed by the Islamic Republic. And you helped by protecting yourselves, you help the Iranian people get to the point where the Islamic Republic is so weak that we're so close to pushing the Islamic Republic off a cliff. We just need one last support from you guys, because guys, we are, one way or another, the Islamic Republic is going. This is the final days of the Islamic Republic, but the cost that we're paying is so high. There is a mountain of bodies right now in the streets of Iran. I cannot explain how bad this is. And if you help us, you will forever be our heroes. We will forever consider you our hero. And you will not, it's not just that you will be getting rid of your main enemy, the backer of all your enemies will be gone, and Israelis will be safer, and nobody would ever dare challenge Israel again because you took out your main enemy. It's on top of getting rid of the Islamic Republic, you will have a major ally. You will have your best ally right next to you in the Middle East. You will have a secular democratic government under the leadership of Prince Reza Pahlavi, who is a major Israeli ally. The Iranian people love Israel. We have ancient historical ties with each other. We almost forget that for 40 years, but we're going to go back to being allies, and we're going to help protect you in the region. It's going to be a great alliance between the nation of Israel and the nation of Iran. Yes, go on.
So Armin, the protests are continuing right now, despite the regime using live fire against the demonstrators. How long do you think people can keep going under these conditions?
As long as it takes, because the amount of blood that has been spilled in the streets means that there's no going back. There's no going back. No regime will ever be able to survive. Once we get to this level, when a state is, when a government, I don't even want to call them government, they're a foreign occupying force that we're trying to get rid of. But once they turn their weapons to this extent at their own people, then the cost has been too high for us to go back. So there is no going back until this regime is over. I know with or without help, this regime is gone. The reason why we're asking for help is not because without help, is because we just need to reduce the cost. We just need to reduce the cost, and because this is in the benefit of Israel, because Iranian people will never forget who came to their aid at the moment that we needed them the most, and you will have a thankful and grateful Iranian people that will be your allies forever, and that's why we need your help right now.
So,
but we will not go home until we're done.
So Armin, we mentioned before that President Trump said yesterday that help is on its way, but the U.S. has not taken military action yet. Are you worried the regime could crush the protests before any real help arrives?
The protests will not be crushed, even if it temporarily stops a little bit, which I don't know if it happens. The conditions are impossible. You cannot go back to normal once you kill this many people. And all the conditions that cause this revolution is only going to get 10 times worse with this regime. So there is no stopping this. There is no stopping this. That's not what my concern is. The regime days are numbered. My concern is, what is the cost for us to get there? That's what my concern is. Too many of my fellow Iranians are dying, and I'm trying to figure out what I could do to send a message. They're begging you for help. They're begging you for help, and I just want to. And I also want to ask more Israelis to support Prince Reza Pahlavi, because it's not just about removing the Islamic Republic. It's also making sure that the Islamic Republic doesn't use a tactic to come back in a reform way and come back and take this current regime, this current format of it in place. So the only way to make sure that once the regime is gone, a proper alternative that is secular, democratic, and an ally of Israel and an ally of the West is in place is for Israelis and Americans to know Prince Reza Pahlavi and know the Iranians. The Iranian people are coming out in the streets and they're chanting only one man's name, and that's Prince Reza Pahlavi. And I need more Israelis to understand that he is an ally of Israel and to support him.
So, Armin, how worried are you about your family? You can contact with them. Do you know if they are taking part in the protests in Iran?
Every single people in my network that we have been preparing this for years. We have created, I've been involved in creating a network of people against the Islamic Republic inside Iran, and I have lost touch with them. I knew until the very last moments that the internet was still there. They were participating in the protest. They were sending me videos of their participation, and they were also so proud to say "Am Israel Chai" when they were there, and they were so hopeful. But I'm not in touch with them, but I'm pretty sure they're still in the streets. If they're still alive, every single one of them is in this. Well, right now it's the morning, but I'm pretty sure as soon as it gets dark, they will be back in the streets. Even though when in the morning they see all the blood and they see all the bullets in the streets and they know what happened last night, they're getting ready to go back in the streets.
Armin, I really hope your dream becomes a reality. Thank you so much, Armin.
Thank you,
Armin. I have
Javid Shah.
That was a fantastic interview. You did great.
Thank you.
I have new footage. Can I just share this new footage and then we can go back?
This is the last. This is the part that I forgot. Didn't show last time. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. That's what that's the part that I didn't play last time. So yeah, let's go.
Manoto just posted this. Wait. Let me
remove. Oh.
Okay.
I think we're both removing it. Yep. There we go. There we go.
Manoto just posted this a minute ago. This is happening right now. Happening right now in Tehran.
Amazing. Wow.
So they're chanting Irano pas migirim, which means we will reclaim Iran. Any news? This is the news. This is the news. This is the news. Literally, this is the news. People are still chanting.
Iran! Iran! Iran!
It says 19 day.
19 day?
Yeah, so today is 25, I think.
Oh. 25? Well, Manoto just posted it. So I guess that's footage coming out from before.
Yes. So sometimes it takes a couple of days for the videos to get out, yeah.
Okay. So guys, I just want to say, like, this is actually proof that it's still going on because the internet is shut down. Because the internet is shut down, it's harder for us to get videos right away, right? So this is from only a few days ago, even though it came out now, right? So the stuff that's happening right now, we might not get until tomorrow or the day after because the regime is shutting down the internet. But Manoto News just posted this a few minutes ago. So there you go. This is new footage. Let's see.
White House press briefing in 4 minutes.
Oh, is it on Iran?
Well, it's going to be about anything they ask. I think the reporters ask.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I mean, that's what I assume.
Do you want to go to that?
Okay. I mean, yeah. Nobody can send me the link. Yeah. Saying Fox News. What do you mean by Fox News? Is it going to be live on Fox News? Okay, somebody is getting that link, and there's another خبر فوری اختصاصی. Okay, I'm getting some crazy news that I need to confirm because this is too big. So Hale, can you double check that? I can't believe that is true. I don't want to say this on air unless it's 100% confirmed. Okay, so I got the White House. So White House press briefing. Let's watch that. Okay, so Fox is playing that. We don't know if they're going to be Iran related. So it's starting in 6. It says, 2 minutes. By the way, she's great. By the way, she really does.
I have a lot of respect for her. Okay.
I'm getting some crazy news from inside Iran, but I just want to be 100% sure.
Can you send it to me? What are you getting?
Well, I don't want to excite you unless I'm sure.
Well, just send it to me anyway.
Okay. Don't get upset if it's not real, okay?
No, I know, because we know it's unconfirmed. It's just rumors at this point. I know I'm on CBN. I did an interview with CBN yesterday. Oh, they're watching my CBN interview. Yeah, I did a media interview with CBN yesterday. I do a lot of interviews, guys.
Yeah, she helped me get an interview on Talk TV. Goldie helped me do that as well.
What? Yeah, we need to confirm. We need to 100% confirm that.
I know, right?
The volume is really low, but it could be just because it hasn't started yet.
I think because they haven't set it up yet. She's not, guys. She's not answering reporter questions. She's just answering regarding the like usually they have somebody at the beginning that comes explains, the technical stuff, not the. It's not the actual answers to the political question.
Oh my gosh, I have to go to my interview in like 10 minutes.
What do I do? Do I play this or do I play your?
You play this because this is more important. Okay. I can do my like if people really want, like I can play that interview at some point, like during the break or something.
Okay.
When we take a break or something. Oh, apparently I have another interview scheduled with Fox News, but I don't know when. So we're just working that out right now. So I'm going to be going on Fox News maybe at some point. That'd be kind of cool.
Crazy. Do you know Yosef Haddad?
Yeah, I know.
Yosef. Oh.
I already have someone who's helping me with the Israeli channels, so that's fine.
I'm trying to get on channel 14. Somebody gave me a super chat saying I should ask you for help
Ask
for that.
me?
Yeah.
I don't have Yosef's
Because
number, but I mean, Armin, you should reach out to Emily Schrader because Emily Schrader is,
I
with Yosef.
I did.
So
I did. Guys, if you could help, if anybody could help me get on channel 14, my email is armin.navobi@gmail.com. Channel 14. If you guys know any contacts, anyway, I did contact Emily regarding that. She invited me to her show. Yeah, channel 14 would be great, guys, if anybody could help out.
I'm gonna have to go for like a good back massage after this because I've just been like hunched in front of my laptop all day for the last like 19
Yeah,
days.
you deserve it.
Oh
Go
God.
treat yourself.
At some point, when this is over. Okay, I'm gonna go get ready for my interview. Good luck with all this, and I'll be back when I'm done.
All right, sounds good. I'll just answer questions in the chat while you're away.
Okay.
I mean, while they're getting ready. Then
Yeah, I'll see you guys soon.
Good luck. Not that you need it. Yeah, guys, my email is armin.navabi, just my first name dot my last name @gmail.com. If you could figure out how to get me on channel 14, like that would be, I already did one Israeli media, but a lot of people are telling me like it would be great if you could get on channel 14. So please, my Israeli followers, help me out here. Don't don't email me with like just recommendations on what to do or any emails. Just if you have the contact, you have made the contact and the connection has already been made, like then email me then, because that's what I need. I have some beautiful videos from Israel, by the way, that I will share later if I get the chance. Of Rebecca Barseth, she sent me some beautiful videos from Israel of Israelis supporting Iran. And I don't know if I'm going to get the chance to share that with you guys at some point. Oh, okay. We got a super chat saying the UN Security Council meeting on Iran is scheduled to begin at 3 p.m. Eastern Time at the United Nations. They will meet after an emergency meeting was requested yesterday by the US. It looks important. Yeah, actually, I said that at the beginning of the show. While we're waiting for this, let me actually read you the analysis that I had prepared for you guys to see what's going on. So this is actually a big deal. So guys, so listen to this. Thank you for the reminder for that. Let me actually read this to you, okay? So meeting schedule. A UN Security Council meeting is scheduled for 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is basically approximately 11 p.m. Iran time. Well, I mean, it's approximately because they're half hour different. Well, actually, forget the Iran time because it's like their time zone is like a little bit weird, right? So it says at the request of the Security Council meeting has been requested by the US regarding the killing of protesters in Iran. So why is this important? The US typically uses the UN Security Council to secure political condemnation of before launching a military attack. The pattern was observed in previous conflicts. it is highly probable that the US aims to get a condemnation of the massacre today and launch an attack shortly after. This is why this is very important, right? And major news agencies such as Reuters and Washington Post and world officials are discussing an imminent attack potentially within 24 hours. And then we have the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is an aircraft carrier, has been I think you all know that, right? Has been ordered from the South China Sea to the region. The USS Roosevelt's location, which is another aircraft carrier, is unknown but may also deploy. 3 US destroyers and a nuclear submarine equipped with Tomahawk missiles are reportedly in or near the Persian Gulf. High flight activity is reported at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. And Trump has reportedly asked military advisors for decisive and fast options similar to the strike on Qasem Soleimani rather than a prolonged ground war. And this is important about yesterday. The Islamic regime, expected and attacked the previous night, yesterday, and executed all emergency protocols. For example, hiding Khamenei and commanders. So they thought an attack is going to happen, but it didn't. And this is, by the way, this is based on analysis of, this is the analysis that I gathered from other people, right? And then by executing these protocols without an attack occurring, the regime exposed its hideouts and emergency procedures to US-Israeli satellites. This is something that they cannot easily change. These protocols cannot be changed easily. So by thinking that the attack is coming, they basically show their hand, and then nothing happened, but now the regime knows what their protocols are. Is that clear? Does everybody understand that? These are the key political, diplomatic, and military situation that we're in right now. Yes? Okay. So I hope... Oh my God, there's a baby. This reporter brought a baby. Okay. Did you guys see that? That was weird. This reporter sitting here brought a baby. Okay. Why is there a baby in the White House at the press briefing? Does she have a question? Somebody's saying, are you interested in talking to Haaretz? My friend says she will. Oh, yes, I will. I am interested in talking to Haaretz. I mean, I don't like them, but I'll talk to them. I'll tell them about how BS their article was. Oh, yeah. My friend said that she will try to find a contact at Channel 14 too. Yes, Channel 14 would be amazing. I know Haaretz is far left, guys. We need to talk to our enemies. Oh, somebody's saying, Armin, don't. They spin everything. Okay, you're right. Actually, they will misuse. Okay, no, Haaretz. They will just cut out the parts that they want, and they will misrepresent what I'm saying. So no to Haaretz. No to Haaretz, right? Just Channel 14. They're liars. I thought like you could go them and basically call them out, but they probably will misrepresent what I'm saying. So forget the Haaretz. And just focus on Channel 14. And Channel 12 maybe, but Channel 14. Oh, thank you. Assay is working on Channel 11. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Channel 11? Okay. People are saying Channel 11 as well. I think I did a better job at the Talk TV interview that I did later. So I'm saying I sent an email to Emily Schrader. Most likely she will ignore since I'm a stranger. But yeah, no, Emily told me that she wants me on her show on the weekend. That's what she says. I think she says Saturday or Sunday. Neil Bunny saying, Armin, do you want me to watch this for when it starts? I mean, Goldie said leave this on. So I don't want to do something. I don't want to do something that she told me. She said leave this on. Yeah, 12 is very mainstream. So yeah, if we get in channel 12, that would be amazing. Guys, like like I don't know if you believe me or not, but I'm honestly just doing this because I'm thinking it's the most effective way of getting the information out there. But let me know if it is. Like what I'm afraid of is that years after this revolution is over, we come back to these moments and I realize that I should have done something else. I should have focused on something else. And I wasn't being the most effective,
Okay.
or
Good
what I did was
afternoon,
use.
everybody.
Oh,
A packed room today. Thank you all for coming. President Trump is making America affordable again through his proven economic formula of power,
what? Why
fair
is the
trade
audio?
deals, massive middle-class tax cuts, energy
Guys, why
dominance,
the
and
audio is so low?
aggressive deregulation. The overwhelmingly positive economic data released this week underscores the significant progress the president has already delivered.
Do you guys hear?
Tuesday's CPI report marked the latest confirmation that
It's good,
President
right?
Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis. Since President Trump took office, core CPI has increased at just a 2.4% annualized rate, substantially lower than the 3.3% annual rate inherited from the Biden administration last January. Importantly, as inflation cools, Americans' wages are rising, giving the American people more purchasing power. And with what is likely recorded or what likely going to be a record-breaking tax refund season in the next couple of weeks,
Guys, this is the max audio I have.
will be
sorry.
reaping the
Like,
rewards
look,
of the
there's
massive
no
tax
way I
cuts
could
that were
increase it.
signed into law by the president. Thanks to President Trump's signing of no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security, boosting the child tax credit, and locking in the 2017 Trump tax cuts, independent estimates project the average American tax filer could expect up to an extra $1,000 bump.
Guys, for people who are helping me try to get like news into different news outlets, my email is armin.navabi@gmail.com.
Average price for a gallon of regular gas this week fell to its lowest level in 5 years, thanks to President Trump's drill baby drill agenda. According to Gas Buddy, the average price for regular gas on Monday was below $3 per gallon in 43 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 30 states, and at or below $2.50 per gallon in 17 states. In fact, gas prices were below $2 a gallon at stations in at least 19 states. Don't forget, this was unheard of just a couple of short years ago. Overall, drivers are projected to spend $11 billion less at the gas pump this year than they did last year, resulting in hundreds of dollars in critical savings for the average American family. We're also seeing the housing market rebound as borrowing costs ease and income growth outpaces home price gains. According to a new report also released this week from the National Association of Realtors, existing home sales in December rose to their fastest pace in 3 years. To further improve housing affordability, President Trump has recently announced and directed Fannie and Freddie to purchase $200 billion worth of mortgage bonds. As a result of these actions, mortgage rates have fallen to their lowest level in years. As of last Friday, rates for the average 30-year mortgage are down more than 1 full percentage point. Because of these significant declines, monthly housing payments are now at their lowest level in 2 years, and we expect this decrease to continue. As someone who was enormously successful in real estate, President Trump understands that owning a home is about more than just having a physical asset. It's about empowering young people to stake their claim in the American dream. It's about giving newlyweds a place to make their own and start a family. It's about promoting the spirit of hard work, determination, and yes, the rugged individualism that has made America the greatest country in the history of the world. President Trump knows America is strongest when it's a nation of owners, not renters, and he is determined to unlock that opportunity for as many Americans as possible. That's why he will outline additional housing initiatives during his major speech in Davos next week, and we look forward to seeing many of you there. Finally, this morning, President Trump unveiled a healthcare plan for America called the Great Healthcare Plan. and a video message detailing his solutions to lower costs for all Americans and significantly improve our healthcare system. The Great Healthcare Plan will accomplish this through 4 common sense pillars. Number 1, permanently lowering prescription drug prices. Congress can get this done by codifying President Trump's historic most favored nation initiatives into law to guarantee Americans the same low prices for prescription drugs that people in other countries around the world pay. Additionally, by increasing consumer choice by making more verified, safe pharmaceutical drugs available for over-the-counter purchases. Number 2, the Great Healthcare Plan will stop sending big insurance companies billions in extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice. Additionally, by funding a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans and ending kickbacks from pharmacy benefit managers to large brokerage middlemen. Number 3, the Great Healthcare Plan will maximize price transparency by requiring any healthcare provider or insurer who accepts either Medicare or Medicaid to publicly and prominently post their pricing and fees to avoid surprise medical bills. This is an incredibly popular policy that has been bipartisan for many years, and President Trump is officially and firmly calling on Congress to get it done. And number 4, holds big insurance companies accountable by requiring them to publish rate and coverage comparisons up front on their websites in plain English so consumers and everyday Americans can make the best purchasing decisions for them and their families. These are common sense actions that make up President Trump's Great Healthcare Plan, and they represent the most comprehensive and bold agenda to lower healthcare costs to have ever been considered by the federal government. Congress should immediately take up President Trump's plan and pass it into law. For Americans watching at home, you can visit greathealthcare.gov right now for more information on the Great Healthcare Plan. And with that, we will open it up to questions. In our new media seat today, we have a familiar face, Riley Gaines. I'm surprised it took us a year to get you here, but I'm very happy to see you. I know you have a new podcast, The Riley Gaines Show. And so thank you. And you brought a beautiful baby and your lovely husband too. So thank you so much for joining. And why don't you kick us off?
Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, congratulations to you. Being a girl mom will change your life in the best way possible. So excited you get to shop all the pink and the frilly and the bows. I was in Washington, D.C. earlier this week for the Supreme Court case. There were 2 arguments that were heard surrounding sex-based rights and if it's constitutional for states to pass laws that ultimately protect those rights for women. If the Supreme Court rules as anticipated in favor of maintaining these sex-based rights, is the administration prepared to take action against the states? I believe at this point it's 23 states that don't have those protections for women.
Absolutely. And as you know, Riley, the administration already has done so. We've taken action in a number of fronts against these states who are failing to uphold the president's executive orders and this administration's policy of simply protecting women in women's sports and in women's private spaces. We've gone to the mat with large universities in this country as well to try to fight for what's fair and what's just for women and girls across the country. So I know you were at the arguments. I listened to them myself as a woman and as a former athlete. And I think the president speaks on common sense on this issue, that women's sports and private spaces should be protected, and that there are 2 genders, there are 2 sexes. That is not something we should be afraid to say in this country. And I think, frankly, it was quite alarming to not only hear a couple of justices gravel over that basic fundamental biological fact that men and women are different but inherently equal, but we are certainly different and women deserve such rights. We hope and expect that the Supreme Court will rule in the right way on this matter. Thank you. Gabe.
Thank you very much. A lot to talk about.
Sure.
Isn't
there always a lot to talk about?
What can you share about the president's meeting with Maria Corina Machado? Is it underway? What can you share about that? And then also, the president said yesterday that Delcy Rodriguez was, quote, a terrific person. Does the president trust the remaining members of the Maduro regime?
I will say to your first question, the meeting was about to begin as I was stepping out of the Oval Office moments ago. So my understanding is that it's underway right now. I know the president was looking forward to this meeting, and
is that better for the volume?
Expecting it to be a good and positive discussion with Ms. Machado, who is really a remarkable and brave voice for many of the people of Venezuela. So the president looks forward to obviously talking to her about the realities on the ground in the country and what is taking place. As for Ms. Rodriguez, the president did speak with her directly this week. As you know, he revealed that to all of you yesterday. And Secretary Rubio and the administration have been in constant communication with Ms. Rodriguez and other members of the interim government in Venezuela. They have been extremely cooperative. They have thus far met all of the demands and requests of the United States and of the president. And I think you have all seen that play out. We obviously had a $500 million energy deal that was struck in large part because of the cooperation from Ms. Rodriguez. Venezuela and Ms. Rodriguez have also confirmed that they will be releasing political prisoners from Venezuela. There were 5 Americans who were recently released this week as well. So the president likes what he's seeing and will expect that cooperation to continue.
And, regarding the investigation into the leak that the president referenced yesterday, what is the administration's position on the Washington Post reporter? The Post has reported that she was told that she is not a target of the investigation. Does the administration believe she did anything wrong? And then also, what is the administration's position on the Pentagon Papers case from the 1970s that affirmed reporters' right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Well, since this is an active investigation, I don't want to comment on it much more than what we did yesterday to obviously confirm the investigation. And I can confirm what the Attorney General stated and the president as well, which is that the individual, unfortunately, a contractor at the Pentagon, chose to unlawfully leak classified and very serious information to this Washington Post reporter. Hence why the reporter's home was looked into by the FBI, rightfully so. And the administration is not going to tolerate leaks, especially from within the national security apparatus of the United States government, that put our nation's integrity and our national security at risk. Full stop. The president will not support that. I know the Secretary of War will not support that, and it will not stand. And legal action will be taken against anyone, whether it's a member of the press or whether it's an employee for a federal agency who breaks the law. If you break the law and if you endanger our men and women in uniform, you are going to be held accountable, period, full stop. Jackie.
Does this administration believe that this reporter or any reporter has a right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Look, I think that we do not believe that individuals who have been given the privilege of holding a top secret clearance should be illegally leaking that classified information. And I know the American people agree with that. And I think it's a basic tenet of journalistic integrity not to publish information that could directly endanger the operational security or the brave men and women who are serving this country in uniform and putting themselves in harm's way to protect not just the people of this administration, but all of you in the press and all of their fellow Americans as well. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to get the White House reaction to Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that President spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I would never details about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. Is it still the president's assessment that it would be very hard for Ms. Machado to leave Venezuela because he says she lacks the respect and support in that country? And will he raise that with her today?
I think the president's assessment that you just pointed out was based on realities on the ground. It was a realistic assessment based on what the president was reading and hearing from his advisors and national security team. And at this moment in time, his opinion on that matter has not changed.
He has also said that he would like there to be elections in Venezuela when the time is right.
That's right.
Do you have any update on when that might be? And is he committed to a transition to democracy for Venezuela?
Yes, and he is also committed to hopefully seeing elections in Venezuela one day, but I don't have an updated timetable for you today. Reagan in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a question for you on Minnesota and then also Venezuela.
Sure.
President Trump threatened invoking the Insurrection Act today in a Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, that's only a question, frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. But the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations. And if you talk to any law enforcement officer, no matter what level they work at, they want to be working with their counterparts, whether that's at the federal level or the federal authorities wanting to work with their counterparts at the state and local level. And it's truly shameful that now for more than a year, you've had elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and local law enforcement hostage and told them, you cannot cooperate with federal law enforcement. Why? They cooperated under the Biden administration. It's because these Democrats are deranged in their hatred for President Trump, and they are holding their state and local law enforcement hostage as a result. And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing this over what? Over the lawful and legitimate law enforcement operations to remove violent criminals from the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York, and from the streets of every state across this country. And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together. And it's despicable what we're seeing from these Democrat politicians, especially in sanctuary states and cities across the country.
Caroline.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you so much. My question is, President Trump has talked twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night, about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling. But he was speaking facetiously.
And then one more
Sure.
on the labor secretary. She's under investigation. Has he spoken to her about this?
I don't know if the president has spoken directly to the secretary. If they have, I'm unfamiliar with that conversation, but I have spoken to the president about that report regarding the secretary. He's aware of the internal investigation and he stands by the secretary, and he thinks that she's doing a tremendous job at the Department of Labor on behalf of American workers. PBS, go ahead.
You were mentioning a moment ago about working federal, state, local officials in Minneapolis. Governor Walz's office is saying today that he's trying to get a hold directly with the president. Have they spoken? And if they haven't, why haven't they spoken? If there's a desire from Walz, as they're saying, to de-escalate what's happening there.
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. I was with the president about 30 minutes ago and they hadn't spoken at that point. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic shooting many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor. But I would ask that the governor stops inciting the harassment and illegal obstruction of law enforcement in his state. All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do are remove people like this off of the streets of Governor Walz's city in Minneapolis and of his state in Minnesota. If you look at some of the individuals in this photo, these are all illegal alien criminals who came into our country under the previous administration. This is some of the most disturbing crimes you will ever read about. And there's only a few reporters in this room who will actually talk about these individuals. This is all ICE is trying to do. They are trying to remove people like this from Governor Walz's state. And so, yes, he should pick up the phone and he should say that he will cooperate with this president and with the federal government in making Minnesota safer, because that's all President Trump and his administration want to do. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says he wants money to go directly to Americans so they can buy their own insurance.
How exactly would this work? And can the president assure Americans that this will be enough to cover their healthcare costs?
So this is the second principle in the president's healthcare plan, lowering insurance premiums specifically and ensuring that that money is going directly back to the American people and cutting the kickbacks that then raise those premiums. So this plan, once put into legislative text and passed by Congress and sent to the president's desk, will stop sending big insurance companies billions of an extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice through, you may have heard it be referred to as health savings accounts. Whether that ends up being the actual name of such accounts, we'll have to see. Again, Congress and the White House are going to work together to put this plan into action. And then secondly, the Great Healthcare Plan will fund a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans, which will save taxpayers at least $36 billion and reduce the most common Obamacare plan premiums by over 10%. And that's according to the Congressional Budget Office.
20 million Americans in recent weeks have seen their healthcare costs soar. Can he assure them that if this plan is put in place, that they will be able to cover those costs?
If this plan is put in place, every single American who has healthcare in the United States will see lower costs as a result. They will see more transparency. All of these proposals that are within the Great Healthcare Plan are incredibly popular with the American people, and they will impact everyone, not just a small fraction of those who are within the healthcare marketplace, but every single American will continue to see their costs go down. And I will note that they already are with respect to prescription drug prices. When you look at what the president has done with most favored nations, you've seen these big pharmaceutical companies in the Oval Office saying that this president and his team were nonstop around the clock pressuring us and negotiating with us to lower the cost of prescription drugs for Americans. And we are already seeing that to the tune, in some cases, of more than 500%. And that Trump RX website is something that the administration will be formally launching very soon, so Americans will have access to those lower costs of drugs. Josh.
Thank you. The president has called on credit card companies to lower the cap rate to 10% effective 20th next week. If they don't do that, what's his? What'll he do? What's the threat?
Well, tariffs? No, I'm just kidding. The president certainly has an expectation, Josh, that the credit card companies will do this, just as he did with the pharmaceutical companies, that they will lower costs for American consumers. I don't have a specific consequence to outline for you, but certainly this is an expectation and, frankly, a demand that the president has made.
Can you give us an update on the Fed? Sorry. There was some reporting from, I think, Fox Business that Rick Reeder had an interview this week scheduled. The president's indicated he's already made a selection, or at least some kind of, he's settling on someone. Where is he in that process, and when can we expect an announcement? Is he still doing interviews?
Look, the president is in the same place as you all have been asking about this for many, many weeks. He's in a decision-making phase. There are a few people who he likes very much for this job, maybe less than that. The truth is, like with all decisions, it's a decision for the
More
president
Iran
to make.
questions, like
he
what the
said
hell?
to Reuters in that interview last night that he thinks he'll be finally making that decision in the next couple of weeks. So we will see.
And very quickly, there's been some criticism from other governments about Grok and XAI, the Twitter AI bot, and things it's been doing to manipulate images, including whether that would violate the Take It Down Act that the First Lady has supported. We've not heard from this administration on it. Elon Musk says that they've disabled that, but I wanted to ask you whether the administration has a position and whether that's something that you will be pursuing, or whether the president has talked to Mr. Musk about that.
Yes, I will talk to the Office of Science and Technology, and we will get you a firm statement and answer on exactly where the administration stands. I don't want to speak on that without speaking with the experts on it. Yes.
Just to follow up on the health care plan, one of the things in the Affordable Care Act was coverage of pre-existing conditions. Is there any discussion or inclusion on that issue in the president's plan?
The president's plan that he outlined today will have no impact on individuals in this country with pre-existing conditions. Obviously, that's a continued conversation that the White House will have with Congress, but that's not the president's intention with the Great Healthcare Plan. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions on Minneapolis.
And then you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Two questions on Minneapolis,
Sure.
one on the ICE agent, the other on the rioting. I believe last night there were protesters or rioters that rifled through an FBI car, took weapons. We had a reporter embedded with ICE who said that she saw constant harassment all evening. Can you speak to the rhetoric we're hearing from Democrat politicians, whether they are causing violence against ICE, as well as some of the headlines we've seen, not including the full story?
Yeah, I mean, to your first point, I think I've addressed that these Democrat governors and mayors in not just Minnesota, but in states across the country are essentially, they've referred to ICE agents who, again, are brave men and women. And I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage Governor Walz and other Democrats who are demeaning law enforcement to sit down and have a cup of coffee with an ICE agent or a Border Patrol agent. These are great, patriotic men and women who have families, who put on the uniform every day and are following our nation's immigration laws at the direction of their bosses and again, at the direction of the law. They are simply trying to enforce the law. And the Democrat Party has demeaned these individuals. They've even referred to them as Nazis and as the Gestapo. And that is absolutely leading to the violence we're seeing in the streets. If you look at some of the images out of Minneapolis last night, look at this vehicle. Look at what it says. It says F ICE. You have these individuals who are putting their middle finger, proudly so, at the camera. Another ICE individual, a vehicle that was vandalized last night by these left-wing agitators. People don't do this without encouragement from people in power who make them feel like it's okay. Here's another one. And I'm pretty sure this car, you can't see it, said the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect. This is despicable rhetoric that we're seeing. And the media is absolutely complicit in this violence, because if you look at the headline from CNN, protests erupt after federal agent shoots man in Minneapolis. That is not the story. That is not the truth. If you actually want to know the truth, you can look at what the Department of Homeland Security released, which is that this ICE agent was executing a targeted operation against a Venezuelan illegal alien who was unlawfully present in the country, who fled by car and then fled by foot. And when this ICE agent tried to detain the individual, 3 more of his comrades came rushing out of a house and started ambushing and attacking the ICE agent. They used a shovel or a broom to smash his face in. And so, yes, that agent had to use self-defense and take up his weapon to protect his own life. That is what's happening on the streets of Minneapolis. That's what's happening on the streets, unfortunately, of these Democrat-run cities and states where you have elected officials who are encouraging such violence against our brave men and women in law enforcement.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. First, a follow-up on one of my colleagues who asked you about the president's interview with Reuters. You said that he was joking about canceling the elections, but Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation. And only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it as a question that way.
Philip,
go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Senator Elizabeth Warren said that the president called her earlier this week to discuss caps on credit card interest rates. I'm curious, would the president work with her and other Democrats in Congress on a legislative fix to this issue?
I think the president would work in good faith with anyone in Congress for a good legislative fix that would benefit the American people. And that's precisely why he called Senator Warren earlier this week on that matter.
Thanks, Caroline. Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally. And earlier on, Secretary Norton spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my
Yeah.
opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist. And it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view. and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist.
Caroline.
Kelly.
Caroline. Two quick questions on Iran. I wanted to ask first, just if you can say, how close was the president to potentially launching strikes last night? And was it the Gulf states that convinced him not to do that, as some of the region there have said?
Well, look, Kelly, I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about what the president is going to do at any given moment or any given night. And I would say a lot of these stories, to be honest with you, I've been reading them, and they've been based on anonymous sources who are pretending or guessing to know the president's thinking. The truth is, only President Trump knows what he's going to do, and a very, very small team of advisors are read into his thinking on that. And as I just told you, he continues to closely monitor the situation on the ground in Iran. And as we saw yesterday, he had heard that the killings and executions would stop. And we have seen 800 people, their lives have been spared as a result of that. The president continues to closely monitor, but also keep all of his options on the table.
Caroline, two separate questions.
Sure.
On the Machado meeting first, what is it that the president feels that he needs to hear from her or from the opposition party that he hadn't heard prior to today, or he wanted to hear in the meeting, to be able to convince him to commit to some sort of a timeline for elections?
I'm not sure the president is going into such the meeting with expectations like you just laid out, Fran. I don't think he needs to hear anything from Ms. Machado. I think generally this is a meeting that the president was willing to take and willing to accept, to meet Ms. Machado in person and to just have a frank and positive discussion about what's taking place in Venezuela. That's all.
And on the subject of Greenland, Jeff Landry, the president's special envoy for Greenland, wasn't in the White House meeting yesterday. Can you say why that was and what exactly the role he is playing in these conversations about acquiring Greenland?
Well, the vice president and the secretary of state were present for that meeting. And the meeting, it was a productive meeting. It was a good meeting. And in that meeting, the two sides agreed to really establish a working group of individuals who will continue to have technical talks on the acquisition of Greenland. Those talks will take place, I'm told, every 2 to 3 weeks. So this is a conversation the administration intends to keep having with the Danes and with the respected delegation from Greenland. But the president has made his priority quite clear. He wants the United States to acquire Greenland. He thinks it's in our best national security to do that.
There have been multiple instances of American citizens being detained by ICE, and I'm wondering what the administration is asking the agency to do, or what steps is the administration asking the agency to take to ensure that Americans are not wrongly arrested?
Obviously, ICE is focused on detaining individuals who are unlawfully present in the country. And there have been hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens who have been arrested and detained and deported from this country by ICE over the course of the last year. And that's their intention, and that is their goal. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Caroline. What about Greenland? Europe reportedly sent troops over there. Does that change at all what the president is doing on this? And then a second question. Yesterday, in a Senate Health hearing, Senator Josh Hawley repeatedly asked a doctor if men can get pregnant, and she did not directly answer that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process, nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all. To your second question, I mean, anyone in their right mind with common sense who's speaking honestly and candidly will say that men cannot get pregnant. And I think I can attest to that myself. So thank you all very much.
Okay, great timing because Goldie is coming back. So what did you guys think? What do you guys think? I'm just gonna shut up so that I don't spread pessimism. What do you guys think? Give me some hope. Give me some hope because no, you're not giving me hope. You're doing okay. You guys are actually disappointed. So, guys, whatever the 4D. God. I need Goldie here to give us hope. I need Goldie here to give us energy. whatever the so-called 4D chess plan is, obviously I have to tell. Oh, Goldie is here. There. Oh, thank Yahoo Mazda.
Why? What
Okay,
happened?
Goldie. Okay, so we need you right now because the messaging made a lot of people in the chat upset. So we need you to give us hope and energy and optimism. Okay.
I missed it. What
Okay.
what happened?
So twice that she was asked about Iran, she said that Trump stopped 800 executions from happening. Like there were eight. She kept on saying, like they kept on asking her, like, what's going to happen? What is Trump's plans for Iran and stuff? And she kept on. She says, well, we have to see. There were 800 executions that were supposed to happen, and now they stopped. As if
Okay.
she's talking about it as if it's a positive thing. And so a lot of people in the chat were upset that she's framing it like that. And you need to give us energy to tell us what the actual, what the 4D chess move here, and why are they giving us this information right now? Why are they framing it like this? So, yeah.
What? So why would she give away what President Trump plans on doing so that the Islamic regime can plan a counterattack?
Yeah, so she said she's not going to give it away the plan. She says
Okay.
nobody knows what the plan is.
Exactly. So there you go.
Yeah, but the framing. So the thing that people, I mean, you're right. Okay, that's exactly the point.
That's
right?
it. Guys, you're reading, like everyone's reading too much into it. She's not going to say
much into it.
anything, and I think maybe people in the chat who are panicking, it could be a combination of trolls, because there's a lot of trolls, but also I understand that anxiety is high and fear is high. Guys, okay, again, as a former politician, she's basically just it's just political talk. Like she's just, this is guys, this is politics 101. Why would you give away your hand? Why would you give away your hand? Right?
What they're saying is not, they're not asking for the plan. Like their complaint is not for Trump to give the plan.
Okay.
The issue that they have is saying that the Islamic Republic has stopped 800 executions, is basically repeating the Islamic Republic's propaganda.
Okay, and so did she say she believes them?
Yeah.
But did she say she believes them?
Well, she didn't say, she didn't use the word she believes them, but she
Okay.
said it as if that's what's happening. She said it as if that's what's happening.
So,
but again, it might be a mind.
again,
It might be a mind game. It might be a mind game.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. It's a mind game, because just because she's repeating what they said doesn't mean that she believes it, right? All she's saying is that this is what we've been told.
Yep.
That's it.
So
This is what we've been told. Like, so for example, I'll give you an example. So let's say, I don't know, someone from the Islamic regime calls me and says, "Oh, hey Goldie, we've decided to stop the executions." And then let's say I come and I say to you, "Hey Armin, someone called me from the IRGC and they said they're going to stop the executions." And that's it. Like, I don't say whether I believe them or not. I'm just saying this is what I've been told.
Yeah. So the negative propaganda is that Trump it wants a way out, and he's using Islamic Republic's propaganda to get out of it. However, I have a hard time. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that, because he's on record saying Trump, like, you cannot back down on coming out and saying help is on the way. That is too much of a commitment to back out of. So that's why I'm optimistic.
And well, here's the other thing, Armin. Here's the other thing. If President Trump was planning on backing out, why is there a UN security meeting happening?
Yep. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what I mentioned. That's what I mentioned. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I mentioned at the beginning of the show as a good news.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's like let's guys, the Trump backing down rumor, it's rumor. I know some of you are panicking, but President Trump is not going to back down. We don't know what the plan is, but like everyone needs to just stop with that, that panic or the propaganda or whatever. We don't know what the plan is. We're in the fog of
Yeah.
war, right? We're in the fog of war, but President Trump has made some statements. Senator Lindsey Graham have made statements, and now actually, Armin, we're seeing other American politicians also make statements in support of the people, right? And again, let's not forget, guys. Let's not forget. Okay, look at this. Can I play this?
Yeah, I just don't blame the people who, because people are, you're right, Goldie, we should be optimistic. I don't blame the people who are upset because people are dying every minute.
I
and
know,
they're
I
in a
get
rush.
that. I get that,
Yeah.
but like we're not going to go into like a panic loop, right? We're not going to go in a
Yep.
panic loop. And like look at this. Look at this. Like this video is from last night.
Senator Lindsey Graham here with the Crown Prince of Iran. I have followed you, your passion, the way you articulate the hope of your people. It will be up to the people of Iran to pick their next leader. I can't wait till they have a chance to do that. But you have really risen to the occasion. Compelling narrative for the long-suffering people of Iran. And I believe with all my heart that help is on the way.
Senator, thank you so much for all your words of support for my compatriots in the darkest time in our history. But hopefully, as we say in Iran, in Farsi, the end of the dark night is light. And this is probably the first time we are so close to victory. You've witnessed the resilience of my compatriots. They are fighting a brave fight, and any solidarity can only help them achieve that goal sooner. I've been committed to this all my life to serve my nation, and hopefully, as the Senator just said, we hope that the Iranian people will this time have complete freedom and the choice will be theirs. We are here to serve them, to make that choice in freedom, and that's my commitment. And thank you for your support, Senator.
Thank you. And President Trump, thank you for picking the people over the Ayatollah. You're the first one to do that. Thank you for acknowledging that the only way you can make Iran great again is for the protesters to win over the regime. And I believe that day is at hand. And to the American people, it matters to us. This is the largest state sponsor of terrorism on the planet. They have American blood on their hands. And the people protesting in the streets could be our best friends. God bless them.
God bless the United States of America and the American friends, and God bless the Iranian people.
Amen.
There you go.
Guys, why are you telling me in the chat that I'm being pessimistic? I'm not. I'm trying to be optimistic. Like, am I not Goldie? Am I not trying to be optimistic, Goldie? Like, I am looking for all the ways to look at this in a positive way. Am I not?
I don't know. I wasn't here for the conversation, but I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are.
Like, and I also told everybody. that Goldie is going to come back and she's going to give you energy and hope. So why are you telling me that Armin stop being so pessimistic? I was like, guys, Goldie is coming right now.
I think this is just the chat trying to maybe, I don't know, fire you up or something. But hey, guys, so remember the statement from the Swedish politicians? Yeah. I got my Swedish flag, so there you go. And
how did you get that so fast?
Well, because I've ordered I ordered a whole pack of flags, so I have like all the international flags. So I found this is a flag of Sweden, right? This is a flag of Sweden.
Yeah. Yep.
There you go. So I'm adding the flag of Sweden to my collection now. So now I have Sweden, I have Israel, America, and Canada. Where's Canada? Where's my Canada flag? Here it is. And Canada. There you go. So
sweet.
So Sweden's officially added.
Yeah. Every country that recognizes Prince Reza Pahlavi, you should add that to that list.
Yeah.
Soon you're going to be buried under flags.
Well, I do have all the flags here, so there you go.
Yeah.
Ready to go. Ready to go.
But we're not including them. But we're not including them until they start supporting us.
Well, exactly. So now that Sweden did that, so there you go. All right, let me be right back. I'm gonna need more. I have all the flags. I have all the flags. I have all the flagpoles. So we're just getting ready to go. Let me just let me put the flags away, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah. Neil Bunny, do we have a link to a YouTube link to the Security Council? That website looks glitchy. I'd rather play it on YouTube if there's a.
My Newsmax interview went very well.
Nice.
Let's see. Sure.
By the way, guys, be careful right now. As Goldie mentioned, there's a lot of fake news being spread, and they're trying to make you focus on anything other than the return of Pahlavi to Iran. Like, they're trying to get your attention on other issues. I'm not going to even mention them because I don't want you guys to go follow that information. But just be very, very careful. The regime is working overtime to spread interesting, but information that is not true to take away focus from where we need to be focusing on. They're really good at propaganda, and they're really good at spreading misinformation. So if you see news that is very interesting, you have to be careful. Don't spread it around. Don't treat it like it's fact. The UN meeting is in 1 hour.
The UN meeting is in 1 hour? Okay.
Yeah, is it? Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. That's what you said, right? Is it 3 p.m.
I'm
Eastern?
3 p.m. Yes, 3 p.m. Eastern.
Wow.
Yeah. So in 1 hour.
All right. So yeah, like, see, we're getting a lot of super chats, guys. I agree. I 100% agree. Look at this. I 100% agree. Right? I'm American. And I hope and pray for the people of Iran. Trump would not say he was coming if he did not mean it. So much to be considered. Armin, you will see your family one day. Don't lose hope. I agree. I 100% agree. I know tensions are high, guys. Like, I get it. This is like probably the most dramatic revolution to like ever have happened. And so just ignore the people in the chat who are just constantly spamming about, like, you know, President Trump. I'm telling you, there's a plan, and like no one's gonna reveal the plan until it happens, right? No one's gonna reveal the plan until it happens. So this is just rumor mills, and everyone wants to just like
Oh, I got a YouTube link to the security. Thank you, Nelbany.
Perfect.
I got the YouTube link to the Security Council. I'm gonna send you the link to this in case something happens on my end, and then you have access to it as well, to the Security Council meeting. Okay?
Yeah, send that to me. Because yeah, I know we are witnessing it live, guys. Like, this is going to be huge. This is going to be huge. And listen, I know everyone is worried and tensions are high. Let me tell you, we are just as worried, and we are just as concerned, because, you know, we also have family members in occupied Iran, and our family members, we don't know what's happened to them, right? We don't know. So yeah, I was on CBN today, but that interview from CBN, I did that interview yesterday, and then yeah, and then I guess it was aired today.
Goldie, the image that you shared earlier.
Armin, sorry.
What happened? What just happened?
I'll be back. I just need to do something.
Oh, okay. By the way, guys, I'm getting a lot of emails of people helping me to try to get on Newsmax. No, not Newsmax. On Channel 14. Please only email me once it's like it's almost done or something. Like, don't tell me like here's some advice. Like, if you have the connections, then make the connections and just tell me like, Armin, okay, here's the link to join, or here's the person that has confirmed that you're going to talk about. Because I'm getting already too many emails. I can't respond to all of this. And also, guys, I really appreciate people thanking me, but please don't email me thanking me, because then it's going to make it very hard for me to see the important emails. I don't have like a secretary like Goldie does to check the emails for me. I don't have that. Yeah, like I'm getting a lot of emails telling me, like people telling me their life stories and telling me how much like they watch the show. I mean, I thank you guys, but don't email me that. Like that's not helping. That's not helpful right now. Well, let me see. Got the super chat. Let me read the super chat. Okay, BT June is saying we won't get clarity right now. Regime statements aren't for us. Therefore, the IRGC confusion is a tactic. If we feel lost, it means the IRGC does too. We love you, Armin. You're truly a hero. Oh, thank you, BT June. I needed that energy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Like I'm really looking, like guys, I'm looking at my inbox to try to figure out like who has these opportunities secured for me, and I'm just going over email, and they're all just like, "Hey, Armin, here's my life story. Oh, here's the YouTube video that you need to watch." Like, please don't do that. Stop that. Stop it. Just stop. Oh, okay. This is good. Okay, let me just respond to the good emails. Here's one. Okay, some people are giving me advice regarding my views on the show. That is not helpful at all. Thank you. Thank you for sending me the exact email and I told you not to send me. I don't need advice regarding my... Okay, there you go. There's that. All right. Goldie, I have a video from Manoto, which seems to be from inside Iran. And it seems to be, I consider it to be good news because it's from a girl that is the daughter of a regime official. And she's calling into Manoto. Do you want to hear what she has to say?
Sure.
Yeah. So, hold on, let's bring this up. So, guys, let me give you the context. So, this is Manoto, and a girl from inside Iran has called into the show, and she's the daughter of regime officials, and she's talking about, apparently, she's talking about their father trying to run away. Okay, watch this.
فاطمه جان درود به شما، به برنامه خوش اومدید.
سلام. صدای من میشنوید؟
بله خانم، رسا در خدمتیم. خوش آمدید.
So she's saying, so her name is, the name that they picked for her, which is not her real name, is Fatima. So she says, so they're saying, Fatima, we have you, please speak. And she's saying, she's crying. You can see she's crying, and she says, do you have my audio? And they're saying, yes, go ahead.
من از داخل نظام تماس میگیرم.
So she's saying, I'm speaking from inside the regime. From inside the regime.
پدر من جزو یکی از عوامل نیروی سرکوبگره.
So my father is one of the people, one of the regime forces that is, attacking the people.
میتونم بگم شما آقای رادان رو میشناسین؟
بله باش.
So she says, do you know Mr. Radan? Guys, Mr. Radan is the main guy in charge of organizing all the anti-riot forces. Okay, so he's a big deal. So she's saying, do you know who Radan is? Well, they all know him because he's famous.
شوربختی نام منحوسش رو میشناسیم و قیافه
So you're saying like, yes, unfortunately we know his cursed name
چرکش رو دیدیم بارها.
and we have seen his disgusting face many times.
بله من خیلی ترس و استرس دارم.
So she's saying, yes, I'm under a lot of stress and fear right now.
میتونم بگم هم سطح جنایتکار رادان هست پدر من.
So it's like, I can basically tell you that my dad, so she's not saying who her dad is, but she's saying my dad is in crimes is at the same level as Radan, Mr. Radan.
من فقط میخوام یه چیزی رو بگم.
جان.
So she says, I just want to say one thing.
به مردم ایران به این سرکوبگرا
So I want to say to the people of Iran and to these oppressing forces.
ستون باشه. این فرمانده هاتون ساک و چمدوناشون رو بستن.
So she's saying, oh, Goldie, this is really good news. She says, just be aware that these commanders, I think Goldie. Yeah.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah. So she's saying these commanders, they have packed their bags. They have packed their bags.
برای من که دخترش هستم، برای مادرم، برای تمام اعضای خانواده‌مون پاسپورت‌های جعلی درست کردن.
So she's saying that they have made fake passports for me, his daughter, for my mother, for all the people of our family. They have created fake passports.
اسم مشخصات جعلی که ما رو فراری بدن به خارج.
So that we could run away to leave the country.
پدر من چمدون دلار تو خونه قایم کرده.
So my father has suitcases of USDs, US dollars hidden in his home.
مدام با تلفنش منو بگین بیام دادگاه لاهه. من یادم زندم شاهدم که جنایت‌های فقط پدر.
So she's saying that please bring me to the court in The Hague because I could give so much testimony for what the crimes that they have committed. Like you're saying, somebody please bring me to the court in The Hague.
مدام با تلفنش منو بگین بیام داد.
So she interrupted herself. She's saying like he's constantly on his phone, but then she interrupted herself from finishing that and said like, please somebody bring me to the court in The Hague.
دادگاه لاهه. من یادم زندم.
So I'm a living person that I could testify for all the crimes that they committed.
فاطمه جان.
Oh, against me. So she's saying that he's ordering to kill. So she hears her father on the phone and she's crying and saying my father is ordering to kill. She's like, where can I come? Tell me where to go. I have pictures. I have videos. I have evidence. She's like, oh my gosh. Apparently she was running away, but at some point, they captured her. So wait, hold on. She was running away at some point, but apparently they captured her and her friends. Okay, her and three of her friends were trying to go away, but apparently they got her. Oh, okay. So she says that she of her three friends, I think she means that she was part of the protest and they captured her, but because they knew who her father came and released her. So she was arrested. Yeah. Oh, she's saying that they hit us with a baton, with a shocker and a baton. Guys, you can see that even after all that experience, she's still trying to help. She's not backing down. Like they beat her, they shocked her when they were arresting her, but now she's still risking her life to try to get the information out.
پدرت
که من نرم ولی دوستای من دوستامو ول نکردم به اونا
Oh my God, I think her father actually hit her with a baton and a shocker. She said that they released me, but her friends are still arrested. Like her friends are still arrested, but she was released by her father.
جواب شد ما این درد داره به کی بیایم بگیم بابا این
So like who can we go talk to about our pain?
لامصب پدرم ولی من ازش متنفرم
And like this cursed man is my father, but I hate him.
ما اینا رو نمیخوایم
We don't want these people.
مردم ما از خانواده ایناییم ولی اینا دارن بچه‌هاشونم میکشن سرکوب
So like he's saying people, we are from these people's families, but these people even kill their own children.
میکنن باتون دادن شکر برقی دادن تفنگ دادن که
They're like they have batons. Hold on, let me actually remove this person from the chat. It's like he's saying they're using batons, they have shockers, they're using guns.
همشهریاتو بکشی میدونی
Like they're killing the people from their own city.
تقریبا تو بشه اولین کسایی که فرار میکنن همینان
Like the same people who are hitting us in the streets, if anything happens, they are the first people to run away.
شما کجا میخواین جواب بدی با کی جواب میخواین بدی
Like who are you going to be answerable to?
بدی نکنی
Like stop killing, like stop it, like stop killing people. Don't kill people from your city. Stop killing people from your own city.
من تلفنم میذارم رو خط هر اطلاعاتی که بخواد
By the way, guys, please understand that even though she's experiencing all these pain and all this stress, she's still taking a risk. Like what I want you to take from this is the fact that she's still fighting. Like she's still fighting, even though she's really scared, because what she's doing is treason. What she's doing right now is treason.
دادگاهی بخواد پیش هر رئیس جمهوری بخواد میگم اینا کیان چه کارهایی
Like please, like if just bring me anywhere you want, any court, any place, I will tell you who these people are.
تصریفی که نکردن از خونه شروع کردن تجاوز کردن به بچه‌هاشون میفهمی
She like these people start from home. They even rape their own children.
میدونین ما خودمون چه دردی کشیدیم از این
Like, do you understand that what we experience ourselves? Like, basically, she's saying that even though we're in their family, they do this to us in their own homes as well. It's not just against other people.
Oh yeah, Armin, she's not exaggerating about that part because do you remember? I think it was like a few months ago, like a video came out of like one of them like raping their own children, like their own daughters. So he's right. Like these people are sick. Like they don't even spare their own children.
Yeah, exactly.
به زور سرمون چادر کردن نماز گفتن بخون
They put the chador on by force.
They forced us to wear hijab. She's like like they forced us to wear hijab. They forced us to like pray like namaz. Namaz is like the Allahu Akbar prayer. So she's like they're forcing us to pray and they're forcing us to wear hijab.
Yes, yeah, they're the most conservative form of hijab. Yeah. Oh, they told us to work they even forced us to do the night prayer. Guys, night prayer is for people who are extremely religious. It's not the normal prayer. Okay, she's swearing. I'm going to translate it in full. Goldie, okay? So they say, I shit on their Islam. I shit on their Islam. Man ridem be Islamishun. Guys, this is a young woman from the family of regime officials, and she is shouting. Look at the power in her voice. She's saying, when she says, I shit on their Islam, look at how the amount of anger in her voice.
به زور سرمون چادر کردن نماز گفتن بخون نماز شب بخون من ریدم به اون اسلامشون
من ریدم به اون اسلامشون. Look at how much anger is in her voice.
من هنوز محجبم به خاطر اجبار پدرم مادرم.
She says, I still wear the hijab because my mother and my father forced me.
ما خودمون زد کشیدیم. من اگه توانی
We also suffered. What she's doing is saying to the people that I'm not with them. Like I might be with their family, but I'm with you guys. Like I suffer from them too. Please, like, don't mix me with these people that are my family.
داشتم اولین نفری بودم که اینو بکشم. به
What?
خاطر اجبار پدرم مادرم. ما خودمون زد کشیدیم. من اگه توانی داشتم اولین نفری بودم که اینو بکشم.
She's like, if I had any ability, I would be the first person to kill him, like her father.
من دو بار خودکشی کردم ولی ناموفق بود به خاطر
She's saying, I tried to take my own life twice, but I wasn't successful.
مادرم نجاتم داد.
My mother saved me.
نمیتونستم از بچگی این ننگ رو تحمل کنم.
I wasn't able to tolerate this curse from childhood.
اینا همه خانواده‌شون مثل شمخانی نیستن. همه اونطوری با بچه‌هاشون رفتار نمی‌کنن.
Like, please don't think that all of these people within the regime, their children are like Shamkhani. Like, Shamkhani is one of the highest regime officials, and their children are living very, very luxurious lives. She's begging the Iranian people to not think that all of the children of regime officials are being treated that well. Like, she's saying we're suffering too. Please don't think like we're like the children of Shamkhani. She's asking the regime forces to please put their arms away and join the people. Yeah, I'm asking. I'm their child. I'm the child of your commanders, basically, and I'm asking you to please put your baton away and join the people. She's saying shame on me because I grew up eating their bread, eating their basically the cursed bread. Yeah.
She's basically saying shame on me for having like grown up living off of like the money that the IRGC gets from the people, right?
Exactly. Like the money that they stole from the people, that was the money, that's the food that she was eating. So she's saying shame on me.
تو گناهی نداری دخترم.
So she's saying you haven't done anything wrong, my girl, my daughter, my girl.
تو خودت قربانی.
You're also a victim. So he's saying don't say shame on me. You're also a victim.
و درود به شجاعتت.
And I salute your bravery. So she's saying I'm not brave because if I was brave I would have done something by now.
داری کاری می قربانی و درود به شجاعتت.
Like but my hands are empty.
داری کاری میکنی این همین.
Oh, she's saying, but I'm not old. My age is I'm very young, so that's why I haven't been able to do anything.
Yeah, so when she says my hands are empty, she means like my hands are tied. My hands are tied. I haven't been able to do anything because I'm so young.
Yeah.
و درود به شجاعتت. داری کاری میکنی این همین تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی.
Like she's saying you are doing something. This call that you just made, that's the biggest thing you could have done.
تو کار بزرگی، تو خیلی شجاعی.
You have done a great thing. You are very brave.
تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی. تو کار بزرگی، تو خیلی شجاعی.
Saying the King of Kings, please come save us.
So she's referring to Reza Pahlavi, right?
Yeah, that's what you heard too,
کاری
right?
میکنی این همین تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی. تو کار بزرگی، تو خیلی شجاعی.
Yeah.
پادشاه پادشاهان ما رو نجات بده. Oh King of Kings, please come save us.
Yeah, she's referring to the Shah of Iran in exile, Reza Pahlavi, right? She's
Yep.
saying, "Come save us." No, no, guys, King. No, I'm seeing some people in the comments. They're saying King of Kings is Jesus Christ. No, I mean that's not the translation. That might be something in like English
No.
Christian terminology. She's not referring to Jesus. She's referring to
No.
the Shah because Shah actually means emperor. So the literal translation is King of Kings, but Shah means emperor. So she's referring
Yep.
to the Shah of Iran. She's not referring to Jesus Christ.
Yeah, in our culture, that means the prince.
Yeah, Shahanshah is what we call, or and then she also said Padishah. Padishah means king, and then Shahanshah means emperor. So yeah, it's not Jesus. It's not Jesus. Not in the Persian language.
Yep. Yeah.
انجام دادی تو کار بزرگی تو خیلی شجاعی
Do you see her voice when she's calling the king to come? It's so.
اگه صدای منو میشنوی همیشه به ما گفت این خاندان بد بودن ظلم بودن ظالم.
See, yeah. So she's saying, if you hear my voice, she's talking to the prince. If you hear my voice, they always told us that this bloodline was bad. The Pahlavi bloodline was evil.
ولی چشم باز کردم دیدم نه واقعیت چیز دیگه است.
She's saying, but I checked and I realized no, that the reality is something else.
این کاری بوده که انجام دادی تو
Sorry.
کار بزرگی تو خیلی شجاعی
پادشاه ما رو نجات بده. اگه صدای منو میشنوی همیشه به ما گفت این خاندان بد بودن ظلم بودن ظالم بودن.
Yep, they always told us that this bloodline was bad, that they were evil.
ولی چشم باز کردم دیدم نه واقعیت چیز دیگه است.
I checked and I realized that no, the reality was something else.
ظلم بالا سرمه گوشمه پدر.
Zolm means suppression. Like evil suppression is actually what's above my head right now. Like you were in evil, you were in the one. Zolm is like brutality. He was not brutal, but brutality is what is ruling over me above my head right now. Basically his family. It's my father. Brutality is my father. It's my mother. It wasn't Pahlavi.
بعد یه چیزی هم میخواستم بگم اینا خیلی ریزش کردن.
Oh, this is the good news. So I want to also say something. She's saying that there's a lot of defections.
دارن مدام زنگ میزنن به فک و فامیل التباس میکنن با دلارهای زیاد که بیاین جزو نیروی سرکوب گشتین اعتراضات رو خاموش کنین.
So oh my God, Goldie, she's saying that the regime is basically they're calling everybody and they're begging them to come help to attack people with dollars, because the regime is like there's so many people who are not following orders and defecting from the regime that the regime is saying that they're calling even their family members. They're calling the family members to come. We have dollars. Come come help us attack the people because they're running out of people to attack the people. Guys, this is a really good sign. That means that we're getting really close to the finish line. Watch this. Watch this part.
بعد یه چیزی هم میخواستم بگم اینا خیلی ریزش کردن.
Like, I wanted to say something else. There's a lot of defections.
دارن مدام زنگ میزنن به فک و فامیل.
They're constantly contacting their family members.
التباس میکنن با دلارهای زیاد.
They're begging them with a lot of dollars
که بیاین جزو نیروی سرکوب گشتین.
to come and join the suppressing forces.
اعتراضات رو خاموش کنین.
To silence the revolution.
نمیان میترسن.
They're not coming. They're afraid to come and join the suppressing
خیلی
forces.
ریزش کردن.
There's so many defections.
از مردم ترسیدن
Okay, they're both speaking at the same time, so it's hard to let me try to figure out what they're both saying at the same time.
بیاین جزو نیروی سرکوب گشتین. اعتراضات رو خاموش کنین. نمیان میترسن. خیلی ریزش کردن.
فاطمه از مردم ترسیدن.
هوشیار باشین مردم.
So he's saying that he said that, hey, Fatima, are they afraid of the people? And she was saying, oh, people, be aware.
من دارم بهتون میگم اولین حق به تو بشه جا دارن پاسپورت.
So she's saying, I'm telling you, if anything happens, like if basically if shit hits the fan, as soon as anything bad, as soon as things get more chaotic, they're going to run away. They have their places to go, so they're going to run away.
دارن به اسم جدید دلار دارن خونه های آنتنانی دارن.
So she says they have dollars, they have houses, they have big houses, like in places to run away to. So they have the ability to run away.
من میتونم از این امکان
Okay, so this lady, she said koja, like where are they going to run away to? So like what's the destination?
بهتون میگم اولین حق به تو بشه جا دارن پاسپورت دارن به اسم جدید دلار دارن خونه های.
So guys, when she says they have dollars, she's actually talking about US dollars. That it doesn't just mean money. They hold it in USD.
آنتنانی دارن. من میتونم از این امکانات استفاده کنم ولی خودمو به خطر انداختم دارم بهتون میگم.
So she's saying, oh my God, look how brave she is. She said, I could have used these opportunities. I can actually use these opportunities because she says that like her family and the people in the regime, they have so much money and really good, big, luxurious places to run away to. And she says that I could have just like used all of these abilities, like go with them to somewhere nice, but I'm actually risking my life to tell you this.
بذارین کنار دستتون بیشتر از این به خون آلوده نکنی.
So she's like, stop doing this. Stop having the blood of the people on your hand. Like basically stop attacking the people.
فاطمه جانم.
Armin,
Yes.
Armin, can you send me that video on WhatsApp?
Yep.
I want to see if I can send it to someone to translate, or to put subtitles on.
Yep. People are saying that that's what they want in the chat as well. So please go ahead and do that. Do you want me to continue? Like I have a few more
continue.
seconds to
Continue with it. Yeah. But send it to me at some point.
Sending it to you right now. It's
Okay.
coming towards you as I'm translating. Okay.
Okay, I got it.
اجازه بده من همکارانم پشت خط با تو باشن و اجازه بده من
اسمم فاطمه نیست.
الان
So she's saying, like, dear Fatima, like, please let the people, my co-workers to be on the line with you. And then she says, like, my name is not Fatima. Like, so she's saying, you don't need to tell me anything, right? And she's saying, shame on me.
قطع نکن اجازه بده من همکارانم پشت خط با تو باشن و اجازه بده من
اسمم فاطمه نیست.
الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی. الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی فاطمه.
گوهر عشقیم. من مهسا امینیم. من نیکا.
She's saying shame on me, and then she's saying the names of the people who she is, and these are the other women who died during the revolution, like Nika. Like what's it? She's saying man Mahsa Aminiyam, man Nikam. Like I am Nika, I am Mahsa
الان
Amini.
هیچی نمیخواد بگی فاطمه.
Yes, so she's Mahsa Amini who died, Nika Shawkarami who died. So she's saying I am those girls who died.
تو عزیز دلی. تو شجاع.
She's saying you're
Your
dear
sweetheart.
to our hearts.
Yeah,
You're
your
a sweetheart.
sweetheart.
تو شیرزنی.
You're brave. You're a lioness. Wait.
تو عزیز دلی. تو شجاعی. تو شیرزنی.
من شاید بدارم منو بکشه شاید بفهمم شاید نمیدونم من هیچ امنیت جانی ندارم.
She said like they might kill me. I have no security for my life. Right?
چون برام پیش اومد من رفتم اعتراض کردم پشت مهسا بودم چرا اون دختر شهرستانی بود.
So she's saying that I was almost killed. It happened to me. Like she was part of the protest. She went to join the protest even from during the Mahsa revolution time.
نمیدونم من هیچ امنیت جانی ندارم. چون برام پیش اومد من رفتم اعتراض کردم پشت مهسا بودم چرا اون دختر
She's like she was supporting Mahsa when she died.
شهرستانی بود مهمون ما بود چرا
Oh, Armin, someone's saying
She's
Manoto TV already posted this with English subtitles. Oh my gosh, let's see if I can
okay.
find that. Let's see if I can find that.
Okay, you do that. I have only 26 more
Go for it,
seconds.
go for
Okay,
it.
yeah. So she's saying
امنیت جانی ندارم چون برام پیش اومد من رفتم اعتراض کردم پشت مهسا بودم چرا اون دختر شهرستانی بود مهمون ما بود چرا
So she's saying that that girl was from a smaller city. She was a guest in our city. Why did you kill her? Why did you kill Mahsa? She was a guest in our city.
منو گرفتم بردم خیابون وزارت اطلاعات
So she's when she was in the protest, they captured her. They took her to Wazarat Etelat, which is basically the intelligence office.
اگه بشناسین چه جاییه با چه جور تحقیر با ما رفتار کردن
Like if you could know the what a horrible place that is and how with what insulting attitude they were dealing with us
من
there.
که فهمیدم که منو آزاد کردن
But then when they found out whose daughter I am, they released me.
دوستان به من گفتن خوشبحاله
My friend, she feels guilty because her friends were left there, but she was released. Like she said, my friends and that they told me like, you're so lucky that you get to be free because her friends were they stayed there.
اسم پدرتو دادی آزادت کردن ولی ننگ بر من
So she feels a lot of shame because she's saying, "Curse be upon me." She says, because the 3 other girls that she was with, they were arrested. They stayed in prison. They told her like, "Oh, you're so lucky. You gave the name of your father and you were released." And now she's saying, "Shame on me, shame on me."
همون دوستان تو زندان تجاوز شد
She's saying they raped my friends in prison. This is why she's feeling a lot of shame because she gave the name of her father and she was released and her friends stayed in prison and they raped her friends in prison. So she's saying shame on me.
No, the translated version is not there. The translated version is a different call. Oh no, wait, it's there. I found it. Never mind. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Can you send that to me on WhatsApp as well?
I'm downloading it now. I'll send it to you, and then maybe we could replay it with the subtitles now that we've sort of gone through it.
Yeah, okay. This is survival's guilt. She gave her the name of her father and she was released and her friends stayed in prison and they were raped in prison. So that's why she's saying curse on me. God. The things that we would do to these people once we get our hands on them. 47 years of anger.
Okay, I just sent it to you again. So play that version. That one has the subtitles. Okay. I'm gonna post it on X right now.
Yeah, you go do that. This is taking a while for. Oh, there we go. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, this is great. Hold on. It needs to play completely. Guys, give me a second because WhatsApp takes a while usually. You have to actually play the video to the end. Oh, there we go. Download. Oh, that was fast actually.
فاطمه جان درود به شما ببر.
Thank you, Manoto, for translating this so fast with subtitles.
فاطمه جان درود به شما به برنامه خوش اومدید.
سلام. صدای من میشنوید؟
بله خانم، رسا در خدمتیم. خوش آمدید.
من از داخل نظام تماس میگیرم.
بله.
پدر من جزو یکی از عوامل نیروی سرکوبگره. میتونم بگم شما آقای رادان رو میشناسین؟
بله، با شوربختی نام منحوسش رو میشناسیم و قیافه چرکش رو دیدیم بارها.
بله، من خیلی ترس و استرس دارم. میتونم بگم هم سطح جنایتکار رادان هست پدر من. من فقط میخوام یه چیزی رو بگم. حواستون باشه این فرمانده هاتون ساک و چمدوناشون رو بستن. برای من که دخترش هستم، برای مادرم، برای تمام اعضای خانوادمون پاسپورت های جعلی درست کردن با اسم مشخصات جعلی که ما رو فراری بدن به خارج. پدر من چمدون دلار تو خونه قایم کرده، مدام با تلفنش منو بگین بیام دادگاه لاهه. من یه آدم زندم، شاهدم که چه جنایت های فقط پدر خود من کرده.
فاطمه جان
الان دستور میده بکشین. من کجا بیام؟ من عکس دارم، فیلم دارم، مدارک دارم. ما اینا نیستیم. من سر جنبش محضا رفتم، منو گرفتن با 3 تا از دوستان، ولی منو شناختن. پدرم اومد منو آزاد کرد. تو همون خونه باتون به سر من شوکر زد به من.
پدرت؟
باتون زد که من نرم، ولی دوستامو ول نکردم، به اونا تجاوز شد. ما این درد داره به کی بیایم بگیم بابا این لامصب پدرم، ولی من ازش متنفرم. ما اینا رو نمیخوایم. مردم ما از خانواده ایناییم، ولی اینو دارن بچه هاشونم میکشن، سرکوب میکنن. این دست باتون دادن، شکر برقی دادن، تفنگ دادن که برید همشهریات رو بکشی. میدونی اینا تقریب تو بشه اولین کسایی که فرار میکنن همینان. شما کجا میخواین جواب بدی؟ با کی جواب میخواین بدی؟ نکنید همشهریاتون رو نکشید. من تلفنم میذارم رو خط، هر اطلاعاتی که بخواید، هر دادگاهی بخواید، پیش هر رئیس جمهوری بخواید میگم اینا کیان، چه کارهای کثیفی که نکردن. از خونه شروع کردن، تجاوز کردن به بچه هاشون. میفهمید؟ میدونین ما خودمون چه دردی کشیدیم از این پدرهای سنگدل؟ به زور سرمون چادر کردن، نماز گفتن بخون، نماز شب بخون. من نایدم به اون اسلامشون. من هنوز محجبم.
Wrong translation.
Yeah, they used AI. So when they posted it, they said they just used AI because they wanted this to get out there. So
Okay. So the part that says that I converted to Islam, she's saying I shit on Islam.
نماز گفتن بخون، نماز شب بخون. من نایدم به اون اسلامشون. من هنوز محجبم به خاطر اجبار پدرم مادرم.
Yeah, by the way, people are saying wrong translation on many parts. Yes, it's AI translation, guys.
ما خودمون زد کشیدیم. من اگه توانی داشتم اولین نفری بودم که اینو بکشم. من 2 بار خودکشی کردم ولی ناموفق بود. به خاطر مادرم نجاتم داد. نمیتونستم از بچگی این ننگو تحمل کنم. اینا همه خانوادهشون مثل شبخانی نیستن، همه اونطوری با بچه‌هاشون رفتار نمیکنن. این نیروی سرکوبگر همین امروز اون باتومه تو بذار کنار، برو پیش مردم. من بچه اونام، من با اون نون حروم اون بزرگ شدم. شهر بر من.
تو گناهی نداری دخترم، تو خودت قربانی و درود به شجاعتت.
نیست، اگه بودم کاری میکردم، دستم خالی. من سنی ندارم.
داری کاری میکنی، این همین تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی. تو کار بزرگی، تو خیلی شجاعی.
پادشاه ما رو نجات بده. اگه صدای منو میشنوی، همیشه به ما گفتن این خاندان بد بودن، ظلم بودن، ظالم بودن، ولی چشم باز کردم دیدم نه، واقعیت چیز دیگه است. ظلم بالا سرمه، گوشمه، پدرمه، مادرمه. بعد یه چیزی هم میخواستم بگم، اینا خیلی ریزش کردن، دارن مدام زنگ میزنن به فک و فامیل، التباس میکنن با دلارهای زیاد که بیان جزو نیروی سرکوبگرشین، اعتراضات رو خاموش کنین. نمیان، میترسن. خیلی ریزش کردن.
فاطمه از مردم ترسیدن؟
هوشیار باشین مردم. من دارم بهتون میگم اولین فقط به تو بشه جا دارن، پاسپورت دارن به اسم جعلی، دلار دارن، خونه های آنچنانی دارن. من میتونم از این امکانات استفاده کنم ولی خودمون به خطر انداختم. دارم بهتون میگم بذارین کنار، دستتون رو بیشتر از این به خون آلوده نکنی.
فاطمه جانم تماس رو قطع نکن، اجازه بده من همکارانم پشت خط با تو باشن و اجازه بده من
اسمم فاطمه نیست.
الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی. الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی فاطمه.
سپری گوهر عشقیم. من محشامیدیم. من نیکام.
تو عزیز دلی، تو شجاعی، تو شیرزنی.
تلفنی که کردم من شاید بدارم منو بکشه، شاید بفهمد، شاید نمیدونم. من هیچ امنیت جانی ندارم چون برام پیش اومد. من رفتم اعتراض کردم، پشت مهسا بودم. چرا اون دختر شهرستانی بود، مهمون ما بود، چرا کشتنش؟ منو گرفتم بردم خیابون وزارت اطلاعات وزرا. اگه بشناسید چه جاییه، با چه جور تحقیر با ما رفتار کردن. بعد که فهمیدم که منو آزاد کردن، دوستان به من گفتن خوش به حاله، اسم پدرتو دادی آزادت کردن، ولی ننگ بر من. و همون دوستان تو اون زندان تجاوز شد.
Guys, this is not there was a lot of mistakes in the translations. I'm sure that a new version of it was going to come up, but I think you get the gist.
The gist was there. The gist was there.
Yeah.
But I think Menoto just wanted to get that out as quick as possible so it could go viral.
Yes. But for your reference, the translations that I did before is more accurate than this right now. But this is good to have, anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Oh, somebody's saying that officially broke me. Guys, please. Well, guys, we don't need you broken. We need you fighting. Okay? We need you fighting. So stop being broken and get involved.
Guys, if anything, sure, this is horrible, but this is also a push forward, right? Because we're in a revolution, we're in a war, and this is showing cracks in the command, right? So it's showing that there's cracks in the command, but she also confirmed what we have been saying is that the Islamic regime has never been weaker than ever, right? So the Islamic regime is weak. These people are getting prepared to leave, right? It's kind of very similar to like World War II with the collapse of the Nazis. Same sort of thing, right? So yes, it is difficult. It is very hard. But the fact that she is now brave enough to speak out, that's a positive sign. That means we as a nation, we as Iranians are one step closer to freedom, right? Because she wouldn't do this if she didn't see the writing on the wall. So yeah, absolutely. 100%. This is 100% Bepish. We got to move forward.
Look at this other super chat. No time to let me highlight that. No time for tears until the revolution is done.
100%. 100%. Oh my gosh. People are saying Bepish. Is it guys, is it Bepish time? Is it Bepish time? Is that why we're getting all these super chats for Bepish? Should we do Bepish? Yeah? Okay. All right. Okay. So let's Bepish. You know what? We actually haven't played Bepish at all since we first started the program. So all right, let's do it. Let's give ourselves some energy. Let's give ourselves some motivation because we are moving forward. And Armin, if you need to take a break, that's fine. Because that was quite intense. But here, let's go.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما، تفسیر گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و نشیب، پسر برخیز و با ما شو همگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این بلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانی ما زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداری از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
There you go, guys.
Goldie,
That's
I
my
have
week
a
right on. Yes, go for it.
I
And
have
then
an
we're gonna live stream UN because people are
this is
asking
for you.
about that.
Okay, this is important message. Yeah, for you. Okay, this is from the prince's advisor and a former member of Artesh to you.
Oh, what's he saying?
از طرف من به بانو قمری بگین درود بر شرفت. So
She
this is
there.
I don't know what that is. But I can't,
We'll read that. Is it linked to that or what?
I don't know if it's linked to that. در اقدام
Go
بی‌سابقه
up.
بزرگترین
Go
شبکه
up. I want to
تلویزیون
see if that's like my no, that's not my interview. Oh, that's
This one.
wow. That's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
So
this
who
is
is that again?
somebody who defected from. This is somebody, Mr. Sabzavari. He defected from the army, and he is an advisor to the prince.
Wow.
And he just wanted to let you know that he admires you.
Oh,
And he
that's so
just sent us-
nice. Can you scroll up so I can see his account, and then I'll follow him, because this is Instagram, right?
It seemed like it.
Well, you don't know where you got that from? Oh, I see. I see.
Oh no, somebody
he
messaged
follows
our
me.
team. Somebody messaged our team, and then so they sent this to Atheist Republic on Instagram, and I don't manage that. Our Sarah manages that, so Sarah sent this to me to send to you.
Okay, I just followed him back, so I just connected with him.
Fantastic.
That's
Also, I
amazing.
need
Thank you. So who is he again? Can you explain to the audience who he is?
Okay, so message for Goldie from Mr. Sabzavari, former army member, current Rizeshi, current defector, who's been Shahzada's consultant, who's the princess consultant. So there's that. That's what Sarah is telling me. And yeah. Also, I need to go to the discussion group for just a little bit, and I'll be right back. Could you do the Security Council, play the Security Council meeting while I'm away? I sent you the link. You're muted. Are you speaking to me?
Mike was muted. Sorry. Yeah. I'll do the Security Council live stream if someone can send me the link, or you.
I
sorry.
did.
Okay. All right. I'll
did.
check that. And
let me double check to make sure that I sent you the correct link. Yes.
yeah, I have it. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. That starts in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put the link to our discussion group that you guys could come ask me about what's happening in Iran. And just guys, if you come to the discussion group, focus mostly on your questions, because I'm gonna leave after an hour to come back to Goldie. So don't give me long opinions. Just ask your questions, and then after I'm gone, you could stay in the discussion group and just discuss your opinions. Okay. So the link into the discussion group is in the chat, and I'll be back shortly. Let me actually remove this from the screen. And then, okay, Goldie, see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Mwahaha, you guys are stuck with me now. You're stuck with me. You guys, you're stuck with me. I have full control. That means I can play and do and say whatever I want now that Armin's not here, right? Oh no, you guys are stuck with me. Mwahaha. All right. I feel like playing because you know, the UN put on some techno. All right, guys, I have the perfect video to put on right now. I have the perfect video to put on while we wait for the UN Security Council. All right, here we go. I think you're gonna like this one. Enjoy what, Persian culture, Persian Empire. This is what Cyrus the Great's army looked like 3,000 years ago. There's no point because the UN starts in 5 minutes. Look how cool we look. Guys, I made the video myself. It's my own edit. Guys, I just posted the link. I just posted the link to this video in my live stream. So it's pinned at the top. So you can go and check it out. It's my own video. It's my own video. I did the edits myself. The video is from the 2,500-year anniversary of Iran, which the Shah of Iran celebrated back in, I think it was 1971, 1971 or 1973. I think it was 71. We're not going to do Bapish again because we're waiting for the UN. The UN General Assembly is about to start, so we don't have time for Bapish. I would love to. I would love to play it again. I know that, listen, I know the UN is a sham. I know that, but this is interesting because this is a motion that's being brought forward by the United States, right? It's being brought forward by the United States, so that's why it's interesting. So, I personally, as a former international lawyer, so I used to be an international trade lawyer. I've always been like an international law kind of nerd, and like this is sort of like my jam, right? Oh, it's starting. It's starting. Wait. Oh my gosh, that's Masih Alinejad. Are you kidding me? What is she doing there? وای 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 ببین کی اونجاست. Masih Alinejad اونجاست. اون چی کار میکنه اونجا؟ Masih, guys, Masih Alinejad. So she is part of the fake controlled opposition of the Islamic regime. So Masih Alinejad is like with the reformists, and she always attacks Reza Pahlavi to try and discredit him, right? Like she's a horrible woman. Like we Iranians, we want nothing to do with her. Yeah. Oh my gosh. چجوری ببین چجوری خودش رو همه جا نفوذ میکنه. اصلا این یعنی چیکاره است؟ اصلا این چیکاره است که اونجا باشه؟ Yeah, Messi fooled me too. Messi fooled me too. Like 3 years ago, she fooled me too. Yeah, the one with the big hair and like the flower in her head. No, she's not MEK. She's not MEK. She's with the regime. She's like she pretends to be a feminist, but she's actually with the regime. She's literally with the regime. But she's like fooled everyone. She's literally infiltrated. She's infiltrated Western media. Look at this. Look at this. Let me share this while I'm waiting. So guys, okay? The Islamic regime, okay? So They train, okay? So they train and export thousands of agents to the West, okay? These agents, they act as controlled opposition to control the narrative and steer it towards an outcome that will ensure the regime survives. Who do you think convinced Obama in 2009 to side with the Islamic terrorists and send them planes full of American cash? How do you think the Islamic regime has survived this long? Thankfully, POTUS and his administration are nothing like Obama, the traitor. President Trump is America first. He sees through this propaganda. Look, this is her. This is her. So that woman with the big hair and like the flower in her head, this is her with like all these regime officials. Okay? And then she comes to the West, and then she fooled everyone, basically saying, "Oh, I've changed." But then she started pushing the the reformist narrative, right? There are so many like her. Yeah, there are so many like her. So like this is shocking. This is shocking to see her there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, CBC, CNN, Fox. Oh, she goes on them all. Guys, she's literally tricked Western media. She's tricked mainstream media into thinking that like she's one of the good ones or whatever. Meanwhile, she has zero credibility amongst Iranians, right? Zero credibility. Yeah, she had her own show at VOA, and she had her own show at VOA, and all she did was like attack the Pahlavi. Yeah, we don't trust VOA either. VOA is Voice of America. Voice of America needs to be shut down. Oh yeah, guys, no. She's been making the rounds. So Masih Alinejad is one of the agents of the controlled opposition that's been making the rounds on media everywhere. Yeah. Carrie Lake knows, but Carrie Lake is she's censoring Iranian voices. Carrie Lake is censoring Iranian voices because actually, so Carrie Lake put out a statement where she said that they're not gonna, they're like basically they've censored Reza Pahlavi's name, right? Let me find this for you. There's something here. I have to find it, but like she issued some sort of statement. She issued some sort of statement where basically VOA is like censoring Reza Pahlavi's name. So VOA is basically saying that anyone who's covering the Iran revolution, they're not allowed to say the name Reza Pahlavi. And the bogus excuse that they're giving is that, well, we don't want to control the outcome. We don't want to control the outcome of who people want. So basically, by VOA, by Voice of America, deciding and determining that that they're going to censor the name Reza Pahlavi, they're basically censoring the voices of like millions of Iranians, right? Yeah, I don't know what Somalia is doing there. Like, look at all these like weird countries. Jeez.
The 10,091st meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provision Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Ms. Martha Ama Akia-Pobe, Assistant Secretary General for Africa, Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs and Peace Operations. Ms. Masih Al-Nijat, journalist and political dissident. And Mr. Ahmed Batibi, human rights activist and journalist. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Martha Ama Akia-Pobe.
Mr. President, for nearly 3 weeks, popular protests in the Islamic Republic of Iran have rapidly evolved into nationwide upheaval, resulting in significant loss of life. Demonstrations started on 28 December 2025 as a group of shopkeepers in Tehran's Grand Bazaar gathered to protest the sharp collapse of the currency and soaring inflation amid a wider economic downturn and worsening living conditions. In the following days, demonstrations quickly spread throughout the country and turned into mass anti-government protests, the largest since the Women Life Freedom demonstrations of 2022. Protesters voiced grievances that went beyond long-standing economic and financial hardships. Marchers called for the downfall of the government and demanded freedom, dignity, and human rights, with some protesters chanting pro-monarchy slogans. The protests were initially peaceful, with scattered clashes between protesters and security forces, according to reports by the media, observations of our United Nations colleagues in the country, and accounts by the government of Iran. However, on the evening of 8th January, protests spread throughout Tehran and major cities. In response, the Iranian authorities imposed a near-total communications blackout, which remains largely in place today. The authorities also ordered university dormitories to be evacuated, erected concrete barriers around city centers, and reportedly used excessive force against protesters. According to media and human rights groups, security forces reportedly killed hundreds or possibly thousands of protesters and bystanders between 8th and 10th January. The United Nations is unable to verify these figures. The government of Iran has stated that it was compelled to act after what it deemed organized terrorists and rioters infiltrated the protests and opened fire on both security forces and demonstrators, aiming to provoke foreign military intervention. It has also blamed these elements for the killing of hundreds of civilians and members of the security forces. Mr. President, the Secretary General has expressed deep concern over the reported excessive use of force in Iran and stressed the urgent need to prevent further casualties. The Secretary General underscored that all Iranians must be able to express their grievances peacefully and without fear. He stressed that the rights to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly enshrined in international law must be fully respected and protected. He further urged steps to restore access to information including lifting the communications blackout. Human rights monitors report mass arrests in Iran in connection with the current wave of protests, with estimates exceeding 18,000 detainees as of mid-January 2026, although the UN cannot verify these figures. We call on the authorities to respect due process and fair trial rights for all detainees. All must be treated humanely and allowed access and visits by their families. In particular, we call on Iran to halt any executions linked to protest-related cases. All deaths should be promptly, independently, and transparently investigated. Those responsible for any violations must be held to account in line with international norms and standards. Mr. President, the situation in Iran is fluid and deeply concerning. Protests continue, albeit reportedly at a smaller scale than last week. In this context, we note with alarm various public statements suggesting possible military strikes on Iran. This external dimension adds volatility to an already combustible situation. All efforts must be undertaken to prevent any further deterioration. The Secretary General remains convinced that all concerns regarding Iran, including those related.
Wait, guys, give me a moment. I was literally going to get some food, and then I heard something, and right there, that's the reformist narrative. That's the reformist narrative. Let me turn on my camera here. Okay. So the part where this woman, okay, first of all, UN is a complete joke, right? Complete and utter joke. Okay. But did you catch the part? Did you catch the part where she says the protests are ongoing, but not as much as before? Did you catch that part? Where she's like, oh, the protests are going on, but they've come down a little bit, right? That's this messy Ahmadinejad woman, right? That's her. So this is the reformer narrative. So when I tell you guys that Masih Alinejad is part of the fake controlled opposition, this is what I mean, right? She pretends that she is like, oh, I'm a revolutionary and I'm part of it, or, whatever, right? And she has fooled everyone in Western media, right? Because she pretends that she's a revolutionary, she pretends that she's against the regime, but by pushing this fake news, this lie about the protests having, stopped, right? That actually extends the life of the regime, right? That actually extends the life of the regime, because she's doing this to make it seem as if, yeah, the people are going to figure it out, right? See, guys, I told you. And some of you were like, oh, I need more evidence. There's your evidence right there. There's your evidence. Guys, you have to trust me, because everything that I tell you is true. Everything that I tell you, 100% true. Yeah, they call it a protest. It's not a protest. It's a revolution. And we just actually heard from the inside, right? That girl, the commander's daughter. Yeah, I don't even want to listen to this. You know what? The UN is inconsequential. And I don't trust the UN. None of us Iranians trust the UN. And thankfully, I don't think President Trump and the UN, President Trump administration, have any respect for the UN either. Like, this is what the UN always does. They always side with the terrorists, right? You want me to play it? Okay, I'll play it if you guys want. Oh, rewind to the USA guy's face. Okay, I missed that. Where's the USA? Okay, let me come here.
Respected and protected. He further urged steps to restore access to information, including lifting the communications blackout. Human rights monitors report mass arrests in Iran in connection with the current wave of protests, with estimates exceeding 18,000 detainees as of mid-January 2026, although the UN cannot verify these figures.
You can't verify.
We call on the authorities to respect due process and fair trial rights for all detainees.
That's so stupid.
All must be treated humanely and allowed access and visits by their families. In particular,
I
we
hate
call
the
on
United
Iran to halt any executions linked to protest-related cases. All deaths should be promptly, independently, and transparently investigated. Those responsible for any violations must be held to account in line with international norms and standards.
Honestly, defund the UN.
Mr. President,
Biggest
the
waste of money.
situation in Iran is fluid and deeply concerning. Protests continue, albeit reportedly at a smaller scale than last week. In this context, we note with alarm various public statements suggesting possible military strikes on Iran. This external dimension adds volatility to an already combustible situation. All efforts must be undertaken to prevent any further deterioration. The Secretary General remains convinced that all concerns regarding Iran, including those related to the nuclear issue and ongoing protests, are best addressed through diplomacy and dialogue.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Right? So the UN is basically saying that you have to negotiate with terrorists, right? So what does that mean? Diplomacy and dialogue? They're basically pushing for the regime to stick around, right? So they're saying, oh, we can fix the situation through diplomacy. Meanwhile, the regime is engaging in like the biggest mass slaughter of Iranians in the last 47 years, and they're like, oh, diplomacy, right? Do you see how the UN sides with like Islamists and terrorists and communists? Okay, sorry. I'll continue.
He urges maximum restraint at this sensitive moment and calls on all actors to refrain from any actions that could lead to further loss of life or ignite a wider regional escalation. Mr. President,
don't hate the
UN. Secretary
enough.
General reaffirms the principles of the Charter, including the obligation of member states to settle disputes by peaceful means and the prohibition of the threat or use of force in international relations. These principles are not abstract ideals. They are the bedrock of international peace and security. They remain as relevant today as they were when the United Nations was founded. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Pope for the briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Masih Ali-Najad.
Hello, everyone. My name is Masih Ali-Najad. I am a woman from Iran. Mr. President, Excellency, members of the Council, I am honored to be invited by the United States to testify before United Nations Security Council. I am here today to warn you, on behalf of millions of Iranians, what is needed now to bring justice to those who order massacre in Iran is real and concrete action against a regime that do not understand the language of diplomacy. The United Nations has failed to respond with the urgency this moment demands. The Security General himself has not spoken publicly against the massacre unfolding in Iran. Only a written statement through his spokesperson, silence at this moment, send a signal, send a message to the killers of young protesters alongside their family members. I strongly believe that the regime in Iran heard the clear message. from the Secretary General. I think the members of this body have forgotten the privilege and responsibility of sitting in this room. Secretary General, I know you hear me. I want to directly talk to you. Why are you afraid of the Islamic Republic? Millions of unarmed Iranians, innocent and unarmed protesters, have been silenced with bullets, mass arrest, prison, and a total communications blackout. No internet, no cell phones, and no landlines. They put Iran in a total darkness. I am here to bring their voices here in this room. I am here to tell you that a brutal slaughter has taken place in my beloved homeland, Iran, and it will get much worse if the world do not take serious action. Iran is facing a nationwide uprising that cuts across Iran, across this society, with a clear demand to end Islamic Republic. At the same time, a nationwide campaign by the Islamic Republic to erase it, to silence people. The protests start on December 28th, sparked by collapse of Iranian currency, but immediately turned into what Iranian people call it, a revolution, a total rejection against 47 years of tyranny and oppression. Protests spread to more than 100 cities and involved every layer of the societies. Shopkeepers, workers, teachers, nurses, and those who wave the historic lion and sun flag, and those ethnic minorities, including Kurds, Baluch, all other minorities, men and women, shoulder to shoulder in the streets. When it comes to freeing Iran, I have to say that loud and clear, that all Iranians are united. From Tehran to Tabriz, to Rash to Ahvaz, from major cities to small towns and villages that we barely even heard the names of those small towns and villages in the media. They are in the street. Millions of Iranians flooded into the streets, demanding that their money stop being stolen and sending to Hamas, to Hezbollah, to Houthi, the money of the workers, the money of innocent people who do not have now the capability of to buy a bread. The entire nation looking at freedom right now. What followed was regime using military weapons, AK-47 against innocent people. According to Iran International Media Broadcasting, the death toll has passed more than 12,000. Just a day later, CBS reported more than 20,000 people have been killed, and they are not the numbers. They are not the statistics. We don't even know the real numbers. Citizen journalists from inside Iran have sent videos showing piles and piles of body bags on the top of each other. Iranians exiled. Because of the internet shutdown, they zoom in to make sure whether their relatives and their beloved one are on the body bags or not. I myself have received urgent phone call and phone messages from Iranians, thanks to Starlink, inside the country, asking outside world for urgent help. They welcome when President Trump offered to rescue unarmed people being shot in their heart, in their chest by the security forces inside Iran. One activist who cannot be named for his safety told me, the streets are full of dead bodies. They are finishing off the injured in the street. They told me the security forces have stormed into hospitals and taking away the injured. I have also received multiple messages from families of victims who say the security forces forced them to pay money to take the dead body of their beloved one to bury them. On January 8, 2026, the Islamic Republic shut down the internet and imposed a technical blackout. Not to stop protests, because people are fed up and they are in the streets anywhere, but to hide their crimes, their brutality. This was not a technical mistake or failure. It was deliberate. When a regime turns off the internet during mass killings, and at the same time, the leaders of the same regime using the privilege of freedom of speech on social media to mislead the rest of the world, it is not about restoring order. It is about destroying the evidence. If it was not for Starling inside Iran, we couldn't have been able to have even these informations. The Islamic Republic does not limit its crimes within its own borders. They kill their opponents at home and target those who expose their brutality abroad. Here, even here, on US soil, and every corner of the world, in Europe, in Canada, in Australia, everywhere. And they are not alone.
So guys, the spin from her, and we're going to continue, but the spin from her is that she has not mentioned the Shah. So guys, because this is how the reformists are trying to take over the revolution, right? So she'll say truths, but she won't say the entire truth. So she's speaking about how people want to revolt, but she's not talking about the fact that people are out in the streets and they're chanting Javid Shah, they're chanting this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return, right? She's not acknowledging that she's trying to replace the Shah, right? So let's continue on with the speech, because she's mentioned everything except for the Shah, right? And these half-truths is how they try to get in to control the situation, right? Because no one in Iran is calling Messi's name, right? No one in Iran is calling my name. No one in Iran is calling Armin's name, right? They're only calling for the Shah. And she is not mentioning any of that, right? She's not mentioning any of that because she wants to take over. She wants to control, because she doesn't actually want the Shah to come back. What she wants is to reform the system from inside, and then she can be a part of that system, right? That's why. There you go.
This is called transnational repression, and the Chinese government helping them. Venezuelan dictators are helping them. Russian mobsters being hired by the Islamic Republic to target their dissidents and opponents beyond their own borders. I now address the representative of the Islamic Republic directly. You have tried to kill me 3 times. I have seen my would-be assassin with my own eyes in front of my garden in my home in Brooklyn. In United States of America, in the courthouse, I have seen my would-be assassin confessing that they have been hired by the Revolutionary Guards to end my life. My crime? Simply echoing the voice of innocent people that you killed them. Your leader, Ali Khamenei, he ordered my killing. He said that American agent who compared compulsory hijab to the Berlin Wall must be killed. I am that woman, and I am not the agent of America. I have agency, but I am thankful to American government and the law enforcement to protect my life. And if it was not the protection of the law enforcement, I couldn't have been here to testify for millions of people who are facing the same killers, facing the same terrorist regime in my country. Yes, protection matters. Unfortunately, I live with survivor's guilt because many Iranians do not have the same protection. The same IRGC with the same AK-47 killed them in front of the eyes of their family member. 2 would-be assassins received 25 years prison sentence here in New York, and I'm going to face 2 other killers being hired by the Islamic Republic in March, and they are the one who were assigned by the same IRGC member to assassinate President Trump. The Islamic Republic rules through fear. It makes people disappear from public life, from memory, from history. So today, I want to record the names of those who refuse to be afraid and erased. Setayesh Shafi'i, 20 years old. Before the internet was cut, she wrote on her social media, "They are cutting off my internet, but I love you all." She was killed by the Islamic Republic IRGC. Raybin Moradi, 17 years old, shot in the back, a young football player. He was killed by the same IRGC. Mehdi Zadparvar, a popular athlete. He wrote on his Instagram before going to the street, "I know I may be killed, but I have no fear. I want my rights." He was killed by the same IRGC. Siavash Shirzad, 30 years old. His family begged him not to go to the streets because of his safety. He said to his family, "I go to the street to celebrate the victory of our revolution because President Trump promised to rescue our lives." He was killed by the same Revolutionary Guards. Negin Qadimi, 20 years old. She died in her father's arms after being shot by the Revolutionary Guards member. I feel guilty that I don't name the rest. The list of names goes on and on. They knew they will face guns and bullets, but they wanted justice. So now let me name their killers. Ali Khamenei, who declared protesters would be put in their place. Judiciary Chief Ghulam Hussein Mohseni Ejei and the IRGC commanders who publicly vowed punishment would be maximum. Ali Larijani, who promised no mercy for those who questioned the regime, while his own daughter, his own family live here in the United States of America. They don't deserve to enjoy the privilege of freedom in America. Like the other children and relative of the Ayatollah saying death to America, their relative live here in America. 3 years ago, another Iranian human rights defender stood here in this room to warn you about another nationwide protest, Women, Life, Freedom, after the murder of Mahsa Jina Amini for the crime of simply showing a bit of her hair. How many women are sitting here? You could easily get killed simply for showing your hair. Mahsa got killed. That sparked a revolution. And women and men shoulder to shoulder took to the street. More than 700 people got killed. We have seen this before. We have more names to remember. In 2009, Neda Agha Sultan, symbol of more than 100 people who got killed. They named President Obama to protect them. President Obama was looking to open the doors of diplomacy to a regime whose language of negotiating with its own people is guns and bullets. We've seen this in 2019 with Pouya Bakhtiari, who was killed in front of the eyes of his mother, Nahid Shirpishe. At the same time, President Biden was trying to keep the doors of diplomacy open, handing out billions of dollars to the regime that forced the family members to give money to the regime to take the dead body of their beloved one back. Faced with the regime using military weapons against civilians, the Iranian people are asking the world to help through actions, not back-to-back meetings and empty condemnation. We don't need empty words. People of Iran are asking the Islamic Republic no are telling you the Islamic Republic no longer can be reformed and asking you that the Islamic Republic no longer be treated as a legitimate government. Today, the number of those killed is much higher than I told you. This regime, again and again, cannot be reformed. Let me be very clear. The Islamic Republic behave like ISIS, and the Islamic Republic must be treated like ISIS. This is how you can save lives. Thank you so much.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
For the briefing.
Not once, not a single time did she mention who people are dying for, right? Not one word about the Shah. They tell half truths, guys. So what they do is they tell half truths, and then she pretends like she's the voice of Iranians. No, she's controlled opposition. She's a reformist. So she's one of those people who, want to change the system from inside. You want me to go to the...
I now give the floor to Mr. Ahmed Batibi.
This guy? I don't even know who this guy is.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a note here, but I don't want read from this note. I want to talk from my heart here.
Whatever, I don't care about him. Wait, does he mention the Shah at all or no?
And share my experience with you when I was in the prison of Islamic Republic. My name is Ahmad Batibi, Iranian American.
Mike Waltz wasn't buying it? Is Mike Waltz there?
He was activist. Few years ago.
Should I move forward to Mike Waltz?
The Iranian regime.
Wait, should I go forward to Mike Waltz? Wait, I'm getting too many messages. Fast forward? Okay, I'll fast forward. Oh, okay, all right. I got to Mike Waltz.
I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, for chairing today's important meeting. And thank you to our briefers, both of whom have been personally targeted for assassination, both of whom have been tortured at the hands of this brutal regime. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your strength, and for coming today to speak on behalf of the Iranian people. Colleagues, let me be clear. The level of violence, the level of repression that the Iranian regime has unleashed on its own citizens, its own people, has repercussions for international peace and security. You're going to hear today that it doesn't, that it's an internal matter. Absolutely wrong and false. This demands this council's attention. The people of Iran are demanding their freedom like never before in the Islamic Republic's brutal history. Unarmed, peaceful people who love their country are taking to the streets in pursuit of their legitimate aspirations for a better future. Well, this is our message. President Donald J. Trump and the United States of America stands by the brave people of Iran, period. And regardless of its excuses, and you will hear many today from the Iranian regime and from its friends, the regime is solely responsible for the economic misery of the Iranian people and the repression of their freedom, and they will be held accountable. The estimates of the numbers of protesters killed by the regime so far range from the thousands to the tens of thousands. Although visibility into the totality of the violence has been obscured deliberately by the regime's nationwide internet blackout. Why has the internet been shut down for weeks? Why have the phone lines been cut? Why are commercial satellite communications being jammed in a very sophisticated manner? We've had a complete blackout. No internet, no phones, no nothing. Only thanks to the Starlink system do we even have some window, a limited window, into the atrocities that are ongoing. Well, President Trump has been clear. He will not, nor should the international community, tolerate innocents being slaughtered in the streets. Since 1979, for decades, the regime has posed a threat to peace and security in the name of a religious ideology. The regime calls for death to America and the annihilation of Israel. Even as its own citizens cannot afford the very basics, food, drinking water, very basic medicines, it spends billions to develop its nuclear and ballistic missile programs to threaten its neighbors in the world and its support of terrorism. Well, from its inception, the regime has been the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism, so declared year after year, bringing uncountable, death and suffering to innocents from Beirut all the way to Buenos Aires, while its rulers have become rich off of oppression and misery meted upon the Iranian people. The Iranian regime has also been a serial human rights abuser from its very first day in power. And as you heard today, young women like Mahsa Amini have been murdered.
So for people asking about the reformists, so what the reformists believe, okay? No, they're not communists. The reformists are the other side of the coin of the Islamic regime, right? So the reformists are those people who are part of the regime, but they call themselves moderate, and then they basically say, "Oh, we don't actually need to overthrow the government. We can just change it from the inside," right? We can change it from the inside. So we can just reform the system, right? We can reform the system. We don't have to overthrow the system. So that's the reformist narrative. And now, given that the regime is very, very close to collapsing, they've now changed their narrative, right? They changed their narrative, and now they're acknowledging it all, right? So they're acknowledging that there's a problem, but she didn't acknowledge what the solution is, right? Because this is the one thing that we Iranians have learned, because this isn't the first time. This isn't the first time that we have tried to overthrow the Shah, right? Yeah, she's 100% a reformist. She's 100% a reformist. Islah Talabe. I'm not. If you don't agree with me, go to another channel. I don't care. Vast majority of Iranians agree with me. I'm not here to debate it. I'm here just to explain it to you. So what they've done in the past, and like one of the things that we Iranians have learned, okay, we've learned that revolution, it's not just about calling for the overthrow of the dictatorship. We also have to make it very clear what we want in its place, right? Because if we have a revolution, but then some other evil force comes in, well, then what's the point, right? What's the point? So that's why this time around, in this particular revolution, Iranians are making it very clear. Not only are they saying death to the dictator, but they're saying Javid Shah, which means long live the king. And they're also saying in akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. However, Masih, she has never ever spoken about that part, right? And that's the very, very important part here, okay? That's the critical part. So these reformists are now switching the narrative, right? And then all of their supporters are coming in the chats, they're trolling, they're attacking, right? Because they want to derail. They want to derail. But you guys are right. Like in all of the videos, that you've seen. And like, Wyatt, you're absolutely correct. You've only heard the protesters calling the Shah's name. Is there another leader the protesters want? Absolutely not. There's no one else. There's no one else. If anyone can share a video of someone in Iran who's calling for anyone other than the Shah, let me know, because it doesn't exist. If the king wants a secular democracy, won't the people be able to vote for who they want? Yes, absolutely. Because the king's plan, guys, the king's plan is to transition Iran from it's to transition Iran from an Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democracy, right? So he has the true plan for freedom. The reformists don't want that, because the reformists know that but when Iran is free, they're going to lose all control, right? So this woman, for example, she's a professional grifter. She's worth like, I don't know, $90 million or something. And so she's part of the reformers, right? So what do the reformers want? The reformers are saying, oh, no, we don't want the Shah to come in and do the transition. No. We'll do it ourselves. We'll change the system from within, right? And yet no one believes these people. No one trusts them, right? So I know I see the super chats, but honestly, like I would love to go through every single super chat. I would normally, I do, but I mean, given that there's a lot of people, and like I'll try my best to go through the super chats, but there's just so much to go through, right? I do want to answer all your questions. I'm going to try to get to as much of them as I can, but this is how the reformists are taking over the narrative, and she actually has a huge social media platform. She has a huge social media platform. And yet she's never mentioned once the Shah. She's never mentioned anything about, what Iranians in the street are chanting, right? She's never spoken about that. All she does is she's like, I speak on behalf of everyone. And then half the speech was about herself, right? Me, right? And then she's like, oh, and there you go. This is what we're fighting for. But she never gave the solution. She never gives a solution. She never gave a solution. Like, we Iranians see through her, right? We see through her. But there you go. That's the explanation for Massi. So I mean, I can play the ambassador's speech if you want. All right, I'll play the ambassador's speech.
For daring to uncover their hair in public. While religious minorities have been subjected to the most severe persecution, these abuses have been documented right here by this body, have been documented at length by the United Nations, have been documented by the Secretary General's own regular reports on the situation of human rights in Iran, the most recent of which was released just last year in 2025. Colleagues, in addition to the gross human rights abuses, in addition to its illegal march towards a nuclear weapon, in 1979, the regime we now know, led by Ayatollah Khomeini, gave support to radical students who attacked the United States Embassy in Tehran, took over 50 Americans hostage, and held them in captivity for over 400 days. That was followed by the bombing attack on the United States Embassy in Beirut, killing 17 Americans and scores of Lebanese civilians, followed by the supported and direction of terrorists who drove 2 trucks filled with explosives into U.S. and French barracks in Beirut, killing 241 American soldiers and 58 French military personnel, all part of a multinational force invited by the Lebanese government. It's responsible for the deaths of over 600 American service members and countless others in Iraq. Bottom line is Iran's partners and proxies with Iranian weaponry, documented by the United Nations Yemen panel of experts, have repeatedly attacked our partners in the Gulf and attempted to damage global energy infrastructure. And then finally, the Iranian regime state television amplifies calls for a, quote, one-bomb solution to wipe Israel off the map, which ironically would be not only a massacre of all Israelis, but also the Palestinian people whom the regime claims to support. In 2011, the regime attempted to assassinate the Saudi ambassador to the United States in Washington, D.C., but luckily the attempt was thwarted. And further, the regime has continued to plot assassination attempts against the President of the United States, against President Trump, and other senior U.S. government officials, in addition to those who dare speak out living here in the United States. Colleagues, Iran has destabilized the Middle East for decades. It has supported and enabled Hamas's brutality, its hostage-taking, its heinous October 7th attacks. It has funded Hezbollah. It has funded the Houthis, Iranian-aligned militia groups in Iraq, including Kataib Hezbollah, have attacked the United States and the region again and again. It's backed the brutal Assad regime, and at every turn, the regime has put terrorist proxies in other nations before the welfare of its own citizens. And as a result of the regime's actions, putting money in the pockets of terrorists, funding its nuclear and missile programs instead of the basic needs for the people of Iran, Iranians have had enough. The regime's dereliction of duty to its own citizens is what has put the Ayatollahs in the positions they are in today, with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, protesting in the streets after decades of neglect and abuse. So everyone should ask themselves, everyone sitting here today, how many people are dead? How many people are wounded, maimed, and abused in the Middle East, in Israel, in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, even Venezuela, because of the regime's support for terrorism as the largest state sponsor? And I would like to address the allegation put forward by the regime that these inspired protests are somehow a foreign plot to give a precursor to military action. Everyone in the world needs to know that the regime is weaker than ever before, and therefore is putting forward this lie because of the power of the Iranian people in the streets. They are afraid. They're afraid of their own people. Iran says it's ready for dialogue, but its actions say otherwise. This is a regime that rules through oppression, through violence, and through intimidation, and has destabilized the Middle East for decades. Well, enough is enough. We all have a responsibility to support the Iranian people and to put an end to the regime's neglect and oppression of the Iranian nation. Colleagues, let me be clear. President Trump is a man of action, not endless talk like we see at the United Nations. He has made it clear all options are on the table to stop the slaughter. And no one should know that better than the leadership of the Iranian regime. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the A3 members, namely the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, and my own country, Liberia. The A3 thanks Assistant Secretary General for her comprehensive briefing, and we listened carefully to the remarks offered by civil society representatives. We welcome the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran to this meeting. Mr. President, we underscore the importance of respecting human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the legitimate aspirations of peaceful demonstrators, and call upon all parties to exercise maximum restraint and protect civilians. The A3 notes reports of ongoing protests and demonstrations across numerous cities and provinces involving a broad cross-section of the Iranian population, including youth, women, workers, and members of minority communities. The A3 is concerned by reports that the reaction to the protests and demonstrations has led to a significant number of deaths, arrests, and destruction of properties. Reports of the use of excessive force, including live ammunition and raids on hospitals, are alarming and unacceptable. We note the letter of the Iranian government circulated as a document of the Council, as well as the underlying socio-economic drivers of these protests, which include deteriorating economic and social conditions. The A3 recognizes that each country bears primary responsibility for addressing its internal issues through its own constitutional processes, other legal frameworks, and national institutions. However, we underscore the primacy of the Charter of the United Nations and relevant international obligations, and emphasize that the protection of civilians must remain paramount under all circumstances. The A3 believes that dialogue, inclusivity, and genuine engagement are essential tools for addressing tensions and grievances in a peaceful and sustainable manner in every society. Therefore, we encourage all actors in Iran to exercise maximum restraint and to seek peaceful, constructive, and inclusive dialogue with full respect for the rule of law, the rights of citizens, and the protection of civilians. Mr. President, the A3 emphasizes the necessity to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran, and feels compelled to remind leaders of their obligations to their citizens, including the right to live in peace, security, and express themselves within the boundaries of the law. Separately but connected, the A3 takes note of the broader regional and international context in which these events are unfolding, including their intersection with long-standing issues related to the nuclear file and regional security dynamics, which underscores the risk of broader repercussions, a point made by the Assistant Secretary General. And so in this regard, the A3 reaffirms the central role of the global non-proliferation regime, including the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Transparency and sustained diplomatic engagement remain essential to building trust and reducing the risk of miscalculation. We encourage all concerned parties to refrain from rhetoric or actions that could escalate tensions and instead prioritize dialogue and confidence-building measures that support regional and international stability. To conclude, Mr. President, the A3 reiterates that all parties should exercise restraint and responsibility, uphold international law, and avoid any action that could escalate tension and threaten regional stability. The A3 stands ready to support all efforts geared toward accountability, including within this council, and in cooperation with regional partners, intend to facilitate a peaceful, inclusive, and lasting resolution in the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we thank you.
I thank the representative of Liberia for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, since the end of December, the whole world has been watching as the United States continues to escalate tensions and fuel hysteria around Iran, declaring that help is already on the way. What's more, in its official statements, Washington has not even tried to cover up the genuine reasons for its alleged concern over the country's internal political situation as it threatens new strikes against Iran. Today's meeting, convened by our American colleagues, is nothing more than yet another attempt to justify blatant aggression and interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign state. And if, as Washington puts it, Iran's authorities do not come to their senses, then Washington will solve the Iranian problem in its favorite way through strikes aimed at overthrowing an undesirable regime. To lend credibility to their actions and to justify them, they have invited today's briefers, individuals who have been living in the United States for some 20 years and promoting an anti-Iranian agenda in Washington's interests. These so-called briefers cannot speak on behalf of the Iranian people. We firmly reject any attempts by the US to waste council members' valuable time on briefings that are meant only to serve the interests and the position of those who convened this meeting, and briefings that are in no way related to issues of international peace and security. What just took place overall was nothing more than a circus, an embarrassment, a cheap show that is unbefitting of members of the council. Mr. President, we have carefully studied the letters circulated in the Security Council in recent days from the Iranian mission. We express our solidarity with the people of Iran and mourn all innocent victims. We see that hostile external forces are attempting to exploit the current situation in order to overthrow a government they find objectionable and destroy the Islamic Republic of Iran as a sovereign and independent state. At the same time, we note that the authorities in Tehran have declared and reaffirmed their commitment to their international obligations, including respect for human rights and ensuring conditions for the peaceful expression of public opinion, while at the same time fulfilling their inherent duty to protect citizens' lives, public order, and the country's territorial integrity. As far as we can tell, the protest momentum has begun to subside and the situation is gradually normalizing. The government of Iran has taken the necessary steps to stabilize the economic situation and has established a constructive dialogue with the public in order to address any emerging issues. Mass rallies have taken place in the Islamic Republic of Iran in support of the country's supreme leader and its independent course. The Russian Federation is convinced that today's meeting of the Council should be approached through the lens of its mandate to maintain international peace and security and uphold international law, and not through the lens of Iran's internal political affairs. Violations of the aforementioned norms and principles in the current situation are obvious. They include the extremely dangerous and irresponsible rhetoric employed in recent days by US leadership, which has gone as far as openly calling for the takeover of state institutions in Iran and threats to assist the protesters. Such statements amount to nothing other than incitement to violently overthrow the constitutional order of a sovereign state. They are a gross violation of paragraphs 4 and 7 of Article 2 of the UN Charter, which prohibit the threat or use of force and establish the principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of states. Mr. President, what is happening on the streets of Iran in recent days has gone far beyond peaceful protest. There have been documented cases of firearms use, killings of law enforcement officers as well as civilians, arson attacks on medical facilities and public institutions, as well as attacks on emergency service facilities. These actions cannot be covered up by the pretext of freedom of expression or protecting human rights. What is happening in Iran is yet another example of the use of tried and tested methods for a color revolution in which specially trained armed provocateurs transform peaceful protests into senseless violence, riots, destruction of public property, and brutal killings of police officers, state security personnel, and peaceful protesters, including children. As we have already seen repeatedly in a number of states, all these actions are either directed or supported by external forces that are interested in a so-called regime change. In the present situation, these external forces are not even bothering to conceal their involvement in violent actions, especially given that the President of the United States has openly called on protesters to take over Iranian state institutions. The US and its cheerleaders are actively exploiting the economic and social difficulties faced by ordinary Iranians, difficulties caused by unlawful sanctions pressure imposed on Iran by Western states. They're using this to inflame public tensions and destabilize the domestic political situation. The current situation is clearly in line with Washington's declared policy, one supported by its allies, of maximum pressure on Tehran in order to advance their own political interests in the Middle East. They are using every means available to achieve this. And this includes not only unlawful unilateral sanctions imposed in circumvention of the Security Council and in blatant violation of the UN Charter, but also unceremonious blackmail of other states by increases in trade tariffs. Our Western colleagues are not above using the Security Council as a tool to promote their delusional agenda. A striking example of this is the attempt by the UK, France, and Germany to create the illusion of reinstating anti-Iranian Security Council resolutions through the purported triggering of the snapback mechanism envisioned in Resolution 2231 of the Security Council. Their justification for this relied on Western states' fabrications about some sort of threat to international peace and security posed by Iran's peaceful nuclear program. And this is despite the fact that the IAEA Director General has never reached such conclusions in his reports on the matter, nor found evidence of diversion of nuclear material to military purposes. And the entire crisis surrounded the surrounding the implementation of the JCPOA was provoked by Washington's unilateral withdrawal from the nuclear deal in 2018. Nevertheless, the EU3 continues to promote its baseless narrative and deepen divisions within the Security Council. What is most concerning is Washington's aggressive course towards the use of military force and threats of its use against Iran. We condemn such actions, no matter what arguments are used to justify them, as a gross violation of international law and the UN Charter. We strongly urge the hotheads in Washington and other capitals who seem to be contemplating a repeat military venture to come to their senses and avoid a repetition of the tragedy of June 2025, when US-Israeli aggression nearly resulted in a major nuclear catastrophe with inevitable humanitarian and environmental consequences. We demand that the United States and its like-minded partners refrain from further reckless steps, including those involving nuclear facilities. They should rather focus on providing solid assurances against further confrontation and resume joint efforts to find potential solutions. This includes addressing unfounded concerns regarding Iran's peaceful nuclear program. All of this should be done on the basis of international law and seeking a balance of all stakeholders' interests. Our country stands ready to assist this in every possible way. Mr. President, the Russian Federation decisively condemns all forms of external interference, incitement to violence, and threats of use of force against the friendly nation of Iran. We call on the conveners of today's meeting to stop making themselves out to be a global judge and put an end to their escalatory actions. Your actions risk plunging the region into even bloodier chaos that could easily spill beyond its borders. And a separate appeal to our colleagues on the Council and all UN member states. We call on them to prevent a new large-scale escalation and ensure that the Security Council is not used to justify unlawful regime change scenarios or to name and shame the legitimate authorities of a sovereign state. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Assistant Secretary General for Africa, Ms. Martha Batebi, for her briefing, as well as Ms. Ali Nejad and Mr. Batebi for their testimonies today. Mr. President, Greece is following developments in Iran with deep concern. The continued escalation of violence and the use of force against protesters, the loss of human life, among them children, and the widespread arrest are utterly condemnable. Fundamental rights, including the inherent right to life, the freedom of expression, and the freedom of assembly, are universal rights and must be fully respected by all without discrimination or exception. Any form of violent repression is unacceptable, and this all the more true when it results in the loss of life. Violence of this kind must be absolutely condemned. The use of force against individuals exercising fundamental rights can never be justified and must always be unequivocally rejected. The death penalty imposed merely as a result of them exercising a fundamental right constitutes an affront to justice. Such unjust actions gravely undermine respect for human dignity and fundamental rights. It is very important that no sentences be carried out against those demonstrating in favor of freedom. Mr. President, colleagues, at the same time, Greece recalls that full respect for international law and for the Charter of the United Nations remains paramount. Current developments on the ground, no matter how dire, should not lead to a further escalation. No matter how difficult, dialogue remains the only viable path forward for the rights and the prosperity of the Iranian people. Greece firmly believes that this is the only way to address legitimate social grievances, prevent further violence, and avert the risk of a wider regional conflagration. In closing, Mr. President, Greece reiterates its belief in the need of de-escalation, dialogue, and the peaceful resolution of the current crisis, in full conformity with the Charter of the United Nations and international law. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. We wish to thank the ASG for Africa from the Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs and Peace Operations, Ms. Marta Pourbi, for her detailed presentation. We also thank Mr. Ahmad Batevi and Ms. Masi Alinejad for their...
Do you guys want me to continue with this? Because, I mean, this is just like UN propaganda. Because this is just nonsense, right? Yeah, I figured. I mean, it's just, yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. Okay. I know, that's what I thought. Okay, you guys want to hear my people are mentioning my CBN interview. CBN. I mean, the United Nations is useless, right? United Nations is useless. Okay. All right. Okay. I do have some updates for you guys. Okay. CBN. All right. So I'm gonna find the CBN interview. But guys, what I'm gonna do is we're getting up to 7 hours. So it's been seven hours. So I'm going to end the live stream and I'm going to restart right away. Okay. So just give me a couple moments. I'm going to, we're going to contact the UN. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to end. What explains that the UN is irrelevant. The UN is completely irrelevant. The UN doesn't mean anything. I feel like this is just another tactic by President Trump to distract the Islamic Republic. That's what I think this is. Like, ultimately, the UN, I will make sure to activate Rumble. Yes. Ultimately, like, what's happening at the UN here it's irrelevant. I mean, I feel like this is just another sort of diversion. I think it's another diversion tactic. So, okay. So I'm going to end the live stream and I'm going to restart. So for all of you who are watching, make sure that you are subscribed and following on whichever platform that you're following on. And I'm going to end and I'm going to get restarted with part 2. All right. See you guys in like 5 minutes.